Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, happy Monday, everybody. Welcome back to J is for Justice. Can you guys believe that it is June 22nd already, you guys? It's officially summer. Welcome in. Hey, Kels. Kels is working. She gonna be listening in the bushes. Leo. I'm not feeling the best today, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me. I probably won't be on camera much. But I wanted to say hello. I'm just not feeling the best today. Hey, Shortcake. Hey, Sparks. Hey, Katie K. Hi, Colleen. I know. Summertime. Hey, Cindy Lou Who. Hi, Ark and Eclectic. Oh, this is a live chat reminder. I'm on Top Chat. It is very, very hot. It's just very hot and humid. And it's just, ugh. You know, you don't feel like eating, and it's just like nothing sounds good, that type of thing. Thank you, Kels. I'm not like sick. I'm just, I don't know. Just don't feel that great. Hey, Hexy. I mean, I don't feel like I'm sick or anything. Carrie, like the movie. Hello, babe. And my Apple mouse died right before I went live. So I'm trying to charge that up so I can actually see you guys over on this other computer. But today might go a little slower. I'm in a little slower mo, if you will. But I hope you guys had a great weekend and a happy Father's Day. If you celebrated, I hope you had a good celebration with the fathers and grandfathers in your lives. Hi, Schnitzy. It's good to see you guys. I watched Monk's video where he drew face lines over the porch guy's mask. The results were pretty wild. Really, Daff? Good day for a Sonic drink with that nugget. What nugget? Thank you, Lacey. Aw, thank you, Katie K. Good. I'm glad you had a good day yesterday. Yeah, we're in slow-mo. Hey, Blazy. Hey, Liz. It was a good weekend. I spent all weekend outside, and I think I'm just like, it was so hot. It's so humid, like 105-degree humidity. But I was really hoping that when we went live today, we would have the results of Elena Moore's autopsy to find out what happened. You're going to Gulf Shores. You know, I'm pissed, Kels. That's it. I'm taking it personal at this point. Kels has gone to Gulf Shores. I don't know how many times since I met her. She's never, ever come down the Gulf Coast near me. So guess what? I'm holding a grudge.
Shake it, don't fucking break it, baby.
Hi, Penny. Hi, Marcy. Oh, hey, Linda Kramer. Carrie Lou. Thank you for the hugs and love. Yeah, I'm holding the grudge at this point. She's all like, oh, yeah, I'll go to the golf. But, yeah, we're going to fucking Alabama. Fuck Jay. Yeah, fuck Jay. Don't really want to meet her anyways again. I already met her once.
What the fuck, Jay?
Orlando sucks. You don't want to go to Orlando. Fuck Orlando. We'll go to Orlando in September of 2027. Cooterville meetup, Orlando, September 2027. Mark it on your calendars now.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Put that shit on your calendar. I need more with Nancy, and this, she's on the border. They have not found any of her remains, but then all these others, it's so creepy. Yeah, I think it's a lot of cartel. You are Shortcake? Yay! SC girl, good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you had a good weekend. Snazzy, good to see Snaz. I say September 2027, Cooterville meetup. Stay where you want. We'll have meetups. Horsewoman says Clearwater is awesome. I loved visiting my parents. Beautiful. Oh, you want to go to Frenchie's? Okay. Hey, Spaghetti. Oh, that's what you mean. Well, okay, whatever. It still would be fun if you and the fam, you know, came down the coast, but that's all right. Gulf Shores is closer. Come to Denmark. You're wearing wool socks? It's that cold? Hi, Chloe. Hexy says stop and see me. I think she lives in the Alabama. Belinda Buckner. Hello, Belinda. Did you watch the interview room last night? I sure did. Did y'all? Did y'all? I'll get an Airbnb and then you and hubby can take a staycation. Nice. Denmark is so amazing and cheerful and fun. Yeah, the interview room was wild. Woo! So they started out going like, I missed the very beginning, but they ended up focusing on Annie's shop. Sanibel Island is pretty. Hey, Rollins. Dude, it's SC. It really is hot. It really is. Hi, Patrice. You didn't know it was on, Marcy? Okay, so what they talked about was mainly they were talking about Annie's shop and it being in Tucson and the area it's near, and that there's a homeless encampment right there, and how her nonprofit that she sells her jewelry in this shop, how they help convicted criminals and all kinds of stuff. So there's like this connection or possible connection to the environment. No, Deke, I'm telling you, it was wild. The used car lot right there. Hi, KDK. It was crazy. It was crazy. But I found, and I don't know, maybe you guys have seen these. Have you guys seen Big City Crime inside the Red Tape channel? Well, they got 82,000 views, so I'm assuming you did. But Maureen goes on here. This is the first thing we're going to watch. Is from 2 days ago, they talk about Nancy Guthrie. How did they get in? How did they get out? It did give you a different perspective that Annie could have been a target of sorts. I don't think so. That was the best part, Chloe. Because okay, so we have to go back to when I went on Facebook and I found that post where one of Nancy's Facebook friends said, "How's Annie and her jewelry making?" And it was like years ago. And Nancy was like, "Nah, she's not doing jewelry anymore. She's working on her book." I don't think she's in that shop. I don't think she's been in that shop for years. And I kind of wish they would have like looked into that, because I don't think she's been doing the jewelry thing for a while. But that's just me. I think they're barking up the wrong tree, but that's just me. You did, Maureen, not O'Connell. I don't think she's been involved in that in quite some time. So I was under the understanding, based on what Nancy said, was that she was working on her novel and that she was no longer making jewelry because there was a friend of Nancy's that wanted some jewelry. And she was like, Nancy was like, "Oh, she's not doing that anymore." So I don't think, I mean, unless they have information, but they didn't say that. I still think they were in on it together. Too many coincidences. The location of the shop to the crime. But the location of the shop to the crime isn't really close. If you look at their map. Hang on, I'll pull it up really quick. I'm just going off the information that I found. Hold on. The interview room. I'll show you the map they showed. It's not really in proximity to anything other than downtown Tucson. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying I don't think she's doing jewelry there anymore. And that would have been like something I would have verified and told people. I think it's towards the end here. Here it is. Right here. So if you look at this map, this is Tucson. It's not in proximity to any crime. This is Nancy's. Up here, the purple. And this is Annie's. I mean, downtown Tucson is that proximity, no matter where you're at. I can't shake it either. Supras. So you believe you are on top of things more so than retired detectives and Chris McDonough. Interesting to say the least. Never said that, Supras 111. I never said that. I just said I don't think she's been in that building doing jewelry, according to her mother's Facebook. Supras.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
So I can't have an opinion that differs from Chris McDonough because he's retired. LE? Get the fuck out of here. That shit. God. Can't have an opinion because he's retired LE. Okay. Okay. Exactly, Schnitzerella. Nancy posted that her daughter is trying to finish her novel. How dare you have an opinion? Right, Leo. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he saw the Facebook post where Nancy said, no, she's not doing that anymore. I don't know. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying that he's right. I don't know. And you don't have to trust me more than anybody else. Take it all in. Right? We know that Nancy said she wasn't doing that shit no more. That's all I'm saying.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
Opinions. Hey, Megan. Megan Ambrose. Yeah, I know. I don't want to get angry either, Kathy, because I've had enough of that. I've had enough of bullshit on these streets that I am just exhausted from it. So I don't know. I mean, that's downtown Tucson. That's where she worked. I don't know. I just told you what I found out, what I think. You can agree or disagree, but I'm not saying I know more than XLE. You can fuck directly off with that stuff. I'm not in the mood for your bullshit. Karen. Why do I think your name is Karen?
There's no jammer.
Hey, Cal, good morning. Hey, Robot Bat. Oh, I love your new picture. It's so pretty. On these streets. These streets are stupid. Hey, Deke. All right, so what we're going to get into first is we're going to watch a little bit of this, discuss, etc. We have, this guy's funny. But we have this guy from Chicago. Actually, let me go back to the beginning so you know who everybody is, okay? So that's retired detective Dan Stover. Hold on.
25 years of FBI experience. Real investigators, real cases. This isn't Hollywood. Welcome to Big City Crime inside the red tape.
So he's the host of the show, and he's like, this isn't... I have FBI experience. Let's go. Let's go. So they're talking about how did the purple...
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Big City Crime inside the red tape. I'm Dan Stover, along with my partners Tim Murphy, Will Spieler, and Maureen O'Connell. We've been getting a lot of questions from some of our viewers about what's our opinion on how did the bad guy or bad guys, how did they get into Nancy's house and how did they get out? So we've been getting a lot of questions on that, and we're going to address that right here and now. Why don't we start out first by tell everyone a little bit about yourself. Let's start with Tim.
Listen to this so you know
Hi,
who's
Tim
who.
Murphy, retired Chicago police homicide detective, worked cold case homicides with partners with Danny for several years. The last several years on the Chicago Police Department, I was assigned to the officer-involved shooting team, handled officer fatalities and officer shootings.
All right, Tim. Thanks. Will?
32 years, Chicago Police Department, retired. 26 of the 32 was in the detective division, working murders as a detective, and then as a sergeant, went over to the officer-involved shooting team with Timmy and Danny. Worked out my final 7 years as a sergeant, lieutenant, retired as a commander.
All right, thanks, Will. Maureen?
Maureen O'Connell, 25 years on the FBI, and a majority of my career on the evidence response team, responding to all kinds of crimes throughout the world, actually.
Whoop,
Yeah,
whoop.
very interesting. And I'm Dan
Hey,
Stover,
Maureen.
Big City Dan.
Hey.
And we 33
We love
years,
her.
retired from the Chicago Police Department, 22 of those in homicide, where I worked with Tim Murphy as my partner, and worked for Wills Feelar throughout those years from time to time. And my last 4 years I spent with the police involved
There's
shooting
some
team,
captions.
which was a citywide team. So if the police officer
Thanks,
got into a
Terpene.
shooting citywide,
Hey, Terpene, thanks for being here. It's funny when Jay plays clips at cooter speed. I sped it up because it is pretty slow, but we can get through it a lot faster.
we handled it. And it's me, Tim, and Will. We were part of that team. So kicking this thing off tonight, who wants to get started here?
I'll give it a go.
Let's do it.
So as a team, we were discussing earlier, just as we would in a squad bay, we were trying to answer the questions for our listeners and subscribers on what we think happened with regard to the guys getting into the house and or getting out of the house and how they got away with Nancy, essentially. So we were going to, we thought it might be good to share our thoughts with you guys tonight. And so that's what we're going to do. I guess, Dan, why don't we start with you? You work these cases, you show up cold, you're just getting.
Kel, we had to have a lot of patience before fast speed.
Information from the deputies that were the first on scene. What questions are you asking to those people on scene when you get there?
Well, when I first get there, the first thing I want to do is I want to know first, what do we have? Get the brief Reader's Digest
Okay, so we're first on the scene. That's where we're at right now.
version of it. If they noted that there's family members on the scene, I would want them separately taken to our office for interview. And at some point, I or an assisting detective would interview those family members separately and alone. And I would want to get the basic rundown from them of what happened. You're the last person with her. Tell me about that. And the purpose of that is to find out from, of course, a family member, a little bit about her.
Right. Bing bong. You're going to ask the family all about her. I would love to know what Annie and Tommaso said when they first arrived with the police and told them things about Nancy.
Tell me about your mom, because we know it was TNA that were the first on the scene, is my recollection. So tell me a little bit about mom. I want you to tell me, is she a church lady? Does she like going to play bingo? I want to find out what kind of community does she belong to, and I'm going to document everything that they're telling me. And at the conclusion, I'm going to say, thank you very much, and we'll return them to a place of their choice. But it's very important to get that first interview documented, because.
Before you do those interviews, Danny, where you separate whoever the parties are that are present when you get there, do you get a brief from the deputies as to what the family members may have said or may not have said, or the
Yes, of course. That's why I say you ask the deputy on scene, whoever's got the paper. Hey, kid, how you doing? What do you have? What do you got? And then take it from there. Of course, I want to have some of the homework done before I get into the station or wherever they work out of, and then I want to be armed with some of that information. Little things they've told me. The deputy told me that according to that deputy, the sister said this, her husband says this, whoever. And I'm not casting any kind of allegations here on them. I would want to know, what do we have so far? What are they saying before I get to talking to them separately in the station? And I want to see, is any of the stuff that the deputy told me that they relayed to him or her, is it changed now that we're alone in the station?
Hey, Maureen, Danny, I just interrupt you for 1 second.
Well, we know they didn't go down to the station, so that whole theory right there, what he would have done is off because they never went to the station as far as we know.
That's the key thing now, too, is in today's day and age, most departments are wearing body-worn cameras. So when those patrol guys arrive on the scene.
Yes, who wouldn't pay good money to see the body-worn camera from first on the scene at Nancy Guthrie's?
Their cameras should be activated. So their first interviews and their first interactions with the complainants, which would have been Tommaso and Annie, is you have that for the detectives down the road. You'll have that interview preserved. And Danny, like when you go to some of these scenes like that, is let's use a missing person / baby death or baby incident. You get to the scene.
Michelle Mattis, I thought of the same thing. TNA.
You definitely want to talk to the parents, and you definitely want to talk to family that's there. but you're reliant on what them patrol, those first responders are telling you. And that's key. And if they tell you something, and again, before you go walking around, Dan, you know this, and Will, is you're going to want to walk that scene. You're going to want to walk that house, either inside or outside, especially outside if they say, I think this came in as a missing person, you're going to walk that scene. So those.
Hey, Elizabeth, thanks for being here. Welcome in.
Preliminary investigators, I hope, would have recognized that blood on the outside first before the detective did, and communicated that to the detective.
Well, Timmy, that's a good point. I wanted to talk about that too. When you're working in the detective division and a missing person call comes in, 9 out of 10 times, that's a call for notification that they can put in a report. This is a missing person. And then we'll ask, the call taker is going to ask, is there any circumstances that, any strange circumstances? No? Okay, here's my name, put it on your report, follow up. Tender age missing, something like this, where they finally call over to the station and say, listen, we got a problem here, there's blood here. And this is an old lady who's not ambulatory, she can't get around. Now, as a supervisor, now I'm going to send my detectives. So detectives aren't going to go out on every single missing person. But in this case, I'm going to have the information when I take the call, and I'm going to send my detectives because there's something going on here. We need detectives on the scene immediately. And that doesn't happen with every missing person.
I think it's 5 years, PJ, but I'm not sure. I think it might differ on the state on how long someone's missing and declared deceased. I'm not really sure.
Right.
And so, and something odd could be as simple as the sheriff's deputy saying to you, yeah, they say they got here at noon, let's just say, and I'm not talking about them specifically, I'm talking about any random situation. They say they arrived here at noon, but one of our deputies talked to a neighbor who said that they think they were here like 11:45. Or they think they were here at 10 a.m., something like that. Something like that could really be like, okay, that's interesting. And you just kind of pile up all those interesting little nuggets and see where they lead you as you move forward.
Absolutely, Maureen. Absolutely.
And that's why it's important to document. And like I said, before I go in to talk to them, it's automatic that you're going to want to talk to the family members. And
hey,
don't get me wrong, the viewers, that, he's separating them because he thinks something's wrong. No, it's pretty typical. You're going to want to talk to the last person. Or
now the question is, were Annie and Tommaso ever separated? I have doubts in my mind that first day that they were separated, but that's just me.
Persons who's seen her alive. That's just policing 101. So part of that is you have to do a proper interview before you go into the station and do that independent interview. That's where you want to do all your homework before you do that. And sometimes they may be sitting at the station for 8, 10, 12 hours waiting on you, but it is what it is. That's just the way things are. And we have a job to do. Hey, A and T, we want to find your mom. Right. So please bear with us. Please cooperate with us. Hang out. You want some pizza? You want something at the station? We'll get it ordered for you. We don't want to inconvenience you too long, but this is how these things work. So once I have all the information, like you say, the nuggets, that is when I want to go in, and now I want to start interviewing. And I emphasize independently.
For sure. And that is just the way things are done. And it's the proper way to do things. It's not hammer time. It's just the proper way to do it. Now, let me ask you guys this. At what point are you guys dispatching someone over to the church lady's house to say, hey, what's the norm? What do you guys normally do? Does she always show up? Has she ever missed before? Do you guys have a brunch after you watch mass together? I mean, what happened? At what point do you dispatch someone over to the church to talk to the church ladies?
Well, that's an important point, Maureen, when you're talking about, now we're talking about, we know Nancy's missing. Nancy's missing for, again, remember, when the coppers get there, they have no idea how long she's missing for. They don't know if she left at 10 o'clock in the morning. It takes a minute to realize that she's been gone since possibly 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's not instant information.
Right.
But when you start to do these interviews, and like Danny said, you're not separating people just because you're trying to pin them down or you suspect them of anything. You want to do an interview on someone and you want to know what they think, not what they hear the person next to them say that they're just going to mimic. So you want to get information that maybe Annie's got something, maybe Tommaso's got something that the other doesn't have that's pertinent. And a lot of times when people start talking together, it just becomes one story.
Yep. And then sometimes you also have to remember, what if one of the family members is suspecting of the other?
Absolutely.
Again, we're not alleging anything against A&T here.
We're talking about numbers, though. We're talking about statistics. And statistically, oftentimes it is someone pretty close to that inner circle. It may not be. It could be a one-off. It could be a stranger danger. But those numbers are low, comparatively speaking.
To your point, Maureen, about... I'm sorry, Danny, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Will.
Go ahead, Danny. So to your point, Maureen, when do you send people out to talk to the church people? As you start to expand the investigation, you want to try to find out what her habits are. Now, my kids know an awful lot about me, but they don't know everything about me. So it makes sense that, yes, I get this information from the family, but like you said, let's talk to the people that know her outside of the family. Let's go to the church. Let's go to the nail salon. Let's go to the dry cleaner. Let's go and try to get her habits. So maybe we can get a general idea of what happened or where she could have possibly went.
Habits, or with that being said, her habits and stuff. But how about, was she complaining about anything? Was anybody, a friend, family, whoever, was she complaining about them for anything possibly? And the interviews with the church ladies, in my opinion, along with like the beauty salon and all that, but those are critical interviews.
Do you think that they actually interviewed the church ladies? We're assuming. Hey, Higgsy. We're assuming that they immediately went over and talked to the church group, but do we know? Do we know that they went to where she got her hair done? Do we know? I mean, we don't know. Well, who they've talked to.
Because she's going to have a best friend, more than likely, in that group.
Yep.
And
Yes, she's going to have a best friend in that group. And some of them talked to, was it the New York Post in the article we read? Hey, pretty hate.
confide in each other. I mean, as best friends, you're going to tell the other if something's troubling you.
Right.
And that's the friend you want to talk to.
Right. I think those interviews should have been, and hopefully let's hope that them investigators did those interviews right away, because I know from my experience going on these scenes is I would have asked, hey, Will, do you have somebody that could run over to the house? She was supposedly going to the church group. Can you have them do that? And then definitely go canvass the neighbor, the immediate neighbors, the next door, the ones that are closest to her property. Because I mean, I talk to my neighbors all the time, and I have a 90-year-old woman that lives behind me that definitely I'm always looking out for her. My security.
Ooh, that's a good question, Snazzy. Snazzy says, I would love to know if they ever talked to Nancy's vet. Hey, Keys. Ski Utah's here.
These nuts.
Ski Utah. I love Big City Dan, says Keys. Well, we all know that on this panel, she is the most well-versed in the Nancy Guthrie case.
The cameras actually focused on her house for her safety. So, but I mean, that's like Danny and you guys all had mentioned, is you want those interviews done right away. Those interviews can't wait and shouldn't wait. Those are the interviews that you grab an assist team or assist detectives and say, hey, I need somebody to go here. I need somebody to go here. And hey, can you give me a call when you guys finish up your interviews? Again, we don't know how far away it was, but that's something that the lead dick wants to know right away.
Yep. So for the listeners, would you be sending detectives or uniform personnel over there?
Detectives.
Okay.
So once
and we would ask, like Tim said, we would want Will to pick who he wants to go and take care of those interviews. That's where the supervisor comes in, right, Will?
That's exactly right. I want to put the people in place where they need to be, and that comes with I've got a general idea of what I want to do, but the lead detective is going to tell me what he needs, and I'm going to make sure it gets done. That's my function, is to make sure my detectives have the tools they need to get their job done. So yes, we will use detectives.
And these all sound like foundational, what I would categorize as foundational interviews, where they're going to give you these building blocks that are going to help you when you get into the interview room, even if it's a soft interview with someone. Oftentimes, these initial interviews don't become contentious.
Correct. Oh, yeah, that was one of the things I was going to say, Maureen, is your first interviews for law enforcement purposes have already been done by patrolmen or deputy sheriffs, the first responders on the scene. So, and let's thankfully, hopefully most of them are recorded already on the body worn cameras. People become intimidated when they're talking to the suits. So it's Danny, how many times have we gone back and reviewed the body worn cameras from the first responders, and you learn stuff that they tell the blue and whites or the uniform officers that it's like, wait a minute, they didn't say that to us. So did they simply forget it, or is it now something they're being evasive on?
Right. It's intentional. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that first story they told to the responding officers? Is that the rehearsal?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that the story? Is that the story that
Ooh, is that the rehearsal, the first story
they had to come up with for the first responders? Again, we're not accusing anybody of anything.
Yeah, we're talking in generalities. We're talking in generalities now. And even if you throw your story out there in general terms, if you throw your story out there and the responding deputy, as you're walking through the house or in the backyard or something, they start coming back with questions you didn't think anyone was ever going to ask. Maybe that's why you alter or trim down your story when you sit down with the detectives that you guys call. They always call detectives in Chicago. It's
the dicks.
Common.
It's common. And I'm glad you brought that up, Maureen.
Oh my God, Maureen. The dicks. Call the dicks. Oh, me too. Hey, Lindsay Hendricks. Hi, Evelyn. I hope you're doing okay, Evelyn.
Because we've had some of our people that follow us that's asked, what do you guys keep calling each other dicks for? Well, for everybody out there, dicks is a short name for detectives. So
like
in Chicago.
Don't be a dick.
It's hey, call the dicks. Call the dicks. Oh, we got shooting over here. You better call the dicks. So that's what we mean by the dicks. Yes.
And Maureen's like, yep, it's a man's world out there.
But when we talk about,
I'm glad you brought that up.
When you talk about the initial interviews, what are we really trying to find out? We're trying to find out who Nancy Guthrie is.
Victimology, essentially victimology.
Exactly right. We're trying to figure out who she is. You know who she is? She's an 84-year-old woman with grandchildren and children. Okay. Lost in a lot of this is we sometimes tend to forget that these are human beings that we're talking about here. We're talking about a grandmother who lived 84 years, a lot of time without her husband, and raised her children. She's a grandmother. She didn't deserve whatever happened to her. I don't care if she wandered away and passed away out in the desert with no foul play. She deserved better.
Yes.
And as an investigator, and I know these guys did it, your homicide victim is you're working for the dead. We talk about it all the time, but you're working for the dead. And that is a grandmother who lived 84 years of her life just to have it possibly end under these circumstances. Not acceptable.
And by all accounts, sweet and kind. So the workload is heavy because that's a big job you guys had. That was a great big job to have that. And anytime you go on a crime scene, even if it's as an evidence tech, you have a lot of weight on your shoulders and you're always second guessing yourself. Is there anything else I can do or I should have done before I release this scene? What else can I do? And are there any other questions that I would want answered if I were the family?
Maureen, you're 100% right on that, Maureen. Even as a forensic investigator, crime scene processor, is Danny, how many times have we sat around on the inside of the scene and do a once over, twice over? Like, are we sure we're done with the scene? Do we have everything? Did, on a baby death, that's a simple baby death that comes in, a newborn baby that gets rolled over in, supposedly in the bed. Have we measured the floor height from the crib to the floor? Have we measured the couch heights? Have you made sure that you collected all the bed?
Yeah, how thorough were they? Thank you, Mommy Wife Life 3 for becoming a true seeker. And Tina Girl, thank you for your super chat. Tina Girl says, I feel the perp is in Italy. Italy. So do you think it's a relative or a friend of the tomato?
Bedding off the bed and stuff. Just simple stuff that you take for granted, but when you're doing your once-overs, you're like, oh shit, we forgot to do this room, or we forgot to take measurements. So it's absolutely important, Maureen.
Or did you use a black light in all those areas you just talked about, Tim? To see if there's any blood or if there's any.
Oh yeah, if you feel that it's good for the investigation, like there's a possibility here, absolutely.
Right. Once you give up that scene, it's done. And if you got to go back there, you will absolutely look like a fool in court. A defense attorney will crucify you testifying down the road.
Yikes. That is not a good look. Hey, Crossbody. Oh, yeah, we've got Kalila. Yep, we're going to talk about that.
So this is, so here's the point. This is why the lead detectives on a case are the last ones off that scene. I'm delegating for people we talked about these interviews. This other team's going to do this interview. You're going to do this interview. My lead detectives are there until the crime scene is released because they're walking through with the evidence techs to make sure the evidence techs are doing everything that needs to be done. So the lead dicks don't leave that scene until they feel they should, and the scene's released.
Right.
Yeah, and I know personally, I could say that oftentimes, Tim and I would kick it back and forth off of each other while we're in the scene, and then a lot of times I would just look around and be quiet and just taking it all in. And I've talked about this before, how a scene will definitely tell you a story. You just have to be able to pick up on it. And I would a lot of times just step back. I don't want to be disturbed. I want to just take my time and really think about what happened here, and would do that all the time.
I don't think
so. I'm going to ask you some questions that I'm going to anticipate in the comments section and in emails that we.
She already knows what people are going to say, but I don't feel like they were that together. But hey, who knows?
Okay.
Let's say if you're going to the station to go interview these people one at a time, do both of you go? Do you leave the scene with Will and the other team members and the crime scene folks, and you feel that you can go there and run all the checks you need to run, and then come back later, or how do you do that?
Well, real quick, I could tell you. Me and Danny on I don't know how many times have did this exact same thing, Maureen. One of the two of us would leave the scene, run into the office. Whether it's we want to look at let's say there's a couple witnesses or a suspect in the office that was transported in. Danny, how about it? Me and you have done this a number of times. One of the two of us would break off, run into the office, do something, and then shoot back to the scene, and then collaborate once we got back to the scene. So yes, we've done that. We've done that.
Or we've also done where we know we have a detective that's along the same thinking of us, and would have that detective. Hey, can you run into the station if we're super swamped with the scene? Can you run in? And that would be part through Will, through the sergeant. Hey, can we get Tom to run in to the scene and do an interview with A&T? Just using them for an example here.
That's critically important point, Danny, because what you see, like Tim and Dan and guys that worked as partners together for a long time, or guys that worked on a team for a long time, if there's a witness that we have to talk to immediately, who we need information about the scene about, or if it's possibly a suspect that we want to talk to, you absolutely will break one off and send them into the area, or they'll go into the area their own. I don't have to send anybody anywhere. They know what they need to do. But Danny and Timmy, I'll just use you two as an example. If you go into the area to interview somebody that's in the area, very little needs to be spoken between you two, because Danny and Timmy, you know what you want to get out of this witness, or you know the information without saying it to each other from working together for so many years. You know what you want from this person. That's why people do split up and leave the scene because Tim knows what Danny wants to know and vice versa.
And they could finish each other's sentences. And then one more question before we get to what our theories are on the access and egress. And
okay, I gotta pause here. Hey, Adrian. Adrian, you came back. Hello, beautiful. Everybody give Adrian some love in the chat. We have breaking news. Clive Davis, Grammy-winning record producer and music executive, is dead at 94. This guy... What the fuck was that? What was that whistle? Who did that? This guy's evil. Evil. He steered Columbia, Arista, and J Records. He signed many people. Janis Joplin, Carlos. What the fuck was that? Dude, I'm not doing this. Carlos Santana and Bruce, I guess the computer's happy that he's dead. Anyways, he was ejected from the company in 73 for allegedly misusing corporate funds and pleading guilty to tax evasion. He rebounded at Arista Records. And they pushed him out of Arista into retirement. That's when he signed Alicia Keys. And nobody liked him. I don't know why they're pretending that people liked him. Clive Davis was right. He was a dirty, dirty man. But he's dead. He died. So I wonder what's going to come out about him. What is going to come out about him now that he's dead? This is him in 1980. I'm telling you, did you hear the internet was like, yeah! He's dead. Like, what the fuck was that? Anyways, dun 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 dun. Music exec Clive Davis, dead at 94. Hello, Ryan. Good morning. Back to you, Nancy Guthrie.
Let's say you're in that room, all three of you, and you're looking around and you're getting a sense of what's happening on the scene, and you turn around and you see that there's a hole punched in the wall. How does something like that make your mind pivot?
Well, a hole punched in the wall would tell me that there was some sort of possibly somebody with what's the word I'm looking for maybe domestic type abuse,
rage.
Yeah,
Tim, you're supposed to finish your sentence. What's happening? You're falling apart at the seams over there, man.
I was waiting for him. I was waiting for him to say that because that's exactly where I was going. Is a domestic spontaneous anger issue where somebody gets mad and just punches the wall in.
And even if it happened 9 months ago and they didn't fix it, or a year ago and they didn't fix it, that tells you a whole other story.
I want to know who did that. Absolutely. Right. So it's
that's a good point. Say, is this new? How long has this been here?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like the Epstein of the music industry. Blech. Hey, Mama Bear. Good morning. Oh, bullhorn. Now I forget what you said.
Right.
How many homes have you patched in the past? Yeah.
Remember, it's an 84-year-old lady who owns that home. So she's not putting her fist through the wall.
Right.
I want to know who it is that did that.
And again, this is a totally hypothetical. I'm just talking about when you're in a space and you walk around a room and you walk in and see something like that, that really does, things that make you go, okay.
Hey, it could be the house cleaner. The house cleaner's in the house and she says, hey, I need you to wash the toilet again, and gets mad and freaking whacks the wall. Yeah, it's just a hypothetical. I mean, we're not pointing at anybody. We're just saying it's important to know how that happened. We know it's not from Nancy. So we want to know who did that.
All right. So let's talk for a little bit about who we think or how we think the offender gained access to the residence. And then later on, we'll talk about how we think Nancy was removed from the residence. Who wants to
bring up
start?
Some of those photos?
Yeah. Are we able to bring up a picture?
Yes, we are.
See, who said we don't know how to do tech?
This is the garage side.
Jinx us. Will. We're already jinxed enough.
This is a great picture, actually.
You guys haven't either.
When we're talking about getting into the house, this is where I think Nancy went in, was to this garage.
Okay, so now we're talking about how they think that she went in.
I think Tommaso pulled up that driveway straight up because if you guys recall, several days later when Annie and Tommaso came back to the home to retrieve some items for themselves or other family members, Tommaso pulled right up. I wish I had a pointer. He pulled right up by that casita off in that little, what looks like.
You know why I never watched Big Brother? Because initially I thought it was fake. Or not, sorry. Initially I thought it was intrusive and weird. And I couldn't imagine a show like that. Like, I'm talking the first one. Or it might have even been MTV The Real World. I thought that was so fucking dumb. But anyway, and then the more that I realized it's scripted and fake and there's already an outcome before it ends, I don't like it. But I don't like movies. I'm not big into shows, sitcoms. I'm just not, I'd rather watch something real, like real. Anyways, that's just me.
It's like a parking square on the right corner, lower corner sort of this image.
So out of the way of the garage. So past the garage into where that casino
that's
is.
where Tommaso parked. So that's where he parked when he showed up that one day. So my guess is he probably...
Like, I feel like people are being punked when they watch things called reality shows because they're the furthest from reality. That was just a theory and a hypothetical, Kels. I don't know why they said that. But anyways, now we're talking about how they gain entry.
Probably pulled up there, did a 3-point turn, turned around, or possibly pulled into the garage next to not into the garage, right outside the garage next to Nancy's car. The reason I say he did not pull into the garage is because one of the only data points we have is that garage door opened and was only open for 2 minutes, and it takes between 11 and 17 seconds to open and 11 and 17 seconds to close. So, that's a quick window for an 84-year-old who has mobility issues and walks with a walker or a cane. So with that being said, I think that's how Nancy got in the house, and according to what Nanos told us in his first press conference, that she was seen into the house, into the residence by family. That's all he told us. But then if we skip to the affidavit with the guy from Hawthorne, Derek Colella, that says that she was last seen inside a residence by family members. So we can safely say...
Hey, Maureen, so from me as a detective or Dick standpoint, those would be follow-up questions that I would absolutely be asking Tommaso on. Where exactly was your vehicle parked at when you opened that overhead garage? I want to know where his vehicle was parked at. A, did you get out of the car? Did you get out? Because I can tell you this from my personal experience. Every time I drop my mother-in-law off, I get out of the car, open the door, escort her out. And because, again, she has mobility issues. So is he just letting her jump out and away she goes into the garage where the blue car is at? I'm assuming
and then he hits the gas and leaves all those big skid marks down the driveway. No, I'm only kidding.
No, but I see what you're talking about. I can see tire tracks on that.
Okay, so what's up, White Lotus? What if Cameron was driving her car and he was the one pulling in the garage? I don't know. I don't know anything about where Cameron was that night. However, if you listened to the interview room last night and they talked about like multiple vehicles being used, think about it this way. What if multiple vehicles were being used, but it wasn't from some junkyard? How many vehicles have we seen pull into Nancy Guthrie's house? Teslas, SUVs, cars. I mean, Annie had 2 different fucking cars that she had pulled out of there in, right? We had Nancy's car. We had an SUV. And then I think Annie was in 2 different sedans. You know what I mean? Yeah, the thing about reality shows with me is that they are intended to be believed as real. And I don't like being duped or lied to. And to me, I took offense to that. And that's why I hate that. And I hate the producers of those stupid shows. I don't want to be duped into thinking something's real that's not. And I think that just, like, okay, if I'm going to get deep about it, I feel like they want to affect society and society's views on things via quote unquote reality shows that are supposed to be real, but they're not. I think they want you to think that certain views and things are more popular than they are, or certain ideas are cool when they're really not cool. Okay? Because let's face it, marrying someone that you don't fucking know and they're fucking everybody else on the panel is really not like a good way to be, right? Hey, Ember.
Surface. I don't know what kind of surface is that.
It looks to me to be decomposed granite, where that's what it looks like. And
it's going to leave, there's going to be an impression.
Right, but I mean, from a detective standpoint, that's the stuff I want to know. So with his interview, if he remained on the scene, or Danny had mentioned we would want him to go in. Well, that's a question. You're either hoping that it was recorded on a body worn camera, or you're going back and that's going to be a follow up question for him when we get into the office.
And that goes to what we talked about before. These are initial.
Wow. MMG says, I'm glad you said that. I work on reality shows for a little while in LA, and they used to do 3 or 4 takes because they didn't get the reaction they wanted. LOL, make that make sense. Well, I mean, look at the freaking Kardashians. Come on.
Questions you're going to ask. Did Nancy always use the garage door? Is her going in the garage on this day a different thing than using the front door? Did she forget her front door keys? That's why she had to use the garage. This is information you need to have.
Absolutely, Will.
And I'm not saying you guys obviously know they're fake, right? And you just use it for entertainment. But there's a lot of people who think the shit's real. Like, they think they're watching a genuine reaction. And that's just what's fucked up to me. You know?
Well, right, 100% Will.
And also, how does she open it? Does she have her own one of those little clickers? Does she keep a bigger clicker in her purse? Does she use the app on her phone? I would say if you were asking me to, if I were placing a bet in Vegas, I'd say Annie and Tommaso and maybe even Savannah, because when she's in town, can open it from an app on their phone.
Right.
But Nancy probably has the older version.
I would agree with Maureen on this, that Nancy probably has an actual clicker, because it would be very hard for someone in the dark to be able to see the keypad, at 84 years old and like hit the right buttons, da-da-da-da-da. I know you would prefer that most of us watch the trash. I get it. But you know what? Real life drama on YouTube is more interesting to me than a bunch of blown up plastic people being fake for a camera and making millions of dollars. That's just where I stand.
Or a code pad on the side of the garage. Those push button code pads.
Yep.
And here's another question I have, and
Michelle.
Maureen, you may know the answer to this. Once inside that garage, there's going to be another door to actually go into the house. Do we know is there a key needed for that lock, or does it lock at all once the garage door is closed and that door is just open? I know in my garage at home, my garage, once you're in the garage, you still need to use a key to get through the door into the main part of the house.
That's lock it. Yeah. So that depends on the number of factors, just like you said. But before I answer that, I just want to go back a little bit to the keypad idea. The keypad's out there. It's a great idea. However, she's old. She's infirmed. I don't see her using a keypad. I see other people.
I see like her daughter, or, like Savannah comes to visit. Oh, she knows the keypad. Like my parents' keypad was their anniversary. So everybody knew it. Everybody could get in and out of the garage at any time, whether my parents were home or not. And it was probably the same for them too. Hey, Debbie, good to see you. Gills. I do want to say I have an idea for our update shows. So I was thinking, when we do these updates and we have multiple segments, that maybe after each segment, I could take like 5 or 6 phone calls and then move into the next segment and then take some phone calls at the end of that segment, just to get your guys' opinion, except not just in chat. So let me know. I'm going to put a poll up. Let me know what you think of that idea.
People using the keypad, the gardeners who come and do such a beautiful job on her garden. But I would say that she would have to have a clicker. It's just so much easier than getting up there in the dark and looking and pressing. I don't know. Call me crazy, but
time
that's what
limit
I think.
for
now,
sure.
when you get in the garage, there's 2 steps to go up into that. Those 2 concrete steps to step into the
Right. Yep.
I have no idea if it was locked. I don't know how she does that. If it's true what we heard from family members, that those back doors are sometimes left open, then I doubt the garage door is locked. But what do I know? We'll find that out hopefully if and when this thing goes to trial.
So we're all pretty firm in our belief that that's how she
guys.
gets into the house at night.
Yes.
According to Tommaso, yeah.
According to the
Tommaso.
information we have.
Right.
So now,
if in fact she did go into the house that night, which I believe she did.
I do too. I believe she did. But whatever you guys think. Now, what do you think about, how do you think the offenders got into the residence?
That's a really good question. Go ahead, Danny.
I think through the rear.
Okay.
Through the rear, but obviously at some point.
Okay, so he thinks that the perpetrator came through the rear. Now, I don't want my mind to go there. It's only Monday.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
Hey, Tammy. Yes, we would have timed calls. It would be quick calls. Think of a radio show and how those calls aren't very long, maybe 30 seconds or a minute. You know what I'm saying? Unless it leads to more, of course. But on average, a few quick calls, get some thoughts out there, bounce ideas off each other. LIZ can drunk call in. I mean, yeah.
They unlock that security door.
Yes.
And so in order to do that, there's got to be a key.
If you're opening it from the exterior, if you're opening it from
Right.
the interior, no, there's the turn. You won't need a key.
Yeah, the turn lock. Right.
Turn lock and even a deadbolt.
Yeah.
I guess.
Deadbolt. Yeah. If it's a security gate, it's got some kind of deadbolt through it. You know what I mean? Not just a handle lock.
So there's a number of different ways to get in this house. I mean, number of different doorways. You can see the front door right there in the center. Off to the left, all the way in that little cutout square in the roof line that you see, that's a patio. And that patio, it's been told to us from neighbors and others that patio is where Nancy used to sit outside and write her journal. On that patio, you have two sliders. You can barely see the left side of the one slider, and we believe that goes into the bedroom. Chris McDonough on the Interview Room did a great episode where he went over all the doorways, focusing primarily on that way into the bedroom there. The other interesting part about that is when the FBI and the prosecutors came to the residence to walk the property, as you guys were talking about doing earlier, they walked from the front door over across to that area, stepped over the pony wall, and then walked into those sliders into Nancy's bedroom. Now, we're standing here looking at that square cutout on the left side of the front of the residence. Now, on the right side of that wall appears to be another set of sliders that goes into what we think is.
And speaking of Nancy's journal, I would love to know if anybody in law enforcement collected Nancy's journal. Oh, damn, Flo coming in hot, all fucking annoyed on this Monday. Shit, Flo.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
She says, to assume one is too old to run an app on the phone is wrong. I don't like it. She's too damn old. She's too damn old. It's 17:50. I'm about to have dinner. Oh, wow. Her journal, dude. Oh, my God, Flo. Thank you so much. You're so funny. She's like, nope, not today. Colleen, be careful out there. Higgsy says, I'm eating my dinner. Make sure I don't get mood. Because people get mood when they eat dinner. You're too damn old, Jay.
Oh my God.
Adrian says, my mama's 63 and better at tech than me. We love you, Flobo.
is the front room or a living area. So if those doors were left open, someone could step over that pony wall and go into either one of those doors.
Yeah.
Why someone would be up at the front door wouldn't make sense to me unless the plan was to take her out that front door. Because if you're going to be able to gain access from that door, the door to her bedroom, go around back to those doors and walk in, or come around to the garage. It's not hard to break into a garage. How many times have we seen that in law enforcement? Right. People are always breaking into garages and stealing bikes.
Or any of the sliders. Any of those sliders are easy to break in.
Exactly, Danny. And you're talking about two sets of sliders on that one side, the one you can see, the one you...
Why do I feel like this perp did not have to break in? 90% of you said yes, you'd love the call-ins. Whoop, whoop. That's awesome. Thank you for voting.
You can't. The door's in the back, the front door, the garage, and every garage has a service door in case the overhead door goes bad. So there's another way of getting in that garage.
There is, yeah.
And the front door to me is interesting as far as not a place to come in, but a place to come out. Because if you pull a car up, almost like where that, is that an FBI vehicle? Maureen, does that looks like an ERT vehicle?
The black one?
Yeah.
I would say yes, because all the sheriff's vehicles were white because they're in the heat, and the Bureau loves black trucks.
If you're looking to get somebody out fast, you pull a van up or a car up or a truck up right to those stairs by that front door, and you zip her straight out. It's a lot easier than trying to navigate all the other doors.
Well, yeah, definitely. I think she was brought out the front, right? I mean, yeah, I don't think he had to break in either, Adrian. I was listening to live. Tiffany Marie was in. Oh my God, you forgot to bring up Petty Amy. Do you remember that? No, I don't. I don't think this person had to break in. But it was interesting to hear Chris McDonough say that this was a lot closer than he envisioned.
In the knee walls.
For sure.
I'd like to know, why is there no video of the arrival of Nancy with Tommaso to the house?
There may be, and they just haven't.
Yeah,
Maybe they just.
I'm
they're
kind
probably-
of thinking they haven't released all the information, all the videos and pictures. I mean, let's face it, the only picture they released to us was the one picture of Porch Guy and the one back in, the one in January beforehand.
Right. Where's the footage of her coming home that night? Why haven't they shown us that? What would be a reason for not showing us that? I mean, how does that video of her coming home hurt us knowing? You know what I'm saying? Hey, True Crime and other stuff. Good to see you. I hope you had a good weekend. Hey, Stacy.
So, like the dry run picture, I'm quite sure that they have a lot more footage that they're holding on to that they haven't released.
For
so
sure.
Another point of that is you can see at the front door. That's not the door. Where that you see that agent standing. That's not where the door is. The door's behind him a few feet. So it's kind of like if the camera's mounted, mounted on the doorbell.
Like a vestibule, yeah.
Right. Yeah,
that's the front of it. Yeah, it's a vestibule. Yeah.
Right.
I don't think that camera. I don't think that camera's going to pick up Tommaso bringing her in the side. I think that side drive there. Yes. I don't think you're not going to trigger that camera.
No,
not at all. More than likely, when he dropped her off, he's not pulling through that horseshoe. He's pulling into that straight
to the
driveway, right up to the garage door.
Right.
Yeah.
And then pulling out probably the same way. But getting back to what you said, Danny, about the vestibule.
So that probably makes the most sense to me, is that when Tommaso dropped her off, he pulled in here, probably dropped her off. She probably maybe used a clicker, opened the door, went in, hit the thing again to close it, and then went inside. I would like to know what Tommaso meant when he said he saw her, or I can't say he said that. Nanos told us that a reporter asked, did the family member who dropped her off see her in the home? His answer was yes. So what does that mean exactly? I mean, that could mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. Mary J. Blige doesn't think she made it home. And I think if they showed her making it home, it might take some of the heat off Tommaso. Because if people don't believe she made it home, then they're going to be looking at him. But if they see she made it home safe and sound and something else happened after he left, there we go, right? Her Apple Watch, Army vet. However, just because her devices made it home doesn't mean she did. Think about that. Someone could take my phone right now and go put it at a park somewhere near me. And people may think I'm at that park, but I'm really not. And then they might bring that phone back to my house and be like, she's home now. But then I'm not there. Right? But my phone and my watch are here. But was her pacemaker there? Well, that's the thing. The pacemaker was connected to the phone, right? The pacemaker wasn't connected to the home. Now, when my dad synced his pacemaker back in the day, he used a home phone. No, I don't think there was any monitor in the home. No. This is just an app, and you don't have to use it. You can just have a pacemaker and not even fuck with the app. Okay? So the pacemaker's connected to the phone, which is why they were trying to use the signal sniffer to pick up a Bluetooth from the thing, right? So nothing was connected to the home. It was connected to her devices. So her watch disconnected from the pacemaker. Either her phone or her watch. I don't think it was the watch. I don't know. There was a time where it did disconnect from the phone. Exactly, Ark. That's the big bing bong of it, right? Is that Nancy wouldn't have to be alive. Whoops. Nancy wouldn't have to be alive for the pacemaker to show that it's connected. I don't think she had a smart home. Not that we've heard. But think about it. She could be alive or dead, and her phone or watch would still connect to the pacemaker. Yep, that was how my dad did it, Flo. So I don't know.
Those looked like they were 12 by 12 tiles. So I don't know if you count how many they were. It's probably a good 12 feet between the sidewalk to the door. I mean, it's,
So how do you guys think they got in? What's your guess at just with, like we have no inside information, but just looking at this and based on experience, how would you say these guys got in?
That back door, the back area where that grass is at in that first picture. I'm saying because it's secluded. You can't really see anything. You go over that through that gate. So if Danny, can you go back to that first picture? Yeah.
Right, this one here?
Yeah, I think that's how they're getting in.
So you know what I would really like to know is when is the last contact someone had with Nancy? Have we ever heard that besides, she was at her daughter and son-in-law's? We know that her friends were over Friday night. Who's the last person to see her alive? Was it Tommaso? Who talked to her? Who's the last person she talked to on the phone? When's the last time Savannah talked to her on the phone? Did anybody talk to her or see her Saturday? The Uber driver. Who's the Uber driver? You know what I'm saying? Did anybody talk to her on the phone Saturday? Who called the Uber? We don't know any of these things. We truly don't know. We just know she was supposedly picked up at 5:30ish by an Uber. And Nanos says they talked to the Uber. I think we also heard that there was video and audio in the Uber car. But we've never heard what that consists of. So Belinda Buckner, there's no confirmation except what the family said. We know the friends saw her Friday evening and they said, we'll see you Sunday for church. And that's pretty much all we know, is that she told her friends Friday she was going over to her daughter's for dinner the next day. We just don't know.
Where that little canopy is.
Yep, that's where the doors that were propped open.
Those right, those are the doors that propped open. I think that's the way in. It's secluded. Look, you can't see nothing from back there.
And the blue door is the one you were talking about, Will. That's the pass-through door into the garage.
The service door.
Or the service door for one of you guys, yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Will? Where do you think they entered?
I think the best place of cover is through the back. That's your best place of cover. But they could also use those sliders.
This guy cracks me up with his curtain. He's funny.
And he said they're not hard to break into those sliding doors, especially if she doesn't lock them. I mean, if you test them, they're not locked. You have the best cover in the back.
Well, like
the side
hearing
sliders.
She's not. You can make noise and she's not going to hear it.
Right, she's not going to hear anything. And that's the thing, Will, is Danny, you had pointed out, is those slider doors. If they haven't updated those slider doors, and those are the same doors that have been with the house since she's been in there since the late 70s, early 80s,
78 or something.
Like that,
You know the functionality of those 1970 slider patio doors. They're.
I just don't think anybody broke in. So, are you guys cool if we move on to the next video they did, which is really interesting? Derek Kalila, he's got a court hearing coming up. I think January 2nd, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure that's the date. This is wild. He's taken a deal. Okay, you guys remember Derek Kalila? Maybe I should give you guys a little refresher on who Derek Kalila is. This is my video. Let's see what we've got on here. July 23rd. Thank you. You can literally hear every noise. So I just want you to know it's not me. Wait, hold on. The number assigned to them by their wireless carrier. The criminal complaint after we found out about Kalila sending the fake ransom and all of that. But here we go. So Annie and Tomasi received a text from the number 760-209-0552 stating, quote, "Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction." AC and TC received these texts while in Arizona. Law enforcement was able to determine through open source methods that the 0552 number was associated with a voice over internet protocol, which is VoIP text and call application that allows users to obtain another phone number, kind of like a Google Voice, for their mobile device, separate from the number assigned to them by their wireless carrier. Law enforcement submitted an emergency disclosure request for the 0552 number. Based on records provided for the 0552 number was registered to the following email address. What a fucking idiot. DerekKalela@gmail.com. He literally set up the email or he set up the Google Voice with his own email with his name in it. They didn't even have to Google the number. The email attached to the phone number is his own name. The records also indicated that the 0552 number had been accessed from the following IP address. They have his IP at 6:02 p.m. on February 4th, 2026. Law enforcement submitted an emergency disclosure request to the internet provider for the 103 IP address and determined that the 103 IP address was associated with his residence in California. We already did, Robot. If you guys find a picture of him, let me know. I didn't find a picture. After Miranda warnings, oh my God, Kalila, hold on, look what just drove by. Picture. Look at the top left. After Miranda warnings, what kind of car is that? Is that a freaking Terrence? You might want to, you might want to get help. Anyways, is that a Kia Soul that just drove by? I just noticed that. Like, I was like, what? Oh. I didn't find a picture. After Miranda warnings, Kalila admitted to sending the text. So literally, I'm reading this and we're watching JLR at the same time. What an idiot. He admitted to using the voice over IP account from which 2 actual text messages came from. Kalila stated that he pulled family information from a cyber website. And that he had been following along and watching TV. When he said he sent the text messages, he was trying to see if the family would respond. Okay, let's stop there first. Hey, Mr. Bright. Yep, it looks like a new Kia Soul. I knew it. Second, let's stop there for a second. Do you guys believe that this guy did this just to see if the family would respond? Does that sound believable? A 9-second phone call. Let me pause it. Does that sound believable right now after all this time that this guy would just reach out to them just to see what they'd say? Oh, I just wanted to see what they'd say. I just wanted to see if they'd respond. Come on. Good morning, Miss Chloe. Believable? You guys are all like, nope. You're not going to go through all that trouble. Bye, dreams. Crossbody says possibly some people are really stupid. But if you take into consideration that he's in the LA music scene, watch. Derek Kalila. There's a picture of him on stage. Right here. Right here. Look at this photo. Look at his fucking eyes. That's him there too. Oh my God. It's just too much. Penny says, who would do that? Carrie says, sure, Jan. He actually committed, like, what do you call it? Unemployment fraud, I think, during COVID. Oh, my God. Where's Brian Guthrie? We need Guthrie. Where is he? Where's James?
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
Hi, sweets. Good to see you here. Welcome in. Don't you think it's weird? That, you know, and then you got Tomas. Look at his eyes. They're like rolled back in his effing head. That's weird. Duhash. Okay, let's go back to this. A 9-second phone call. Who answered it? What was said? I mean, I'm looking at the timer on my OBS right now, and I'm going to sit silent for 9 seconds. Ready? Go. That was 9 seconds. It sped up so it wasn't. Thank you, Teresa T, for 5 months. I came to party. Where the hell is James?
Dad, will you take you over to the Nancy's?
Thank you for 5 months.
Only Annie and Tommaso.
Only them. Why only them? Data received shows that approximately 3 minutes after the text messages, Kalila called a family member of NG, which lasted 9 seconds. The 2 text messages have not been linked to the February 2nd, 2026 ransom demand. What a moron. How did he get their cell numbers, like, online then? Okay. So my question is, why would this guy contact Annie and Tommaso? Why Annie and Tommaso? If he's looking for a payday, wouldn't it be a hell of a lot easier to contact Savannah? I mean, you could literally send something to NBC. She'd be sure to get it. I'm sure that Savannah has a, assistant or a manager or something. He could get to Savannah very easily. She's a public figure, so why didn't he? Right? Why didn't he? Okay, so this is the guy we're talking about here. Okay. Sorry. No, that's not where we're talking about. We're talking about shit. Where'd it go? Derek Kalila's court hearing coming up in July because he's now taken a deal. He initially pled not guilty, and now he is taking a deal with the feds. Maureen said the porch guy looked high. Yes, she said he looked like he had
just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
That's what she said. Might have been easier to get their phone numbers. That's a fair argument. Why didn't he? There's a few curious questions, too, that the interview room brought up last night about this guy. Okay, so we're going to move into this.
I'm retired.
This same show with Maureen and these guys, the Big City Crime. And they're going to talk about Derek Kalila. This aired 23 hours ago. 23 hours ago. It's hot off the press.
I, along with Will, Tim, and Maureen, want to talk about where did Nancy go? When she was taken from that house, where did she go? Did they take her to the Mexican border? Did they take her to the Indian reservation? There's a lot of talk out there right now on that. Or did she remain close to home? In this episode, we're going to discuss it. We're going to break it down. We're going to give you our opinions.
We're going to talk now. So we talked about the car pulling up right there. But now I want to talk about where did the car go? Because all of us know it's a lot easier to find a vehicle, than it is to find a body. So where did this car go? And how come they weren't able to, the FBI's CAST team, which is the analysis team, how come they weren't able to find a vehicle? My thought is maybe the vehicle didn't go far at all. Maybe they have a cooling off place. Maybe the vehicle only went down you know, 2 or 3 blocks and then got into a cold car or something along those lines. Someone was out of town. They knew it. They put the.
So she's talking about multiple cars here too. Stacy, I heard the craziest thing. A neighbor on the Crime Radar app, deputies found 2 males with backpacks hiding in the bushes a street over from Nancy's. Where'd you see that, Stace? Really, Lisa K? Vanilla extract. I want to know where the cell phone was calling from when Kalila made the call. He was in California, I believe.
The hot car in the garage and then took a cold car, that whatever. But that's a lot of moving parts. It's a lot of moving parts. And then there's all this talk about, did it go through an Indian reservation or did it go through Mexico? So if we could, guys, I'd like to talk just for a little bit about how you think Nancy got from wherever she is now, from this house to wherever she is now. And what are your thoughts about the Indian reservation and crossing the border into Mexico?
Well, again, I think we had talked on this. So if you're leaving the house and you're driving in a vehicle, the risk potential goes up dramatically. Now you got an incapacitated 85-year-old woman that's bleeding in the car. How are you going to explain that if you get stopped by the police?
And bleeding presumably from her face.
Right. I mean, guys, we've all been through this. You plan something.
I mean, that's a good point, right? Whoever put her in a car, she bled in there.
You're going to have a plan. What's the plan? It's okay. Here, you got the 85-year-old lady. What do you do with her now? They had to have had a plan, and the plan is, like Maureen, you said, is they're taking her to a house, and I think the house is close, or a location close, whether it's a storage facility, a storage garage, a mechanic shop. They're not driving an hour and a half to the freaking Mexican border or going into an Indian reservation. Again, who's in the Indian reservation? Law enforcement. They have their own law enforcement.
Yeah, I think, Scooter, that you're going to agree with them on this.
Yeah, but they could pay someone off to let them hang out or chill out.
But now there's someone else that knows.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Now you're expanding the thing. Now, I firmly believe, my belief, in my opinion only, is she goes out that front door immediately into a vehicle and she's taken away. Danny, can you bring that picture up again that shows like the roads, the overhead?
With the blue dot on it?
With the blue dot, right.
Yep. Look at all that open.
So here, look at all that open area. But the thing is, there's not 15 avenues into that neighborhood.
Right.
There's one or
But if they didn't put her in a trunk and she's in the back seats, you're screwed.
drags, and they have to leave, unless they're going, it's like you said, unless they're staying in that neighborhood or they're really close by.
That's what I think. I don't think she goes far from there at all.
Crazy that you're not picking up any vehicle on license plate reader or any of the other surveillance.
Bananas. It's bananas that they're not picking up a vehicle.
And I had a couple of theories.
Okay.
I had a couple of theories on when we talk about a vehicle being pulled up in front of the house like that, like or in the circular drive, thrown in, boom, gone. Why don't we have tire impressions? One possible answer is that is exactly how the police cars pulled up and all the other cars pulled up when they initially got on scene. That could be where, that's because you're going to go to the front door and you're going to knock on the front door. So they're.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, hey, Auntie Cheryl, happy Monday. That's a good point. Why didn't the cops park in the road and walk up? I think that's one thing, especially when there's a missing person. You don't know that they've wandered away on their own. I mean, maybe 84 you might assume, but you can never assume. So why not park in the fucking street and walk up to the house? We had all those vehicles all over that driveway.
There could be 15 different kind of tire tracks there. That it could be that they were, so you couldn't pull them. Maureen, you're the expert on the evidence. What do you think?
Well, I think you have a couple of really good points. And my contact says that, so my contact, the person I texted is Brian Enton, because he practically lived outside that house for a few months. And he said it's like a gravel. It's like little rocks. So from a person who did a lot of tire impressions in my career with the evidence response team and someone who taught the team how to do it, gravel is not a great surface to develop tire impressions anyway. However, that being said, there's all kinds of information you can get. I don't know if he means actually gravel, because the decomposed granite, you can get a lot of information from. And you could still get information regarding what's in the tires, any anomalies that might be in a tire tread, and what the tread looks like, et cetera. So I'd have to actually look at the substrate to get an idea of what can and cannot be pulled from that driveway. But I agree with you. I think, whatever
I think they could have figured out, if they hadn't driven over it, like what cars, like weight-wise, left marks on her gravel, right? Because different weights are going to leave different indentions. I just feel like there could be like some kind of science to that. But if it was already driven over, it's a moot point.
The plan was, what was the plan? What do you guys think the plan was? Do you think it was, I agree with Dr. Gary Bricado. I think it was an elimination murder. I just think that's what it was.
I do too.
Disguise to put, because.
Go ahead, Maury.
No, you go, Dan.
Wait, what's an elimination murder? Dr. Gary Bricado thinks it was let's see what that means. What is an elimination murder? An elimination murder is a crime where a perpetrator kills a victim pragmatically, viewing them not with personal hatred, but simply as a burdensome obstacle, standing in the way of something the killer wants, such as money, freedom, or an entirely new life. So it's not personal hatred, but they're a burden. They're an obstacle, standing in the way of something that someone wants. Interesting.
Disguise to put, because.
Go ahead, Maury.
No, you go, Dan.
To make her go away for whatever reason.
I don't know the reason.
Yeah, we don't know the reason. But I
we
know
may
what
never,
I'd be looking at.
We may never know the reason. I mean, maybe it was something, a TV, a documentary or investigative piece that Savannah did. Maybe it had something to do with.
Please hit the like button, guys. Thank you, Leo, for the reminder.
The brother that was in the military. I mean, what do we know about his military background? Did he work someplace that we don't know about? Was he in intel?
He was an F-16
fighter pilot. F-16 fighter pilot. Yeah. Tim, good, interesting point that you bring that up, because we can go back to that BBC interview that Nancy or that Savannah did, when she pretty much blamed herself.
Yeah.
Like she made a comment saying, "I brought this to my mom's door." Now, why would she say that? Could it be that she was worried that her celebrity had something to do with this, or that maybe the fact that she's amassed a little bit of money, that she'd be the target? We take your mom because we know you got some money. I mean, that's an interesting statement to make, and that's a lot of guilt to have to carry.
I know. I feel terrible for her carrying that guilt.
Yeah.
But she did, her producers talked her into having her mom on a show on a number of occasions, and her mom had the show in her bedroom, showing them how she made a bed like a military mom, and taught the kids that, and then other ones where she's in the kitchen, and then their favorite Mexican restaurant nearby, and gave up a lot of information on where the mom lives and how she lives. Wow. And that she's alone. So that's I think
Lisa,
where that comes from. And it's just like her producers trying to get her to do something because they think it'll be adorable.
But we got to remember too that Nancy did that piece in her bedroom so long ago. Wasn't that like the early 2000s? Like 20 some years ago she did that? I mean, they recently did do the homecoming, but I feel like the homecoming would be more personal for someone in Tucson who maybe didn't get to be as successful as Savannah. I.e., maybe her sister. Mr. Bright says, I don't think they needed to go that deep because they already know what happened. They're just covering it up. It's got to be something political or government associated to be this closed off and bizarre. Then we have the senator involvement. Savannah called the senator. It was 2013. Thank you, Lazy. Hey, Melanie. I don't know. It's just something weird. Like, let me ask you this. And this is no shade on Savannah. But let's say she thought it was her sister and her sister's husband could have possibly done something. Okay, let's just say, for hypotheticals, do we think that Savannah would think about what that would do to her career first and foremost. What would that do to her career? Like, let's say we're Savannah. Thank you, Danish. I'll read your super chat in a second. Thank you. What would that do to her career? Let's say it came out that her brother-in-law concocted this plan. Let's just say for shits and giggles. What would that do to her career? Would it ruin her career? Would it take the focus off Savannah as a person, and she would be forever known as Savannah, whose mother was killed by her brother-in-law? You think she'd be more sympathetic? You think she would be like, no, I gotta out this? I don't know. I don't hate tits. I don't think it would do anything to her career with her not being involved. It wouldn't ruin her. It'd make people love her more. She'd get pity. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Danish girl, I can't understand why LE doesn't allow Texas EquiSearch to look at the area. Pff. Good question. Thank you for your Danish super chat. But does she want crime shows? Does she want that shit? She's all about family and morning shows and fucking Wordle. But she don't seem like she likes to go to dark places. But don't you think it's interesting? She was getting ready to go to the Olympics. This shiz started happening around Christmas. The dog dies. The dry run. Right, but up until now, Auntie Cheryl, she didn't have a choice. She had to make those choices. But if she knows something now that she doesn't know, that she didn't know then, I don't know. I mean, things have been covered up before. I mean, we had rednecks in Kentucky covering up the fact for decades that they were exchanging sexual favors from female inmates in exchange for the cost of their tether. So it's silly to think that things can't be covered up. I don't know. She wasn't around all the time to know what exactly the interactions between her mother and A&T. Right, but at this point, wouldn't you dig into those interactions? It's been February, March, April, May, June, July. It's going on 5 months. Chloe, she might not have wanted to leave. And then we have Tommaso scrubbed. I don't know. There's just a lot that's just not adding up. Okay, let's keep going with Derek Kalila. Because if we take Derek Kalila's deal that he's going to make in July with the feds, and it's sealed, what would be the reason for them to seal it if they do? Now, if it's wide ass open, then I'll be like, okay, he's probably not involved. No, her divorce was not public. She actually chooses not to speak about it. She said it was so traumatic that she won't even speak on it. Like, oh my God. Nothing negative. It's all a fluffy fake. That's all it is with these people.
Oh my God.
But if we go back to Kalila, if they keep it wide open, I'll be like, okay, he's probably just, got in trouble, got caught. But if they seal it, it could mean more. Kelly Mack, happy Monday, Jay and everybody. If blue collars and cover up certainly are a hobby, the professional fixer could cover it up easily once you throw in money in politics. It's true. Because that web is smaller than we think. No, I'm saying after he makes the deal. If his plea deal is sealed, I feel like there's more to him. You know what I mean? Absolutely, Leo.
When in reality, you're putting people in harm's way.
Right. When you're a public facing figure like that, you have to be very protective of releasing too much information. And again, like I said, we may never know what the motive or what the reason why this was.
Right.
We
Yeah,
have to
you're right.
consider everything. Like I say all the time, it's possible, but my opinion, that scenario is not probable.
Okay.
I
so you don't think this is a snatch? This isn't a snatch for Ransom, in your opinion?
I don't believe so. No. No, I think it's elimination for money.
Oh, he said it. He fucking said it. Who else would get money other than family?
Bing bang.
Whoa. He said, I think it's an elimination for money. I have goosebumps. They're like, oh, you don't think this is a snatch for ransom? Nope. I think this is an elimination for money.
For ransom, in your opinion?
I don't believe so, no. No, I think it's elimination for money.
When you're trying to get a ransom, the last thing you want is everyone on earth watching you. And that's these ransom requests came through TMZ, which means what? Everyone and their brother's going to know, including law enforcement. Normally, you only have to worry about the family calling law enforcement. Like, don't call anyone.
Right.
There's a letter there on the table. Hey, this is what we need. This is what you have to do.
Immediately.
Or something. Yeah. Do it immediately, if not sooner.
Right.
So the ransom's a red herring.
My personal opinion is...
He says, so the ransom's a red herring. No, I'm not saying his case is sealed right now, you guys. It's not. We just read his criminal complaint. Criminal complaint. I'm saying his plea deal, if it's sealed, it's sus.
Is that ransom was after the fact that she was deceased, and they had to just come up with that for that reason.
Because they knew she wasn't.
Let's talk about something as far as that goes. Say we go with Dr. Gary Mercado said, and this is an elimination murder. Are you looking to disappear someone, or are you looking to kill somebody? Because it's two different things. Because Danny, to your point, if you're talking about financial, if you're trying to collect insurance or settle an estate, the dead person has to be dead. And for it to be financially a financial thing, you want that person dead, not missing, because, and we researched this a little bit, there's laws in place in the state of Arizona as to when a person who is missing is declared dead. And there's two avenues. The one avenue is 5 years of no contact whatsoever. You can make a declaration.
5 or
but
7
the other one
in
is
some places, yeah.
It's 7 in some, but in Arizona, I believe it's 5.
Yeah.
And the second part of that is, can you show something that would say there's no way this person could have survived? And when we're talking about, Maureen, you know this more than anybody else, a plane crash, a natural disaster where somebody's swept away by something like that. Now you can bring evidence in to say there's no way this person's alive, and you don't have to wait the 5 years.
Right.
But either avenue you go, you have to prove a death for that to be a financial, for you to benefit financially. If in fact you're one of the people that does benefit financially.
Right. Or it could be someone that had a grudge against someone in the family and knew that, I mean, it was obvious to anyone that saw Nancy and Savannah together that Savannah adored her mom and her mom adored her. So if someone wanted to hurt Savannah, or, who knows?
But then we get into the thing.
I don't know if I get down with that one. What do you guys feel about that theory? Someone wanted to hurt Savannah. It kind of hits me like John Ramsey saying, someone at work was jealous of me, so they broke into my house, waited for us to get home, sexually abused my daughter with a garrote, and then killed her because they hate me. Because they're jealous of me. I don't know. If you wanted to hurt Savannah, you could do something different. And like Savannah was way far away too, Whoops. Yeah, Shortcake. That's not being an asshole. It's true. It's definitely true.
Things where Savannah and the family go on TV and they believe 2 of those ransom notes are legit. What I don't know is, why do they think that?
Law enforcement or, someone or the PIO or whoever assigned to the family probably told her that they thought those 2 could be legitimate. Because if you recall early on, they were talking about one of them having information that only someone that could have been in the house would have had. And it had to do with the location of the Apple Watch, which had to be in a weird spot for that to be that definitive. Like, it certainly wasn't on her nightstand, because any of us could say, yeah, it was probably on her nightstand or on the counter in the bathroom. No, it had to be. They had to find it in some place, like someone ripped it off and threw it down, and it went under the dresser, or it landed in the kitchen on the floor by the.
But Savannah interviewed Epstein survivors in 2019. So why would they just now in 2026 be like, bitch, you're not interviewing survivors. You did it 6 years ago. It doesn't make sense.
The microwave, something very specific.
Yeah, and we don't know.
No, we do not know.
No, very, very interesting theories. And again, like we talked about in the beginning.
But when you say psychopaths walk among us, and you think about this being random, if you watch Chris McDonough last night when him and Karen drove through, you see that there's like a lot of houses a random person could have picked. You know what I mean? So for it to be just random, it doesn't track with me either.
We don't know anything more than what we're speculating on or what's available through public information that's already been released. I think there's a hell of a lot more out there that nobody knows about yet, except the people that need to know about it at this point.
And I'm glad for that. I'm
Me too.
Yes, I'm glad that stuff isn't leaking out, because this case reminds me of the Koberger case. That's what I'm hoping for, that it's going to be something like Koberger, where they've got the whole case locked and loaded, and then they're just ready to drop the hammer. Or
I think so. I do. I before I've said that, who knows, they may not have anything, but I'm believing more and more they're locked in on somebody, and it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Well, that reminds me of that the dentist from Toledo, or the dentist from Chicago that murdered his wife and her new husband in Toledo.
The Pepes, yeah.
The police department, or Columbus, not Toledo. I'm sorry, Columbus. The police department did a wonderful job of saying, listen, we're hoping for the best. We don't have a lot. They knew who it was from the start. Tracked them all the way back to Chicago. Ended up locking them up. Hopefully, we're dealing with something like that here.
But
yeah, and isn't it weird that she confronted Trump in that way, and Trump was like, we're gonna do everything we can, and then it was just like, what happened to that? Right? You're right, Chesters. The files.
can see in that investigation, and that's a very good point, Will, we can see with what's come out now, how difficult it was to really pinpoint all these different chunks of evidence to get.
Hello, Miss Buchanan.
Get them all to line up perfectly. It takes a long time to do that. So I think even though law enforcement were inherently very impatient when it comes to so many things, in something like this, we understand the process and how sometimes you can run into big hiccups, big challenges, and you just have to just pray sometimes.
Regardless of how we feel about things, is this a ransom or is this an elimination murder? It ain't random.
No.
Right, but if this person wanted Auntie Cheryl, if this person wanted attention, like Hinckley, why would he hide himself? Right? Like a true psychopath would not be like all geared up. I mean, they would be, but in that sense, where they're stalking and obsessed and all that, I don't know. I think that somebody who stalked Savannah, was obsessed with her and wanted to hurt her, would not just go away. I don't think they would just go away. I think you'd be hearing more from them.
No. This isn't accidental. They don't just wander on Nancy Guthrie's property and say, let's take this lady or let's go this lady.
No.
This is a thought out plan.
Well,
yeah,
it is.
It's planned.
But I don't think it went far from home, because I think if we talked about having a plan and having a plan B. If my plan B was take her onto that Indian reservation, she's not leaving the Indian reservation as far as I'm concerned. I would take her out someplace and that would be the end of that. But then again, you got a whole nother group of people that know you're in there, know you're doing something, and they can use that when they get jammed up to say, hey, I've got an ace here in my deck, and I've got some information about that lady that went missing in Tucson.
I think a thing that's going to be interesting is going to come next week when Derek Colella enters his. Supposedly he's offered he notified the court that he's changing his plea. So that's going to be
huge.
Oh,
that's going to be
if he cops out.
That's going to be an interesting
23rd. If he cops out on the 23rd of June at that hearing and he enters a plea of guilty and the judge has a finding guilty and does his allocution and all that stuff, now he's convicted. Yeah, now he can make a deal. Now you can use him if in fact he is making a deal. But it's curious that now I'm going to change my plea. That just accelerates the case being adjudicated, and where he can now be used as a witness if in fact he is.
Which would go back to what Maureen was saying about no different than the Kohlberger cases. Maybe the Dixon and FBI and this case are waiting to tie some loose ends up with some electronic devices or maybe
phone calls.
And are waiting.
I've thought for the longest it was strange to me that they actually brought him to Arizona, Colella.
Yeah, he's extradited.
Yeah, and housed him. Well, I guess he's on a bracelet now, right?
Yeah, he's been on a bracelet, yeah.
Maureen, answer this question for me.
Is it June 23rd, tomorrow? Or July. Right, Mr. Bright. Or why wouldn't they target her children or something? You know? God forbid she's shown her children enough on TV and her husband.
If he
It's freaking tomorrow.
transmits this threat in California to Arizona, obviously making it now you're federal, now you get the federal aspect to it.
Yep.
Where's the offense? Is the offense in California?
Well,
and if so, why did they bring him to Tucson?
Well, they brought him to Tucson because the case is in Tucson and it's being worked by the AUSA there and the whole team. And honestly, I think they just wanted to keep it close to the task force. If there's any way they're going to use this guy, he should be close to the task force working this case, I think.
Is that the same district? Is the U.S. Attorney out of the same district as California and Arizona, or is it different?
No, totally different. This would be the Ninth Circuit. He's in the Ninth Circuit in California in Hawthorne. Colella is. So in Arizona, that's a totally different district. I also, and isn't it true that if he, for our listeners, you can imagine people being on the stand, a witness, and someone saying, "Has the prosecution offered you anything?" And you say, "No, no, no." That's the kind of stuff that's why there's this separation that Will was talking about, because you can't promise him anything until the case, till his case is adjudicated.
You can't use him.
Well, no, it was July 2nd. Now he's made a plea deal and they've pushed it to June 23rd. Whoops. He made a deal. His initial, when he pled not guilty, was July 2nd.
Well, I think it's important for our viewers for you to repeat what you talked about. It's a huge point, and it's coming up.
So we're talking about Colella. Colella gets arrested for doing the phony ransom thing, right? If Colella has information, if it has been established, and I think it has been established that there's a link between several parties involved in this, if that's true, and this Colella now has information, if he's trying to go out on the side and make a few bucks with this phony ransom thing, he decides to make this deal. If he is awaiting trial, and he is a co-defendant on a case, that co-defendant cannot provide testimony against another co-defendant on the same crime until his part of that is adjudicated. What I mean is...
Whoa, so they have to settle this before they can do... Holy shit, okay.
If he goes in on the 23rd and he pleads guilty to these two federal charges that he's charged with, and then he gets a sentence, it's done. You have to wait. In Illinois, I don't know what it is in the federal system is. If you cop a plea in Illinois and a judge accepts the plea and you take the sentence, you got 30 days to change your mind. So if that's kind of the same in the federal system, once the 30 days is done, now it's adjudicated. He didn't change his mind. He kept his plea. Now it's adjudicated.
And that could be the final piece of the puzzle that we've all been waiting for.
So be. July 23rd, July 24th, maybe something pops.
I wish I could go.
Hopefully.
June coming up.
Wait, they're confusing me. They're like June, July 23rd, 24th. Now he's like June coming up. What the fuck? Hang on. Let me figure this out. June 23rd. Right here. According to K-Gun News. Right here, we have a new trial date for man charged with demanding ransom in Guthrie case. A new trial date has been set for a California man. 42-year-old Derek Kalila is charged with transmitting a demand for ransom in interstate commerce without disclosing his identity, utilizing telecommunications with intent to abuse, threaten, or harass a person. His trial will take... What? Wait a second. What's the date on this? Oh shit, this is old. Okay, so what is the new one? Because that's when his trial was supposed to start, you guys, was tomorrow. So the new date is the 2nd? July 2nd? Same day as Alex? Okay.
Yep.
But 30 days after that, if he takes it.
I wish I could go to that hearing.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall, right?
Someone needs to go to that hearing in Tucson. Hey, Dental.
That's going to be real quick. Do you accept your plea?
If he is connected, right now there's some super tight sphincters right now.
You're not kidding.
He said there's... Oh, shit. I need that as a soundbite. Let me slow that down. This guy's funny.
I'll listen. Fly on the wall, right? Puzzle that we've all been waiting for.
So July 23rd, July 24th, maybe something pops.
I wish I could go.
Hopefully.
June coming up.
Yeah.
But 30 days after that, if he takes it.
Yeah. I wish I could go to that hearing.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall, right?
That's going to be real quick. Do you accept your plea?
If he is connected right now, there's some super tight sphincters right now.
You're not kidding.
Yeah.
How do they keep a straight face? How do they do it? I fucking love it. If he's involved. They all kept a straight face.
Do you accept your plea?
If he is connected right now, there's some super tight sphincters right now.
You're not kidding.
There's
factor.
Goldilocks moment going on.
Although it would be a very quick hearing, it would be interesting to see who else was in the courtroom and what agencies they were with. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
good point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be more media in the courtroom than there is anybody.
I hope there's media in that courtroom.
Yeah.
And we don't trust freaking KVOA to be there and report the facts, right?
Allowed. I don't know if they allowed in the last one on this preliminary. Did they allow press?
I didn't see any, and I didn't hear of anyone that was in there. But like for that Nick Reiner case, I was in the courtroom for his stuff, and I was one of the few people that could see his face from where we were all seated because I had I thought this is the worst seat. I'm not going to be able to see anything. Then he walks in and sits down. And
this episode is a day ago. So he's going to be in court July 2nd. Gotcha.
It was so crazy. It was like a perfect line of sight right to his face. It was nuts. But
interesting. That's going to be interesting on the 23rd. That is going to be some.
They keep saying the 23rd. What the fuck?
We'll have something to say about that as soon as that's done for sure.
Yeah, it sounds like it to me.
Some stuff.
Anybody else have anything more to say out to our audience?
No.
Nope, I'm good.
If you guys like the show, subscribe and hit the thumbs up button.
Yeah, we can probably say that. I'm good.
If you guys like the show, subscribe and hit the thumbs up button.
Yeah.
I like this guy. I like all of these guys, and I love Maureen. Can we get? Hey, if you guys like Maureen, hit the like button. Let's get the likes up.
If you guys like the show, subscribe and hit the thumbs up button.
Yeah, we can
probably
say that. Thumbs up, please.
Yes, thumbs up, subscribe, and share. And to all our...
Who do you think would benefit from it, Mr. Bright? He says, I don't think A&T would do it for money, knowing their sister... Oh, we got a cooter chat.
We should do a podcast of us drinking and laughing. People would love us. Red heart emoji, starstruck emoji, 2 hearts emoji, smiling face with hearts emoji, rocket emoji, blue heart emoji, purple heart emoji.
Thank you so much, Wine Girl. I don't know who you are because I never see you in the chat, but thank you for the cooter chat. And I would have to know who you are to do a podcast and drink with you. But thank you so much for the cooter chat and the support and all the hearts and love. Thank you. Thank you. You love the cooter chat guy. You guys can send your own cooter chat as well. Let me put it in. I'll pin it for you guys if you want to send a cooter chat. The tight butt.
all of those subscribe and share. And to all our all of those who have actually become members to our channel, we thank you so much. We are going to make it good for you very soon. We're going to come up with something, a way.
We love you guys. Okay. So we still don't know what date it is. 1 day ago. Everybody's reporting. Oh, here we go. JLR. Okay. I got something here. Hold on. Adrian must have left us to go to bed. So Adrian posted on X. Derek Kalila was due in court June 23rd. But according to the complaint, he's now due back in court July 2nd for a change of plea. And she's got the thing right here. Thank you, Adrian. Yo, Adrian. Hey, Renee Smith. Good to see you. Can we get a Queen E2 emoji? What does that mean? What's that? I'll do whatever you guys want. What emoji do you want? Here's Derek at court when he left court. Oh, Queen Elizabeth II for cooter chats? Crochet, come on. We know what sphincter he was talking about. If the DNA comes back before the 30 days is up and the DNA matches Derek G. I didn't even think of that, David Knight. David Knight. Wow. Monk's intrigue was interesting with the sketch. It looks like tomato. So we'll keep our eye open for that. That's right around the freaking corner, as well as Alex. And I think we need to do a live and talk about what's going on with the streamers, because we're going to go to, hold on, let me close that out. Let me get rid of some of these. All right. I want you guys to listen to what Chris said last night about the local news. Now, mind you, Chris and Karen just got back from Tucson. And I don't know. Listen to what he said.
You know, of course, nobody knows where exactly Porch Guy is or who he is. But until we find out, this has to be one of the things that the police investigate, the sheriff's department investigate, and that local media needs to be putting pressure.
That's Buddy, by the way.
On the Pima County Sheriff and asking him why or why not this area has been part of the investigation.
KVOA, you need to do your job as journalist. You need to ask Nanos the hard questions, and you need to put Nancy Guthrie a priority, not your own political agenda for the next story. We went by your spot and we saw the banner and everything going there. And we know there are notes in front of Nancy's house telling everybody to deliver the information to your place. We also know you had a heads up that YouTubers were going to be arrested before they were arrested.
Now, this is really weird because we saw the Deputies Association on X post that. Oh, sorry. Leo, are you joking? Or are you making fun of that guy? It's 3176. Oh my God. Are you joking? Or are you making fun of that Nick guy? Or is that for real? Hexy. No, it's not 3176. Hold on. What's my number? 2856. 2856. It is for real? 2856. That's the last four of my soch. I'm like, I've never had that happen before. Hey, aristocrat. And Anders, I saw you earlier. Hello. Hello, Molly. Thank you, Hexy. He's talking about KVOA, and he's talking about Monica Garcia. I think that's her name. She was a reporter that was seen in the neighborhood waiting for the arrest of the streamer. Accept my request as well. She was seen in the neighborhood before the arrest because she was given, oh, Sylvia, thank you. She says, I'm glad we're in the groove of things post cringe con. Amen. Amen, sister. Let me see. I didn't know there was notifications on here. Oh, confirm. 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 I didn't know you could do this on Venmo. I don't have anything new. Wow. I never knew all these notifications were here. Okay, I think I just accepted everybody that's there. Oh, that's you. That's me, Jay. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's keep going.
Your place. We also know you had a heads up that YouTubers were going to be arrested before they were arrested.
Ah, dirty, dirty.
Shame on you for not doing your job. When I'm back in town, by the way, I will be, but you won't know when, and I ring your doorbell, I'm going to ask you the hard questions on camera. The one.
Did I just dox your first and last name? I hope I didn't. I don't remember what I said. I hope I didn't just dox you. It's giving me anxiety. Did I dox you? No, he's shaming KVOA. Listen.
You won't ask the sheriff because of your own political gain, because you want to play nice, because you're local, and Nancy Guthrie in probably a month or two will be old news, i.e. the story doesn't have legs.
Oh, thank you. Thank God. I'm glad I didn't, because I don't remember what I was reading off. And Lori Smith, thank you for your $2 super chat. So nice of you. Happy Monday. Thanks for being here.
Well, guess what? We've been there, done that. And you owe it to your community to do the right thing on behalf of Nancy Guthrie, not on behalf of a sheriff who's stonewalling the community, hoping this goes away. So we're going to shift the goalpost and take it to Tucson. Are you going to do the same thing over there? You should be ashamed of yourself as calling yourself journalist. It's not right. You have a family who's suffering, and you have a sheriff who's stalling. And dismantling a police department or a sheriff's department who can go out and get things done. When they find her, I believe they will, or they find the suspect, shame on you for not doing the right thing. You took an oath of ethics as a journalist, and you know who I'm talking about, because you had a heads up, and I know that for a fact, that they were going to go out and start arresting people in front of Nancy's house. And you did nothing about it but come out and do a story right after the arrest. And when the civil attorneys call me, I'll give them my sources.
Bing bang.
Damn. Whoa. The civil attorneys, and you know who's going to be contacting civil attorneys, don't you? Don't you? He's going to give up his source.
Call me, I'll give them my sources. And then you guys can get your own attorneys. It's wrong. Let me grab, well, there are 92.
Whoo. I don't know what his sources are, but do you think that they could have met with, what's his name? Cross? Because Cross was reporting on. I wonder if he deleted that. Let's see. Hang on one second. Yeah, he did say sources. Let's see here. It's Pima County Deputies Association. Here it is, or organization. They're the ones that posted about the arrests before they happened. And I'm just wondering if they deleted it. I think they did. I think they did. Yeah, June 8th, this evening, 2 suspects were arrested as they were live streaming in the Guthrie neighborhood. This arrest order personally came from Sheriff Nanos via chain of command. The public can once again see why we fight so hard to rid ourselves of him. Oh, Leo, yes, of course. No, he's not joking either. It still says the same username, but thank you. It's the same. But that's okay. Yeah, I bet you there's some sphincters closing up there. But yeah, they reported on the arrest, but prior to that, they had posted that it was coming from Nanos that there were going to be arrests. And then they posted the KVOA, Alexander Zabel. So this is KVOA. Their report on it on June 8th. Yeah. And then I believe that 857 said that that lady was there. I'll know it's you. Yes, thank you. Hey, Indica. Did you hear that BM has a status conference? Who's BM? What did Ms. say? Really ridiculous. People are so gullible. For the clown that Annie and Tommaso are involved, where's the evidence? Oh, Chris, evidence, please. I hope Annie and Tommaso sue this jerk. What would they sue him for? A theory? Hey, Keezy. Indica, are you okay? Are you okay, baby? What are they going to sue him for? Anyways, that's what that was. So that's what his message was to KVOA. He said it's wrong.
A story right after the arrest. And when the civil attorneys call me, I'll give them my sources. And then you guys can get your own attorneys. It's wrong.
There you go. There you go. I don't know, man. You're right, horsewoman. I don't know. Everybody can have their own opinions. That's it, Kathy. Oh, Barry Morphew. Oh, God. I just would prefer to just hear he's locked behind bars for the rest of his life and be done with him. Dental Lori, thank you for the sunshine. Oh, I just realized I can pin. I can pin the little jewels. Hey, Clad Queen. I don't think so. Let's check this out. Let's do this. Annie Guthrie Jewelry, Tucson. I mean, you could say she works at the college as much as you could say she works at this jewelry place still. I mean, look how far we're going back. The Jewel Smithery as Unique Artisans. This is from 2007. May 5th, 2007. Tucson native Annie Guthrie has been selling her handcrafted and one-of-a-kind jewelry pieces in upscale boutiques such as Rochelle K and Best Friends for a decade. These unique baubles can now be found at the Jewel Smithery. A shop Guthrie and business partner Sophie Albertson Gelb recently opened in the Lost Barrio. Guthrie's designer pieces have an old world flair, the result of her years of studying at Fuji Studios in Florence, Italy. There, she learned the wax carving and cast technique that makes much of her work unique and intricate. A large percentage of her work is custom. I studied under an old master, she said. He's a dying breed. Guthrie, who is also a poet and a graphic designer for the Poetry Center at the University of Arizona, describes her style as romantic and feminine and influenced by the world around her. But one of her specialties is crafting custom creations that match the personality of the wearer. In the past year, she's begun custom wedding and engagement rings. She's done a diamond ring for as low as $3,000. And they're not inexpensive because the high quality materials and personal touches. But Guthrie says she charges less than retail. She wants to do custom. To get the store off the ground, Guthrie took on a partner, Dutch-born Sophie Albertson Gelb. Albertson Gelb also does custom work, specializes in enamel. The two ladies have distinct styles that blend nicely. Albertson Gelb got her start in Denmark at 13 with some tutoring from a friend. He used to go to Turkey and make jewelry with the nomads who traveled on camelback, she said. I went and stayed with him for like a week and he taught me to solder. Both Guthrie and Albertson Gelb work with antiques. I try to make heirloomish pieces. Okay, this is different. This is Los Barrio, okay? Annie Guthrie Jewelry Design opened in 2017. Jewelry store on Niagara Street in Tucson. Right here. Here we go. May 10th, 2013. Annie Guthrie, let's go down to the bottom. Annie has a metal smithing shop at the Splinter Brothers warehouse in Tucson, where she designs custom pieces in platinum, gold, and silver. Her how-to jewelry book, Instant Gratification, was published with Chronicle Books. Her jewels can be seen at AnnieGuthrie.net and on Etsy. So, this is 2013. I don't think she's still in that area. We did look at those a long time ago, Ferrero. We did. But she hasn't done that for a long time ago. She hasn't done that for a long time there. You know what I mean? She also worked at the college, at the Poetry Center, which you're going to see here as soon as it loads up. A writer and jeweler from Tucson. But it's, yeah, I mean, those are old that she was at that building. Her shop is called Annie Guthrie Jewelry. Wait, let's click on this. This is her page. Fuck Trump. Are those real? Is this really her site? Yeah, Annie_Guthrie_jewelry. This too shall pass, but fucking hell? Mr. Rooster. Who sounds like Jared? Who's Jared? She could associate with the center, but we don't know that she did. He was a middle school teacher, but we don't know that he still is. He was taken off the website. Yeah, White Lotus. I read that. I read that as well. We talked about that a little bit ago. I mean, if this is all her stuff, this actually says down here, created by AI using similar shopper trends. See, this isn't even her. This is 925 Jewels. Oh, this is fucked up. I don't think she has a page anymore. I don't think that's hers. Because look. I just don't think that's her page. Let's see if this one says Annie. No, it says Manda Jewelry Shop. I just think that it's gone and AI is filling in similar things because I don't think it's not her page. This Trump thing is not her. It's Artesian Roots. It's not even Annie. I think that she deleted it. Okay, let me check. Let me check Leo. Leo, her name is Leo. And she dances on the sand. It says Leo Tech. How about now? Happy Monday. And should we touch on Lynette soon? Any updates? Yeah, I think we should touch on Lynette this week. Yeah, I think this is AI. Thank you, Leo. I think we got it now. You're now Leo. Her name is Leo and she dances on the sand. Thank you so much. Well, her mother said she was working on a book. But yeah, these fuck Trump is not her. None of these are her. None of them. Not even this one. See? S.A. Silver Gems. It's totally not even. She doesn't even have an Etsy anymore. Okay. So, what else do we want to talk about with Nancy? Oh, Chloe. Yeah, that's very interesting. A lot of criminals are using ChatGPT. Lynette's story feels gone. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's just being investigated. Let me do a quick search and see if we have any updates in Elena Moore. Because we were supposed to get a press conference today. But there's nothing. They were supposed to do the autopsy Saturday. And we were supposed to get a press conference today on Monday. It's 2:11 Eastern time and nothing. Look. The only thing we have that's new is 2 hours ago, News Nation. And it's literally, what do we know? It's literally, what do we know? Nothing new. And look at this AI that looks like, oh God, it's so weird. Yeah, this is just a recap of what we already know. Let's see.
Body found in Lexington this week is that of a missing personal trainer. 39-year-old Elena Moore disappeared just over a week ago after leaving a gym. But doorbell camera video shows her acting confused at a stranger's home days before her disappearance, picking up a DoorDash.
I'm going to go grab a Coke while this plays. And this is just giving a brief update, but I don't see any updates from today. Oh, Monks. We'll watch Monks after this.
Dash order that wasn't hers. Correspondent Alex Capriello is live with more details. So, Alex, investigators are now getting some more help on this case.
Yeah, that's right, Nicole. New today, the arm of South Carolina's investigative division being brought in to try to figure out what happened to 39-year-old Elena Moore. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, they're better known as SLED. They're an elite agency that has unique resources and capabilities that local cops just don't have. Police say they found a body matching the description of Moore, a beloved personal trainer who first disappeared last week. Mystery still surrounds her possible death and disappearance, with some of her closest friends claiming that she was lively, bright, and completely normal. But newly surfaced evidence suggests she'd been acting out of character, including this very bizarre doorbell surveillance from a week before she went missing, where she appears confused, attempting to enter a couple's home with their DoorDash order. Police claim they found a body in the woods, but that body has not been positively ID'd yet. SLED will now investigate the circumstances of her death. Some speculate that she broke down mentally and committed suicide. But one friend that News Nation spoke to says she believes that she's actually a victim of foul play.
Anxiety is the only thing she's ever addressed to me that she had going on in her life. And, that was something that we spoke about a lot. We were advocates for each other with that. And there's one thing, about her that she loved life. She loved her life. She looked forward to days.
I got you.
News Nation has spoken to former FBI agents and private investigators, including one PI who actually interviewed Moore's husband, Brandon Slice, who says he doesn't believe the husband is involved in any sort of murder cover-up at this time. He claims that he's been helpful in actually trying to find out what happened.
Yeah. Did you guys see that guy did another interview on Friday? Let's go to, what is it? Monk's Intrigue? Yeah. Monk's Intrigue. What's the latest? 22 hours ago? Let's see.
Getting out my camera and recording a video today was not in the cards because it's Father's Day, and I've been having a pretty fun Father's Day weekend. Now, if I appear a couple of shades and slices of support, it can't start base. And if you're a father yourself watching this, hey, happy Father's Day, my man. And here we are now on actual Father's Day, and I decided to put a little work to show you guys something that I'm actually pretty excited about. And so it's this thumbnail here that most likely led you to clicking on our little video today, and I'm pretty positive this won't disappoint because, like, the information I choose to expand on, in any case, it can't start baseless, okay? I don't watch channels that do that, and I'm hoping that you don't like channels that do that as well. It's just simply meaning that everything I want to hear has to be rooted in something factual, like an ask.
I think there's no updates on Hooker because they've collected evidence and they're examining evidence and it takes time. That's just my thought. I think we'll hear something soon, though.
Aspect of the case that can be proven, right? Before we choose to expand on it and what it could mean. That's how any theory that you will get from me, at least, right, will give way to something plausible, a plausible theory. Well, in today's video, it's definitely along that line. But this time, you can use your own eyeballs to judge the facts that I'm presenting to you, right? The data that we have extracted from this same image. If you recall, if you watched it, this is the same image.
What does he mean, data he's extracted? From where? Where's he getting this data from?
That we have extracted from this.
I mean, I'm not against this, but I'm just wondering what data he's talking about.
Same image. If you recall, if you watched it, this is the same image. We inverted and realized that the porch guy had his attention, his eyes on the doorbell camera almost the whole time.
Ooh, that's creepy. That's fucking creepy. Those are his eyeballs. Yo. I thought he was looking at the door. Holy shit. I thought he was like looking straight ahead. Look at that.
That the porch guy had his attention, his eyes on the.
Oh. Oh, that's weird. That's often weird. So why? Oh, man.
Doorbell camera almost the whole time. And if you have not yet seen the inverted video, you don't have to see it to watch this one, but if you haven't seen it, I highly suggest you do watch that video. So let's go ahead and get into the details of this image. So it all started with a message from a lovely lady named Marsha. She asked me to do something that was very unorthodox. She said to use my cell phone and take various snapshots of my monitor of the porch guy, and that I'd be surprised because doing it this way, she was able to make out more of the features of the porch guy's face, even in that solitary image given to us by the FBI of the perp before he had his backpack and the gun holster on. And you know what? She was kind of right. And I kind of have to say it that way because I had to squint, right? I had to squint at the same images we've been seeing for months. But look, what we can see in that standalone image. Before, it was just a white head, right? There was no eye sockets, no mouth. But when we change the perspective, just a tad and then look at it, I'll say it's a little bit refreshing. It's an image that we've scrutinized for the last few months, and now to see it with a little bit of texture, yeah, that's cool. Now, I will also have to say to you, Marcia, that I wasn't able to glean anything new from this method except for the new texture. However, you inadvertently helped me notice something that I'd like to thank you endlessly for, that there was a lot more detail about the porch guy's face in this image than I ever thought, and it basically floored me. So I played with the exposure levels, and with each adjustment, I was just a bit shocked at all the data about this idiot's nose that was there in front of us the whole time. Oh man, from the very moment I started adjusting those levels, things began to pop out. You can definitely see much more details in that schnoz of his. Now, unfortunately, for the crotch holster guy, I am a world-renowned, a world-unknown drawer of pictures. So I first started with the detail that jumped out at me first, and that's the bridge of his nose, okay? If we're to start there and go down, there's that slight rise, right, from the actual indentation of the bridge of the nose, and then it kind of falls like a waterfall. So his nose, of course, there's our bridge, right? And then his goes...
Yeah, it's like a beak.
Out here, but his nose kind of falls after that, if you get my drift. His nose is...
I get what he's saying. He's got it's like this. Here, I'll turn on my camera and show you. I get what he's saying. Tell me if this is what you're picking up. Like this. He's got a beak. I'm joking. I have no idea if we can tell the nose from this or not. I'm still waiting.
Is a bit of a two-parter. I would consider my nose a one-parter. So his nose having two sections, I would say, that gives his nose a lot of character, doesn't it? And I feel like I have to keep explaining this to make sure everybody understands, okay? So from the bridge of his nose, okay, it juts out just a tad, as you can see by the shadowing there, right? So from the indentation, juts out a bit, and then just kind of drops, right? That's a pretty interesting nose. So it juts out, and then it turns downward until you get to the tip of the nose. Yes. You could even see the tip of the nose now, which I don't know about you. This is the most excited I've been about someone's tip of the nose. Using your own eyes, without me helping you whatsoever. Can you not see that slight bump there?
I mean, I actually saw this very early on. I could probably pull it from one of my streams, but the nose looked really small to me, which made me think it was like a female. Like when I saw this, I was like, that's not Tommaso, because he's got a honker. Tommaso is a honker. That shit would stick out, I think. Hang on, let's see if I've got a picture. Oh. It does kind of smush down, but let's see if we've got another one. Oh, wait, not her. That's the perp. All right, here's another one. I think he's basically just describing Tommaso's nose. I don't know how you could... Hold on. I mean, I guess he doesn't really have a honker. It's just pointy. Follow the nose. It always knows. Isn't that Tucson Sam? I mean, it's not really a honker. It's more pointed at the end, and then, you know what I mean? But when I saw this, I was like, I don't think that's too small to be Tommaso's nose. We did this early on.
And that would be the tip of his nose, right? Something I'm sure a lot of us have never noticed before. Or should I just speak for myself? That's not even the crazy thing. We're not even through yet, okay? So just stay with me, because something was about to blow my mind when we come across it right now, okay? So because the part of the nose is bone, right? The top part of the nose is bone right here, okay? That's a fairly reliable structure, right? It's not going to be pressed down, but of course, the soft tissue of the nose, right?
I don't think we can fairly do this, because I don't think the mask is tight on the cheeks and the nose.
The tip of the nose, that is being pressed down by the ski mask itself, ever so slightly, I would say. So for that tip of the nose to even make a bump there, that really leads me to believe that...
Toucan, Sam, not Tucson.
It's pretty prominent in real life. I was again taken aback, because, look, right there. Aren't those his nostrils? I mean, that's where a human's nostrils would probably be...
No, you can't tell where the nostrils are. Nope. It's too much. This person may have a freaking nylon smushing it down. We don't know. We don't know if there's a mask under this mask.
Be in relation to his nose and mouth, right? So yeah, I believe.
Ears? Is this the ear hole right here? I don't know how we can tell that.
We have his nostrils, okay?
I think those are shadows. These are all shadows. Yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying it.
To his nose and mouth, right? So yeah, I believe we have his nostrils, okay? I got your nose. And so from here, I took a little liberty to fill in the mustache and the possible beginnings of a full beard, but we'll leave the facial hair at that. And even after that.
Yeah, but we don't know if the eyebrows are this low or not. They could be up here. We don't know.
There's so much more detail that it blows my mind how we never saw this before, because just look here. Because of this infrared glare, we could actually make out his cheekbones. This guy has a pretty skinny face, okay? But looking at his body, as the FBI has dissed him by saying he has an average build, which I tend to believe is accurate, because I feel we're looking...
Cheekbones? Cheekbones? Come on. You can't see cheekbones.
Looking at a mushy dad bod, not too dissimilar from my own, but he appears to have a skinnier face, sunken in cheeks, because these highlights definitely indicated cheekbones to me. We're getting a great idea.
No, I can't get with that. I can't get with that you take, no. Cheekbones? That's going a little far for me.
About the structure of the porch guy's face. Those cheekbones are jutting out just a tad. And we're not even done yet, because this is the part that blew my mind, because I was not expecting it. Jumped out to me like a jump scare. Look over here. Is that his freaking ear? I kept looking at it, and
Oh my God, no. It's a fold in the fucking fabric. This is too much. Nope, this is too much for me. No, it's the fold in the neck of the fucking mask. Just no. I think it's fabricated too, Big Boss. You can't tell. You can't tell. There's a fold in the damn mask itself. Hey, Rican.
am convinced that's his freaking ear. It even juts out just a bit on the mask.
Oh,
ladies and
my
gentlemen,
God.
on this Father's Day,
Dude, come on. The ear?
It even juts.
He's saying that the ear is on the back of this dude's head. Is this an alien? Are we looking at an alien? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Nah, I ain't buying it. That ear would be on his neck / back of his head. It's way too much, SC. Yeah, I don't agree with that, but
That's
we'll
out
watch it.
just a bit on the mask. Ladies and gentlemen, on this Father's Day, I think I have a gift for Charles Guthrie, and that would be Savannah, Annie, and Cameron's father. That would be Nancy's husband, who couldn't be here to protect his children.
Okay, we're not going to get into all that. I just, I can't get down with that. That's too much. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up those videos. It's a fold in the mask. You can see from that picture, honestly. Don't be nasty sometimes. Hold on. I got to go way back. What's this? Is it possible that he's going off this? Point of view. You do project work with Mr. Choney. Hey, Brandy. Oh, I don't know monks, Sailor. It's nothing personal, but I don't agree with the ears and all that. I don't think you can see cheekbones and all of that. But this is Tommaso. And this is from the Basis Oro Valley School, and it says the king of pasta. Is that a freaking... It looks like a fucking rubber, but it's a ravioli. Shibby! What's up, Shibs? The music. He does the splits. I mean, I guess his ears are kind of set back, huh? I forgot I had that saved. Hang on, let's see what else I've got. I'm still looking for I got the porch guy in here somewhere. I save a lot of stuff for future reference. But I still got to go back. Here we go. Found it. Here's another one. That's not the one I want, though, is it? I mean, the same could be said for here, where you can see... But that would mean his ear would be back here. Chef Boyardee. Dental. It takes a lot of practice. The first pick with no backpack looks like law enforcement the way he holds himself. Yeah, I bookmarked them so that I could find them again. There's the one he's talking about right here. Here, let me make it bigger. Hold on. There we go. All right, let's wait for it to play again. From the top. Right here. Okay, you can see. Okay, so he's partially right. Oops, damn it. He's partially right. Hang on a sec. I just lost everything that I had open. Okay. You can see right here, like the tip of an ear. Honest to God. You can. Let me enlarge it. Let me enlarge it. Keep your minds out of the gutter, people. You can see right there. There's something sticking out. That's not a fold. I don't know if that's an ear, but there's something sticking out. What do you guys think? Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Eyes and ears and mouth and nose. For real. Let me know what you guys think. Shibs thinks it's an ear. It's potentially Dr. Spock, yeah. Spock ears. OMG. That's what she said. I haven't heard of a presser yet for Elena. That's what I was kind of hoping would happen. Mom of two boys, thank you for the sunshine. Right back at you. Could be a fold. And let's see. Let's invert it. Hey, Shibs, you ready to see some of my skills? I got the skills that pay the bills. Look. Wait, hold on. First, let's do this. Inverted. Boom. Look. Oh my God, Jay for Justice. You're fucking amazing. You're fucking amazing. Look what else I can do. Watch this. Right on the spot, I can do this. Where's my drawing tool? Right here it is. Watch. Watch this, Shibs. Watch this. Oh my God. It's his mustache and his beard and his ear and his cheekbones. Oh, shit. All right, let's erase that. I'm just kidding about that. Okay, let me get rid of that. Done being a smartass. But let's play with this for a second. All right, we're going to put that back at normal. Color correction. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what happens when you make it really bright. Mr. Rooster, you're kind of being a smart ass. I can feel it. Mr. Rooster.
What the fuck, Jay?
Okay, let's blow this up and look at the face. I'm not going to alter shit. That's when you get all crazy. But you can really see the Play-Doh lips in this view here. Hang on. Okay. What do you guys think? It's his iPod. He's listening to... Look at the lips, though. Look at the shape of the lips. They're like Play-Doh lips. Let's go down like this. Hang on. That's creepy, huh? Mr. Potato Head lips. But where's the bite light right now? Is it behind his lips? Is that why it looks like he has Play-Doh lips? Where is the bite light? Is it tucked behind his mouth right now? Sherry says, I think they're wearing a mask under the mask. Or a transmitter, like a wire. But if you look at this as being the ear, then you would have to believe that the ear sinks in and this is the lobe. You think the mouth is feminine? Deep crease in upper lip. Monks covered it up with too much hair. I think it's tucked in his mouth. All right, well, let's go back here. I mean, we are really zoomed in right now, guys. Hold on. Hang on a second. Look at this. Just notice this. This is the inside of his glove. Let me zoom out a little bit so you guys can see it better. That's his hand curved, right? These are his fingertips. These are his fingertips right here. Now watch. Oh, I guess they're just bent. It almost looked like a tear, but I think it's just creases. And look at that stance. Look at that stance. Shibby, you are so funny. I think Pixar will be calling Jay for justice soon. Jay for advice soon. You think he moves feminine? What if the guy is wearing makeup just to throw in some additional confusing physical traits? Well, that's a really interesting. He's got a big fat ass. This is the dumbest move ever right here. And then he turns around and looks. Now, I know there's been speculation of what he's looking at in this one, but if you look at his head turned, let's now zoom in on that. On the big old head turn. I mean, one might say you could see a chin right here. Right? One might say you could see a chin, a nose, eye sockets. Oh, glasses? I hadn't thought of that. So here you got the bite light shining. Let's see if we can change the colors. Have you guys hit that thumbs up yet? See, we can brighten it up, but that seems to make it worse to me. I don't like it all the way up like that. I like it better like that. Lower. But I don't think you can make out cheekbones in this. I really don't. But look at that. Ooh. Hold on. It's a precise art, so bear with me. What do you guys think? All right, let's press play. Here, let's go back a couple seconds here. Okay, he's about to go pick the flowers. I just can't believe nobody knows who, like, no one can nail down this guy's gait. I think we should watch it slow. Like, no one can nail down this guy's gait. No one's like, oh my God, that looks like so, my brother or something. Hold on. We have no profile from the FBI on what this person would be like, what they would do for work, what kind of person they would be. Oh, hold on. What's this? What's this? What's that right there? Is that a belt? What's sticking out when his jacket goes up, y'all? I know some people think there's a person there. I've never seen a person there. Do you see this when he bends over? Is that a belt? Is that undies? What is that? Is that someone's undies? In Delphi, 3,000 citizens couldn't recognize bridge guy. True. True. Looks like a belt of some sort. I must say I never noticed that before. If we brighten it up, let's see. Wonder what that is. Oh, maybe it's that holster. It's the holster, right? It's the holster. That's what that is. It's the stupid holster, I think. What did Shibby say? Drop in knowledge like it's hot. What's he saying? Oh my God. We don't call them that. We call them undies. I think it's that stupid holster. He's like, oh, let me turn on this light so I can see these flowers. I forgot about the holster as well, but that's what it is. Dang, I thought we saw something new. It kind of looks like this pocket might be open as well. Yeah, and I don't think I haven't forgotten about this leg here, how it stretches out and stays straight versus this one bending. Hold on. You know, I wish we at least had a brand of shoe. Wouldn't that be nice? A brand of shoe? We have brands on everything else but the fucking shoes. We've got everything coming from Walmart, but we haven't heard where the shoes were bought. Where's the shoes from? I get like last night, okay? Chris McDonough. Hang on. Chris McDonough was talking to people in the homeless community saying that maybe the perp could have been from that area, right? But why do we have the brand of everything else? The jacket, the mask, blah, 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 blah. But we don't know the brand of shoe. Is there a shoe print in the blood that maybe they can get a pattern from and then maybe use these images and try to get a shoe brand? because shoes can be, a friend of mine, her daughter was murdered, and they identified the mark on her neck left by the perp by his freaking Air Jordan tennis shoe on the bottom. But the FBI should be able to figure out what kind of shoes these are. I just don't understand why they can't. Or tell us, oh, we got them at Walmart. They're Walmart specials. I mean, is it easier to see lightened up? All right, let me bring him down here now. I don't know, man. It just... He's like, are you still there, man? Are you still there? All right, I'm going to use these flowers. Hey, Bloomy. Hey, Bloomy. So, I don't know. If I went by Monk's thing, I would say we've got Big Bird is a perp. Big Bird is the perp. I'm just kidding. Incompetency by Pima County is why. China has face recognition. China's a scary, scary country. Okay, so let's make this smaller again. Mommy nice is always free. What's that mean? I ain't your mommy. I ain't your mommy. I'm not anybody in his mommy right now.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
I wonder how tight the ski mask is. Yeah, I don't know. No, it was bought at Walmart. All this shiz was at Walmart, but we don't know about the shoes. I saw some yellow feathers sticking out. What is the sense in the flowers? I think they were going to try to pull the bracket off with the flowers. With the vines, rather. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they had a tool to get that. Hey, YouTube bad actors. I don't think they had a tool to get that out. And I think they tried to use the vines to yank it off. I think he was using the stems to squeeze behind the bracket. Yes, that's what I think. Hey, Buffy. Hold on one second, you guys. I got a call coming in. Hold on. Okay, I am so sorry, you guys. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. I apologize for that. No, it was no. I had to take a call. I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm back. Her camera wasn't even wired in. It was battery. There was a photo somewhere that showed it before, and the actual wired doorbell button is still there off to the right. Camera was stuck on door frame. When he puts his hand over the gun, look at the square under the hoodie. It looks like a bulletproof vest. Okay, let me go back. We're going to watch him walk up. You behaved? Oh, good. You had a cyclone. Buffy, where? Judy Studios, I hope you feel better. In Louisiana? Oh, wow. Okay, let's blow this up here. And look at his face here, because this is like spot on here. He's looking right directly at us. I've always found this to be interesting, but I've never zoomed in on his face here. And we're going to do that. And then I've got another story. It's going to frickin' infuriate you. Okay, there's that. Let's play with the color on this one. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a problem with my bank on Friday, so that's who was calling me. I've got to straighten it out and get a new debit card and all this bullshit. See, I think right there we might be getting a little bit of the bite light. Oh, shit. That's where it ends right there. Okay. So, see that there? That looks weird. I want to see where his eyeballs are right now. Ugh. We're looking at the perpetrator, the masked man. But I think he's like moving around that bite light right there. What do you think? Kind of looks like it. They got this from scratching the cloud. Yeah. Biggest clue here is that the camera is tunnel visioned due to being set back in the enclosed porch. It doesn't have a 180-degree view of front of driveway going to casita. So why even go to the front door? I think because they were going to take her out of the front door based on the driveway. Based on the driveway being right there by the sidewalk. Mm-hmm. So if we go back a few seconds, here, let me slow it down even more. I can go down one more level. Hold on. Let's watch that end. See, he's looking out towards the road right now. Then he really turns. Like, he kind of turns and then turns more. He's still looking that way as he moves his way towards the front porch again. And that's where it ends right there. Like that very ending. Because he just had that damn bite light on when he was leaning down to get these flowers. Watch. You'll see that stupid thing come on. See? He's like, oh, I can see now. Got my bite light. And it's going on and off. Watch. Watch how he turns it on and off from his mouth. Maybe he heard the neighbor's dog. Remember he took his dog out? Maybe he heard that guy's dogs. I imagine it's got to be creepily quiet out there. And look, he's like situating him, like, oh, making like a thing that he can put behind the bracket. I mean, I hope they have more. But yeah, you can definitely, let's turn that off. That's just normal. That's just normal video. We can do inverted. We can do heat map. We can do cell shade. That's just settings, but here I'm messing with it myself. What if it is AI? But the street driveway is hidden from the street or possible passerby. There's an island of plants partitioned next to garage, blocking view from street. It would make more sense to take her out the back. It would. Oh, Cal, I know. People are idiots. We're not giving that any attention. No attentione for that. All right. So let's get out of here for a second. Let me close that. I want to see if I have another picture. Hang on. That's Annie. Let me get rid of that one. You guys, though, his beard is so... But look at his Play-Doh lips. But his beard is so long. Could that beard possibly be in that mask? I'm probably going to get sued for this. But could that be why the mask is so damn, like, weird at the bottom? Hold on, I will be right back. I've got to go grab something really quick. Okay. You can braid a beard. And imagine how bright that light would be. Oh, hell yeah. Out there in the pitch black. You wouldn't want to keep it on too long. You'd be like flashing it, you know. You think that's why the jacket is zipped up to the neck? Could be. It very well could be. I just don't know. And then we all get thrown off by the eyes, right? The eyes, we say look feminine. However, guys with thick eyelashes can appear to have eyeliner on, like Derek Kalila. Derek Kalila also looks like he could be wearing eyeliner. if you look at his pics. All right, let's go back to X. So I don't know. At least Monks started us a conversation today that I didn't expect to have. Is there any updates on Elena? It is 3:00 Eastern Standard Time, and I'm wondering if there's any news. So let's go ahead and check before we get into the next segment. Oh, I got to turn off my color correction. Thanks for bearing with me. If you guys are new here, please consider subscribing. And if you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do. It is a free way to support your favorite YouTubers. Yeah, that's where it ends. Mm-hmm. Nope. Husband not doing good. We had that interview with the PI. But no, nothing on the autopsy yet. Jeez. We'll be watching for updates, though. All right, so we're going to get into our next segment. Comes out of the sunny state of Florida. And this is going to piss y'all off. Bad. Okay, bad. I'm going to let you watch this clip, and then we're going to get into the press conference, okay? This is right by me. This motherfucker lived basically not in my area, but the next town over. And if you're from Pinellas County, you know where I'm talking about. Annie's son is a minor. He's a 13-year-old kid. Well, we know they found her, but they were supposed to do an autopsy at 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, and there was supposed to be a press conference today. He is a musician. Mm-hmm. Yep. Tommaso is. Oh, Sunflower. Auntie Cheryl, be careful out there. All right, here's a brief video, and then we're going to get into the press conference.
On Wednesday morning, Pinellas County deputies arrested 51-year-old John David Ballard at his salon Always Gossip in Seminole.
In the parking lot, when they're taking his phone, they do a preliminary look at it before it's forensically analyzed, and they see that there is bestiality, people having sex with animals on the phone, and he says, oh yeah, I'm into really weird stuff.
Ballard's alleged interests led detectives to arrest and charge him with 20 counts of possessing child pornography, as well as having videos of sexual activity with animals. Sheriff Bob Galtieri says the investigation started after they learned different disturbing details.
On May 12th, 2026, we received a cyber tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that a person was communicating on an app called Kik and disclosing through communications with others that he was sexually abusing his 7-year-old son.
The sheriff says Ballard and his husband are foster parents, fostering 23 boys since 2017 and adopting 5 boys between 2015 and 2023, ranging from the ages of 4 to 12 at the time. 4 adoptive children are still in the Seminole home on Farmington Trail.
Dude, is this not one of the worst things you've ever heard? He was approved by the Florida DHS system to be a foster father and adopted young boys.
Some of the boys, Ballard punished them by making them strip naked and stand in front of a window facing the street. And Ballard often watched the boys when they showered or took baths.
The sheriff says Ballard described in graphic details on apps what he did to his son and other young children. Deputies displayed a few of these less graphic messages.
These are things that he said, okay? He told people on Kik, which is not K-I-C-K, but K-I-K, the messaging app, he told people, I don't deny any sexual pleasure
to his son and other young children.
And then I'm going to read you the other one.
Deputies displayed a few of these less graphic messages Wednesday. Some of
no age limit. No age limit. Horrible.
Which we won't show.
And some of his boys that he adopted are grown men now.
I know these kids have made disclosures, and so, we don't have a lot to work with in that regard. Some of the kids are still in the system.
The sheriff says the couple also wrote a book about foster parenting and were
They wrote a fucking book. Right, Shibby. Right, Shibby? What, did no one see that? Oh my God, Ski Utah, it's horrible.
very involved in the foster family community.
The child welfare system and the workers and the people in that system are doing all they can. This is his fault for what he was doing.
This is his ass right here. Okay, so we're going to move on. We're going to watch this press conference. I'm going to speed it up to 1.25, but I have to remind you that when Madeline Soto, Madeline Soto was killed, after Stephen Stearns was arrested, remember Santa getting arrested and his son shooting himself before the arrest? You guys remember that? We're gonna look at that for a second. Hang on. Santa, St. Cloud, arrest, son. Let's see if it comes up. Right here. St. Cloud father and son sexually abused neighborhood kids, created CSAM. Now, the son of James Cox was also an adopter in the state of Florida. Okay? We dug into him. He was also someone who fostered children. And remember what 50 Cent said? All of them. All of them. How is this happening?
And uploading videos of child pornography, and some of the victims might have even lived in this neighborhood. One neighbor told me people call James Cox Santa, and you can see why. But investigators confirmed they raided his home, this bright blue house in a quiet St. Cloud neighborhood, as part of a child porn investigation.
You just don't think that it's going to be this close to your house, and then having 4 girls too, so it's a little unsettling.
Today we found court documents showing that agents with Homeland Security raided the house on Countryside View Drive, targeting James and Henry Cox after getting a tip that child porn was being uploaded from here. In an earlier raid, St. Cloud police allegedly found several hard drives with videos and images of kids being sexually abused, and hidden cameras used to record kids going to the bathroom and changing clothes. Investigators even say, quote, at one point in a video, the camera pans across a mirror showing H. Cox as the one recording the video file. The complaint also says at least 2 of the victims appear to live in Cox's neighborhood. During Tuesday's raid, the medical examiner also took someone's body from the house, but they've not confirmed who that was.
Well, it was Santa's son. He shot himself. Before the raid happened. He killed himself. So the old man was the only one that was arrested. He took a plea. He's in prison.
James Cox is now in the Seminole County Jail. No word on what happened to Henry Cox.
Yeah, Henry Cox is the one that shot himself. Henry Cox also fostered boys throughout his life in Florida.
No comment.
Okay. That's when they knocked on the door. But you get the gist, okay? Whew. So now we're going to watch this one. This one's close to home. But we need to educate ourselves on these creeps, man. Save these children.
He lives at 13045 Farmington Trail in Seminole.
And I love how they give out the address. They gave out the address, even though his husband has not been arrested. So tell me this. Is this going to be like Jen Soto? Husband doesn't get arrested? Huh. But there's all this abuse going on. What is happening here? Here we go. Let's listen in. This is Pinellas County Sheriff.
Before, he lives at 13045 Farmington Trail in Seminole. And this is really a very difficult case because it involves the betrayal of the trust that the child welfare system puts into people who volunteer to help the most vulnerable among us. And those are children who have been abused, abandoned, and neglected. I want to be extremely clear as we begin here today that there are great people doing tremendous work in the child welfare system, whether it's foster parents, guardians ad litem, volunteer caseworkers for agencies, child protection investigators, courts, and so many more. These people are doing.
So Miss Margaret, in the Santa investigation, Santa had a pool, and he would let, oh, look who's here. It's Ted. Hello, Mr. Ted. Ted and Shibby are both in the chat today. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, guys. But he had a pool, and he would let the neighborhood kids swim. Gotta be careful, man. Gotta be careful. We love Ted.
And all they can to protect, care for, and raise other people's children, because those people can't or don't care for their children themselves and raise those kids as they should be doing. These kids in the child welfare system range from infants to teenagers. There are way too many parentless kids who, without the tremendous people who make up the child welfare system, would be in very dire situations. But when people agree to be caregivers, they can't betray the trust placed in them and use their role as a playground to fulfill their perverse sexual pleasures. And that's what happened here. John Ballard used his position
Megan.
of trust as a foster parent and an adoptive parent to young
Did you say Bundy? Poor Ted.
boys as part of his personal sexual gratification. Ballard and his husband, Bradley Borsick, were foster parents to about 23 different young boys and adoptive parents to 5.
Hear this? Fostered to 23 boys and adopted parents to 5
young men. Here's what led to the arrest of John Ballard today on child pornography and animal bestiality charges. On May 12th, 2026, we received a cyber tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Thank you, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, for the hard work you do, because I know that they get like thousands, tens of thousands of tips, and they have to prioritize those.
That a person was communicating on an app called Kik and disclosing through communications with others that he was sexually abusing his 7-year-old son.
He had no shame in telling people that he was abusing his 7-year-old son. Hey, Brittany.
The person doing that communication was identified as John Ballard, who's on the board next to us, and that's who we arrested today. Kik has been identified in numerous investigations as a platform where child sex offenders exchange child pornography and share their sexual escapades. Ballard communicated via Kik with 3 separate people on 3 separate occasions in late April and early May of this year. And in each of these conversations, Ballard described to the other people the sex acts that he was engaged in with his son and other young children. Ballard's statements about his son and other children are explicit, and they're very graphic. Ballard made one statement about his son that, and I quote, "I love feeling him in my mouth," close quote.
Oh my God! Trigger warning. These are the least nasty. These are the ones he could read. Thank you, Steffi, for the sunshine. We need it. We need it because there are some evil motherfuckers. There are some evil motherfuckers working right in the system, getting these kids handed to them on silver platters.
That was one of the more tame statements. Some of the statements by Ballard about what he had done and wanted to do to children in his care are so graphic that I would never publicly disclose them.
So graphic, he would never publicly disclose them.
And in the simplest terms, they're gross. Some of the statements involve sodomy of baby boys under 1 year old.
Oh my
I've included
God.
some of the, I'll call it less gross statements on the board to my right here. And you can see by some of these statements, if you come up after, if you can't read them, you can see and have the context of what he was saying. We learned that Ballard accessed his Kik account from his cell phone at his residence and a hair salon that he owns, which is called Always Gossip Salon.
So he owned a hair salon as well. Always Gossip Salon.
Located at 10525 Park Boulevard in Seminole.
And this is all in Seminole, Florida. This is out on the outskirts of St. Pete, near Clearwater. Seminole is about, 15 minutes from me.
Through the investigation, we learned that John Ballard and his husband, Bradley Borsick, were foster parents licensed by the state. And again, between 2017 and 2023, they fostered 23 different boys in their home.
My God.
Ballard and Borsick also adopted 5 boys between 2015 and 2023. There are currently 4 boys living in their home. One of the adopted boys, who's now an adult, lives out of state.
One of the adopted boys is now an adult. I hope to God he talks. I hope to God he talks.
The foster children and the adopted children all range in age from 4 to 12 while they were living with.
Oh, my God. While they were fostered, they were between the ages of 4 and 12. These were kids that were already in a vulnerable situation, and these bastards went in with the guise of, I want to help these boys and do this fucked up shit.
Ballard and Borsick. Some of the boys were 7 years old, as indicated by Ballard in the KIC conversations. Ballard and Borsick has been very active and prominent in the foster family community, and in 2024, they were featured in a local media story for Adoption Day in court.
Oh, my God. They were in a local media story? Oh, my God. What's his name again? I know it's Ballard. What's his last name? Oh, my God, I'm sick. I am sick. Borsuch and Ballard? Yeah, okay. Ballard, let's look this up. Ballard and Borsuch Adoption Court Day. That's not working. What's his first name? Hang on. Did you guys catch his first name? Bradley Borish. John Ballard. John. He looks like he could be Stephen Stern's brother. God, it's probably going to all be this. I can't find it. Anyways, let's go back.
And in 2024, they were featured in a local media story for Adoption Day in court. And that's a board that reflects the story. It was on Bay News 9, and there's a lot of comments that Ballard made regarding what he was doing in the child welfare.
Oh, it was on Bay News 9. Okay. Let's look that up. Whoops. Bay News 9, John Ballard, Adoption Court Day. Unless they took it down. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Fuckers.
Welfare system that are depicted in that story. Ballard and Borsick also authored a book for adoptive parents that's titled Our Journey, which the cover of the book is here on the board to my right. One thing that's really maddening about the situation is the fraud that Ballard committed on others by holding himself out as his model foster and adoptive parent. By his own statements, he was using these kids for his sexual pleasure. Once we saw these chats, detectives served a search warrant to seize Ballard's phone, and that occurred on June 3rd. At the time we served the warrant, Ballard admitted that he was engaging in these sexual discussions involving his sons and other children, but claimed that he was doing so, quote, because it was safer for him to do it than other people. It was obvious that Ballard's statements made no sense.
What? He said he was engaging in these discussions, but claimed it was doing so because it was safer for him to do it than other people?
Lying and just making up nonsense. When detectives made a preliminary determination that there were videos on Ballard's phone of people having sex with animals, he stated,
Oh my God. Woo! God damn, dude. Hey, Becky. Indelible Bloom, thank you for the gifted Oh, look who got it. Look at Ted. Welcome to the Truth Seekers, Ted. Let's give him an official welcome. And thank you.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
We needed Ted to get a membership to break up the monotony of this. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Welcome in, Ted Lee.
Stated, and I quote, "I'm into some really weird stuff," close quote.
He said, "I'm into some really weird stuff."
After seizing Ballard's phone, we conducted a forensic analysis and determined that Ballard was accessing sites to download and view very graphic child pornography. We also verified the bestiality pornography involving people having sex with animals on his phone. Dozens of images of child pornography involving children as young as 2 months old were found on Ballard's phone.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This guy, okay. Florida said that they passed this law for the death penalty for anybody who hurts a child. If this guy doesn't get the fucking death penalty, I don't know who else it would be for, as far as pedophiles are concerned. Thank you, Lorelei. Oh my God, look at, he said it thank you so much, he said. Made my day. Bloomy. You made his day today. Now Jay needs to win a free Teddy membership. The Teddies. Oh my God, this is awful. It's gotta be death penalty. If it's not, there is something wrong.
One video was of a male adult placing his penis in the mouth of a baby who appeared to be less than 6 months old.
Oh my God.
While watching the child pornography on his phone, Ballard was engaged in graphic discussions with other men about actually engaging in sexual acts with children. Ballard's comments about what he had done or wanted to do to young boys while watching the videos was even more graphic and disgusting than the comments on the board next to me. We arrested Ballard this morning and charged him with 20 counts of possession of child pornography and 2 counts of possession of sexual activity involving animals. We've interviewed most all of the adoptive and foster children. Some of Ballard's foster children described some concerning behavior that is still under investigation. According to some of the boys, Ballard punished them by making them strip naked and stand in front of a window facing the street, and Ballard often watched the boys when they showered or took baths. These kids are all very young, and it is very difficult for them to disclose sexual abuse, especially for boys. As of this time, we have not established probable cause to charge Ballard with any additional crimes, but the investigation is ongoing.
Okay, we need more charges. Okay. Nicole B., thank you for 11 months. Remember, before calling CPS on people you don't know, sometimes kids are better off at home. I don't condone calling any CPS on anybody online. I just don't. God, I hope these kids can get the help they need and disclose what they know so that this animal, you guys, his husband is still out. Listen.
Ballard's husband, Bradley Borsick, has not been arrested. The Department of Children and Families is conducting a parallel child welfare investigation, and they will determine what will be done with the 4 adopted children who are still living in the home. Again,
4 children still living in the home. Why the fuck would the husband be able to be around these kids, even if he didn't physically do anything to them? He could totally be brainwashing them. M.E., this guy's name is John Ballard. It's local to me, and it's one of the most grotesque things I've ever heard.
Our investigation is ongoing. So I'll take any questions that you all have if you have anything.
What do you say about this app, Kick? It often seems like a lot of cases are involved around there, and we've seen like Attorney General going after TikTok and things of that matter. So how can we put some force on Kick?
These apps that are out there, and actually, how do I say this? As they go, okay, at least Kick is reporting what is occurring on their app.
Okay, so she's asking about other apps, and he's saying, but he's not going to tell you how they're getting around it because he doesn't want to, give any ideas to any other sick folks.
to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and we're able to initiate these investigations. There are some, and I'm not going to disclose it here because I don't want to give anybody the avenue. One of the apps that he was using is actually based in Europe, and they won't cooperate with U.S. law enforcement. They're a complete anonymizer and facilitator for people engaged in this. And some of the worst stuff we saw here was off of that. So, kick is a problem. There's no question that it's a problem. People use it, and they use it for these horrific purposes. But I don't know that there's a lot. I know the Attorney General is looking into options as to what can be done, but at least they do report it. So I give them that, I guess.
Doesn't it blow your mind that there's not more we can do about these apps? Oh, Carly, I'm with you. I just can't even believe the kids would be in his care after this, coming out of their home. Where was he when the boys were made to face the window? I'll tell you what, if they're going to use him to testify against this sick fucker and give him some kind of, sweet deal where he doesn't get any charges, that means there's still another sick motherfucker out there. That's just not justice, Like, what the hell?
Options as to what can be done, but at least they do report it. So I give them that, I guess.
And what about any layers of protection that, maybe you think as law enforcement, the child welfare system needs to incorporate?
Well, as I said, the child welfare system and the people who work in the child welfare system are really doing, I'll call it God's work. Okay, they're there to protect these kids. They do a great job. These guys didn't have any criminal history, and what really just irks me to no end is them standing there in a courtroom with a judge and with the kids and holding themselves out to be, or him holding himself out to be, this caregiver and this, all to the kids. And if you go into an article,
see, that's a red flag. You have a grown ass man. Oh, I'm so all about the kids. There comes a point where it's a red flag when you're a little too about the kids. Okay? Fostering 23 boys is a lot of boys, right? Rotating them in and out of the house. All boys, right? All boys. Oh, we just want boys. Why? I mean, I see people that make up stories about kids, missing kids on this platform that are abso-fucking-lutely disgusting and red flags. How can this not be a red flag? That I'm all about the kids. There comes a point where a grown man should not be so much about the kids. It's good until it's not. When anything is too much, it's usually not good, right? We got to stop viewing people like this as, oh, they care so much about the kids. It's all they do. They sleep, drink, and eat kids. No. No. Mm-mm. No, it's just not that cut and dry. It's too much. It's an obsession. It's specific. We just want boys 7 to 13. It's weird, man. It's weird.
Article and read it, and you read some of his statements in there, is that, and that's why I say it's a fraud, because while he's holding himself out in that capacity in that way, he is, by his own statements, engaging in all this inappropriate, to say the least, contact, and he's downloading child pornography of these young kids, and the comments and statements he's making about kids that are probably a couple months old and what he wants to do to them is just is gross. So, there's sometimes, no matter what you do and how you try, you're not going to uncover this at the moment. So,
you know what's crazy about that, Leo? Is that the UK won't let Kanye West into their country to perform in a concert. But they won't work with us on child predators?
If it looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is a duck.
That's fucked up.
The child welfare system and the workers and the people in that system are doing all they can. There's no fault here on the system for what these people are doing. This is his fault for what he was doing, and he's responsible for it. And they can go through licensing and screening, but behind the scenes, you don't know what's going on. You don't know what these people are doing. So this is just a thing that happens, and this guy is really just a one-off. As far as I know, I haven't seen anything like this before as far as the child welfare system goes.
Well, we heard about Santa's son who was in the child welfare system on the east coast of the state. Whew. Hey, Brantley, how you doing? I hope you had a good weekend, and happy Father's Day to you. I see you're a fur. Are you a fur daddy? Whoops, I pinned the wrong person. Happy Father's Day if you're a fur daddy or a daddy. I don't know if you have kids or not, but it was Father's Day weekend, so to hell with it. Happy Father's Day to everybody.
And the people who are in it. I really believe that the people who
Because everybody has a father.
are in the system, work in the system, the caregivers are doing the right thing by the kids.
Sheriff, I know you mentioned the Ballard's husband, that you named him. So is there any particular reason why he, like, do you know if he was present when all of this was happening?
Okay. Ballard's husband, was he present when all this was happening? Fur daddy. Yeah, happy Father's Day to everybody.
He was around at the home. I mean, I named him because he's here and because they hold themselves out. And Ballard and Borsick are holding themselves out. They wrote this book. They're
Okay, so he is lumping them together, but as of right now, it sounds like he's just at home.
together. They're married. Again, we haven't established any probable cause as far as Borsick is concerned, but the investigation's ongoing. The things that these boys said that was happening, that is, I would characterize it at minimum as concerning behavior within the home, is something that is still under investigation. And what Ballard said he was doing to these boys, I don't know at this point. But they both, they authored a book on this. They appeared at these events. They had 23 young boys, fosters in their home, along with the 5 adoptive boys over a long period of time.
And can you go over the amount of years that they were fostering and having these adopted kids in their home?
Well, they really started in 2015. They became licensed in 2017, and they still.
Wow. They started in 2015. Holy shit.
Well, they really started in 2015. They became licensed in 2017, and they still have they still have 4 adoptive kids in the home today. So
the 4 kids are still in their home today, he said. Oh my God. Right, and no one thought that was weird. We want boys 7 to 13.
2017, and they still have they still have 4 adoptive kids in the home today. So it's been going on since at least 11 years, 2015.
Are those children staying in that home?
That's up to the Department of Children and Families. That's not our decision. They're
Okay, so he's asked, are those children staying in the home? He says, that's up to the Department of Children and Families. That's not our decision. So I'm saying those kids are probably still at home. Shibby, that sounds like a wonderful Father's Day. How old's your son? If you don't want to say, it's cool.
15.
Are those children staying in that home?
That's up to the Department of Children and Families. That's not our decision.
Oh, let's leave it up to them. Let's leave it up to them when they were the ones that were putting these people in the house. Are you fucking kidding me? Or these kids in the house? Oh, that's up to them. They're conducting their investigation.
They're conducting their investigation, into that aspect of it.
Did they start their investigation parallel to yours in May, or did they first get informed about this today?
So they've been aware of it. They were informed of it, and of course they were informed today of the arrest.
Okay, so the question was, did they start their investigation parallel to yours in May? Or did they first get informed about this today? The answer, no. They've been aware of it. They were informed of it. And of course, they were informed today of the arrest. No, he doesn't have the jurisdiction. But what he's saying here is that these motherfuckers have been aware of this since May. Thank you, Leo. Since May. Yeah, they've been aware of it. He can't say much more than that. Sick. Investigate the whole fucking group that was working with these guys. That's what I say. Investigate them all. Open up a big, wide open investigation. Start with the local DHS and branch out.
They're conducting their investigation, into that aspect of it.
Did they start their investigation parallel to yours in May, or did they first get informed about this today?
So they've been aware of it. They were informed of it, and of course they were informed today of the arrest.
23 different young boys. How many of them, Sheriff, do you think he victimized?
It's hard to tell. I don't know because
So he was asked 23 boys. How many do you think were victimized?
Different young boys. How many of them, Sheriff, do you think he victimized?
it's hard to tell. I don't know because, like I said, these kids, when they're very young like this, and some of them were at an age at the time. Again, this has been going on for 11 years. And some of them may not even remember it because the youngest in the home was 4 years old. And you got a guy that's talking about wanting to do bad things, not the 4-year-olds, not the 3-year-olds, not the 2, but and in the comments he made, how he likes kids that are, and come up and read these things, how he likes kids that are zeros. And he likes having, being able to communicate with other people who like zeros.
Oh my God, that's what they call them? Zeros? Holy shit.
What zeros mean is kids that are 3, 4, 5, 6 months old.
Oh, God.
So in the home with 4-year-olds, if we're asking somebody who was 4 or 5 at the time, and that was 10 years ago, we're asking them today, these kids wouldn't even remember that.
You believe that?
I disagree. I think a 4-year-old would remember weird things like that. And I think that you need to treat them with kid gloves and extreme therapy. A 4-year-old knows if they had weird things happen to them sexually. Stop it. Stop it. The next question is, do you believe this was his intention all along in becoming a foster parent?
This was his intention all along in becoming a foster parent and an adoptive father?
I have no way of knowing that. I don't know. That would be, I can't speculate on that. All I can tell you is what happened and what we have and what the evidence shows. And the evidence is his statements.
Alex. Hello, Alex. Hey, congratulations on making your goal yesterday. I hope you're doing well. And happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. Alex. I agree, Shibs. It's like they're accepting them.
You got a guy, too, that gets confronted by the cops with a search warrant for his phone, for child pornography, etc. And in the parking lot, when they're taking his phone, they do a preliminary look at it before it's forensically analyzed. And they see that there is bestiality, sex, people having sex with animals on the phone. And he says, oh, yeah, I'm into really weird stuff. Well, no kidding. So, I mean, this is, was any of this by design, what he did? How, I don't know. I can't answer that. But all I can tell you is that what he actually did by his own words and what we found on his phone is consistent with him saying what he did, and we'll continue to investigate it.
Can you talk a little bit about...
Okay, so they're still married. J. Blige. Hey, Olivia B. Oh, we got to go to Nancy's. Hold on. We're not really going to go to Nancy's, though. Don't call the police. We're not fucking going there. This is just a soundbite.
Dad, will you take you over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
We're really not going. Don't call the police. I think that kids would remember. I know it's awful, you guys. Thank you for sticking around, though, because I know it's really, really hard to hear. But goddamn, these things have got to stop, And if we don't talk about it, we don't become aware of it, then what? Hey, Andrea. It's not a good topic.
about what the path forward is for these kids who...
What's the path forward for the kids that are still in the house? She said, I mean, is the government going to be helping them in terms of counseling? Or where do things go from here? Great question.
Beyond the ones who are still with it, who are in the house, I mean, is there Is the government going to be helping them in terms of counseling, or kind of where do things go from there?
So like I said, right now, none of these kids have made disclosures. And so, we don't have a lot to work with in that regard. Some of the kids are still in the system. And again, when you're in the foster care system, sometimes these kids move around quite a bit from foster home to foster home. So, we'll make sure that everybody's aware of it and keep an eye on them. But right now, we don't have any disclosures by these kids.
Certain pedophiles.
They don't have any disclosures by the kids. Why? Some of these kids are still in the system. Oh my God. We're going to make sure they're aware of it. Fuck. Why aren't they tracking them down, guys? Listen to that again.
So like I said, right now, none of these kids have made disclosures. And so, we don't have a lot to work with in that regard. Some of the kids are still in the system. And again, when you're in the foster care system, sometimes these kids move around quite a bit from foster home to foster home. So, we'll make sure that everybody's aware of it and keep an eye on them.
We'll make sure everyone's aware of it so they can keep an eye on them. An eye? What? Dude, Alex, this fucking guy, John Ballard, this motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker. Where's his fucking picture? Oh my God, I am disgusted. Why has it come up priest? Ugh. Look at this fuck. This guy. I mean, just saying. No, this is the perp. Ballard. Detectives arrest Seminole man for possession of child pee and sexual activity involving animals. He fostered 23 children, adopted 7, all boys. And he's saying here, oh, well, some of these boys are still in the system. They move them around a lot. Fucking find them. Give this guy the death penalty. Isn't that what it's for? Right. And like Bobu's just said, the kid's still living, the 4 children that are living with the other dad could be brainwashed right now.
But right now, we don't have any disclosures by these kids.
Certain pedophiles are now eligible.
Okay, so now this reporter says certain pedophiles are now eligible for the death penalty. Is that something you would like to see? Like you would like to see in the prosecutor's office? Are you ready?
For the death penalty, is that something you would like the prosecutor's office to see?
Well, and again, in this case, we don't have that. Okay, but under certain circumstances, yeah.
Really? Stephen Stearns didn't even get it. Stephen Stearns, it was used as a bargaining tool to get him to plea. Oh my God, Criminal Network, it's fucking horrific. This is the worst. Like, animals aren't even treated, you know what I mean? Like, we treat animals consciously better. And what is he doing? Like, what? You can't convince me that they can't track these children down and fucking find them and talk to them and get them help and ask, what happened in this house? Oh my God.
And I think that one of the things that is extremely helpful, beneficial, is the law that the legislature passed this session, the governor signed into law, and takes effect on July 1st in about a week. And it creates minimum mandatories in prison and very stiff penalties and upgraded penalties for these people that are engaged in this type of conduct. So,
okay, so there's a new law coming in July 1st. I'm glad that Florida is actually a little bit proactive. But, right, there's no rehab for these people. They don't get better, ever. They get worse. And then the DHS system was just handing them boys on a silver platter. Hey, sub.
The stats show that this is a worsening situation. The number of tips that we've received from this point in time this year compared to last year is up about 73%.
Holy shit. They've received 73% more tips from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children since last year. Holy shit. Wow. I'm stunned. In one freaking year?
So, that's the tips. Those are just the tips we get from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, from NCMEC as it's called. So the number of tips is up exponentially. It's up 70+%. And on top of that, the number of investigations that we conduct based upon what we see, what we find, that don't come through NCMEC. So this problem is, maybe sometimes the phrase gets used, but it applies here. It's off the charts. And it is not getting any better. It's getting worse. And
Jesus, it sounds like they're kind of overwhelmed with this shit. Damn. I mean, and the sheriff can only do so much. You know what I mean? He can't force DHS to track down these kids. But at least the Florida sheriffs give us press conferences like this, so we know the facts of what the hell's going on in our neighborhoods. Because this guy lived 15 minutes from me, with all these boys coming in and out.
And I wholeheartedly, 100%, not only welcome, but am so glad that the legislature acted this year and increased the penalties with these minimum mandatories, and hopefully will, one, adequately punish these people and be a deterrent. But these people are sick. I mean, there's no way you can say that somebody that is talking this way this guy was talking and doing what he's doing isn't sick. Doesn't mean he's not responsible for his actions, but it's awful.
You need state and federal help too, right? Because this is an international problem where people are using apps that, as you said, you don't put
And it's all over the country. It isn't just here. It's all over the place. So yeah, it's something, there are federal laws on the books. Most of these cases, most of them are investigated at the state level and prosecuted at the state level. But it's a problem all across the board.
Is there anything else that you would like to see happen to continue to address this problem, to hopefully tamp it down?
I don't know what else to do with it, because this isn't the kind of thing,
Okay, so the question was, is there anything you'd like to see done to remedy this problem? And he seems kind of like, I don't know what the hell we can do. Gidget, whose name? See, I agree. In cases like this, they should be forced to act. And I think that's a fucking problem, is that the DHS system is untouchable. It's like just completely untouchable. All of our children deserve better than this crap. I agree. And I'm glad that you guys had good foster families. Foster families are so special. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't look at every foster parent in side eye. But when you have two dads requesting only boys between certain ages, that should be a red flag. Right. I wish I could say this just happens in Florida, but it's all over the country. It's absolutely awful. Bloom, you have a good day. It was good seeing you, and thank you for the truthership. I'm sure Ted will wear his truthership badge with pride.
Problem to hopefully tamp it down?
I don't know what else to do with it, because this isn't the kind of thing, when you're having burglaries, you can put deputies out in the neighborhoods and you can do extra patrols and you can have heavy presence. This stuff is all going behind the scenes. This is stuff people are doing on their computers, their tablets, their phones. This is stuff that how do you deter this other than what we're doing here today and what the legislature has done to create some very significant penalties and put people in prison for minimum mandatory sentences and try and deter it that way. That's one of the things probably most frustrating to me, because we like to be able to fix problems. We like to be able to solve things. I don't know how to fix this or solve it other than do what we do, which is to be very robust in our investigations, do as many as we can, put as many of these people in prison, and hope that we keep those people off the street and they're not doing this type of thing anymore, and that it deters others from doing it, and that they get help so that they don't talk about and do these things that he says he was doing to these kids. It's just and that viewing the child pornography. I mean, that all of it. So it's about all we can do is to
See, and it's crazy because if you're viewing child pornography, it should just be across the board. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. You don't deserve to be out among the public. If you're going to watch shit like that, I couldn't fathom. Oh my God, just the thought of it, you know? Someone who has that shit on their phone, fuck directly off. You have that on your phone, you're gone. Just throw them away. Just throw them away.
that, all of it. So it's about all we can do is to be very diligent, very thorough, very robust in our investigations, put a lot of resources on it, and hold these people accountable.
Just so that I'm accurate in reporting, do you believe that, or do you have any evidence, either from statements forensically, that besides the statement that he made on Kick to others, that he had, physically touched and abused his sons? Do you have any, further evidence of that?
Well,
do you have further evidence besides what he said that he physically abused his sons?
So it isn't just the statements on Kick, the original statements. It's also the subsequent statements that he was making on the other app while he's watching the video, communicating with others who are watching the video, I'll call it simultaneously,
about
God. What he had done. And
he was participating in a watch party. Holy shit. Oh my God. Is that what he said? He's communicating with others while they watch the same fucking thing? And they can't get in there and find out who those other motherfuckers were watching with him? Oh my God. Oh my God.
He was making on the other app while he's watching the video, communicating with others who are watching the video, I'll call it simultaneously, about what he had done and what he wanted to do. And also some of these behaviors that are indicative of it. And some of the boys have said, and I think it is indicative of it, that he was stripping them naked as punishment, making them stand in front of a window, his exhibitionist, that he was watching them shower, watching them bathe, and those types of behaviors. So those things are indicative and consistent with what's happening.
Not directly off.
No, it's fair. It's a fair question because we want to be right. We want to be very accurate about this and very factual about it. And the last thing I want to do is insinuate that there's something other than what the facts show. So no, it's a fair question, and I think that there is enough here that corroborates what he said and came out of his mouth. And I would say another thing that came out of his mouth to our detectives is what he said at the hair salon when we seized the phone when he was questioned about the bestiality. He said, "I'm into some weird stuff."
Oh my God, they arrested him. We need that body camera footage. He was arrested at his freaking salon. We need that body camera footage.
I mean, there's a lot there that I think corroborates it. All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that is, I know you could cover this daily and you'd have never ending fucking content, unfortunately. The next one is bond hearing. Let's watch this.
Tonight, the children of an adoptive father accused of sex crimes no longer staying at his home. All of this coming as a court hearing today for his child porn and bestiality charges ended without a bond decision. 10 Tampa Bay News reporter Eric
Keep
Lasser
him locked up.
was at the Pinellas.
Look at this motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker. As if his eyes aren't a dead giveaway that he is sinister. Was aspen Connor his hair? Oh, I think he's desensitized to it, Laura Lee. I think he's just like, they see so much of this. Hopefully he's going to get more charges. I'm hoping Jen J.
County Courthouse, and he ran into the suspect's husband.
Oh. Well, for now, 51-year-old John David Ballard will remain in.
Damn, I haven't seen this yet. The husband?
The Pinellas County Jail. Ballard appeared by video this afternoon wearing a jail uniform but said nothing during a brief hearing focused on whether he should be released on bond. Ballard's husband sat quietly in the courtroom gallery but declined to comment. He has not been charged with any crime.
John David Ballard.
John David Ballard faces 25 felony charges, including 20 counts of possession of child pornography and 5 counts involving images depicting sexual.
Look at this dude. He's like, I don't think so. This dude's a pedo. He looking around. He's like, He better be scared. He better be fucking scared. Because look at, he's looking around like, oh, this is the pedo. Look at him. He's like, oh, I can't wait to get my fucking hands on him.
Sexual activity with animals. Investigators say they uncovered the material after receiving a cyber tip that Ballard was allegedly discussing the sexual abuse of a 7-year-old adopted son through messages on the social media app Kik.
And look at, I wonder where they worked. Did they have jobs? Because
after receiving
their house is pretty nice. So where did they work for jobs? We need to know. Where the hell did they work? Or did they just live off the system and get paid for being foster parents? I don't know how much you get paid for that. But, oh, the salon. Fuck, I forgot about the stupid salon. What was it called again? Always Gossip. Whoops. Always Gossip Salon. Oh my God. Park Boulevard. Oh my God, that's right down the road from me. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. It's on Yelp. Oh my God. Yelpers report this location as closed. Okay. I can't click on it. What the fuck? Why can't I click on their photos? Hold on. I can't click on it. Is that because it's closed? Well, that's janky. There's a picture of him right there. Hold on. Always. Oh, here's Google. Oh, Lord. Okay, we're going to look at this. Oh, my God. There's little kids. Oh, my God. No. Nope. There's kids on there. Nope. By owner. I'm not putting that child on there because that's probably their fucking child. Oh, my God. I'm going to puke. Let's look on here. No, that's... Yeah, Always Gossip. Seminole. Let's see where the fuck this is at. Oh, my God. Kid friendly. Yes. Renee N. 5 stars in 2020. Well, Always Gossip is always closed. Fuckers.
Tip that Ballard was allegedly discussing the sexual abuse of a 7-year-old adopted son through messages on the social media app Kik.
Yeah, I watch TV and I happened to see it on the news last night, Kai.
During Thursday's bond hearing, Judge Philip Federico indicated he could rule on bond immediately, but suggested that based on the information currently before the court, Ballard could end up being held without bond.
Choose your poison, I guess, is what I'm saying right now.
Rather than proceed, defense attorney Michael Hayworth agreed to delay the bond hearing indefinitely and have it instead scheduled at a later date before Judge Pat Siracusa, who is expected to preside over the case moving forward.
I'd rather get more ducks in a row than do it in front of the trial judge. That's the direction the court is heading.
Court records show Ballard has no previous criminal history, but prosecutors noted the seriousness of the allegations. Investigators say Ballard and his husband fostered 23 boys between 2017 and 2023 and adopted 5 children during that same period. In court today, Ballard's lawyer said the Department of Children and Families had removed the remaining children from the home and launched its own investigation.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Okay, so I have a little faith that they're gonna have more charges on this fucker. Look at this guy. He's like, oh hell, He's like, nope. This guy can't wait to get his hands on him.
I understand the person's position. I understand where the state's coming from, that there may be more charges and there may be more information that follows from this.
No date has been set yet then for Ballard's bond hearing before Judge Siracusa. The criminal investigation also remains active as investigators have said that additional allegations involving former foster and adopted children are still being reviewed.
We have other allegations. Oh my God. Let's hope to God this motherfucker never sees the light of day again, or his husband.
In Clearwater, Eric Lasser, 10 Tampa Bay News.
Sheriff Bob Gualtieri has called this case a betrayal of trust within Florida's foster care system, noting that Ballard and his husband were active members of the foster and adoptive parent community for years before his arrest. U.S. Representative Anna Paulina Luna is calling on Florida's Attorney General to go after the death penalty in this case. We also
Yes. Look it. This is Florida, man. Fuck yeah. I have some faith. Attorney General James Uthmeyer. So Representative Anna Paulina Luna said she wants a death penalty. He says, we are on it. We are on it. However, we need justice for all the kids that he hurt. They did take the kids. They finally did take the kids, Ski Utah. Whew. For fuck's sake. Katie K, thank you for the jewels.
also reached out to James Uthmeyer's office for comment on that last night. This morning, he responded on X, writing simply, as you see, we are on it. I did look into it. The Attorney General has taken on other high-profile child sex crimes cases. In January, James Uthmeyer announced 47 additional felony charges against Nathan Holmberg. Holmberg was already facing the death penalty on child sexual battery charges in Hernando.
Get him. Get him. Hernando County is right next to me. Get him.
County. He died by suicide while in custody in April.
Really? Why are we look at this guy? He's like, seriously? Seriously? Anna Paula Luna. Oh, Shubs, you're funny. You're funny. The Woodsman. Oh man. I've got one more for you though. While your blood pressure's up, let's get this out of the way. Good job, Jay. It's tough stuff. DP, please, Florida. Whew, this one isn't quite as graphic as that one we just watched, but I have faith we'll keep watching it. You guys have all seen the beginnings of this, and we will follow it through till the end. Thank you so much, Flobo. This is another Florida press conference. I love our Florida sheriffs. I could highlight them all day long, day in and day out. I absolutely love a lot of our Florida sheriffs. This is Jacksonville. You ready?
Is anyone out there seeking to lure, entice, or exploit our children on the internet? Our message is simple. We'll see you soon.
And I love the badass operations. Operation Checkmate. All right. So now we're going to Jacksonville, Florida, up in the top of the east coast of Florida, just near the Georgia border there, Jacksonville. We got Operation motherfucking Checkmate to the creeps. You're going to love this guy. You're going to love him. Oh, by the way, this was 4 days ago. 4 days ago. They're busting these creeps left and right.
Step down one. Okay, perfect. The officers go over here. Everybody ready? So good afternoon. Thanks for coming. Today we announce the outcomes of a successful multi-agency investigation focused on identifying and arresting those who use the internet to sexually exploit children. Operation Checkmate. This operation netted the arrest of 29 men who solicited children online for sexual acts. There are 3 additional men identified during this operation, for whom arrest warrants have been issued based on their online solicitation of children. Moreover, detectives continue to follow up on outstanding leads garnered during this operation. We anticipate additional arrests beyond the 3 with outstanding warrants. This undercover operation began on April 27th and ended on May 2nd. The success of this operation exemplifies the strong law enforcement partnerships with our local, state, and federal enforcement agencies, which you see here in front of me and with me. During this multi-agency operation, JSO's Internet Crimes Against Children detectives worked together with other specialized JSO units, as well as our investigators, agents, and support personnel from the following agencies that you see listed above, task forces, and organizations, many of whom have agency heads or representatives here with us today. The comprehensive list of our partner agencies involved in this operation is visible on the screens behind me. The singular objective of this operation was to identify and arrest predators who solicit children online to engage in sexual acts. Undercover detectives posing as children chatted online with adults. These adults solicited sexual activity and committed to engage in sex acts with
Hi, Julie Martino. I hope you had a good weekend, girl.
purported minors at prearranged locations.
These motherfuckers, okay, so this is detectives catching them, so it's a lot different than the one we just watched. These are creeps that are looking for shit on the internet and they're catching them. Is that 1.25? Damn, he talks fast, but it's good. Let me know if it's too fast for y'all.
To prevent providing predators with information on how we conduct these investigations, I will not share specific details concerning the platforms or tactics law enforcement used during this operation.
And I think that's badass. Like, motherfuckers, we ain't giving no more of you any ideas.
The men arrested thus far in this operation range in age from 22 to 72 years old.
Fucking 22 to 72. You know, usually in a crime, like, you'll get a profile. Yeah, the guy's between 20 and 30 years old, medium build, probably works in, you know, da-da-da-da. No, these motherfuckers come in all ages, all shapes, all sizes, all fucking any industry you can name, they come from. There's no fucking deciphering. It's scary as fuck.
And as you can see from these photographs, they run the gamut of ages, backgrounds, and races. These predators were arrested for a combination of sexually motivated crimes and unlawful use of electronic devices, felony charges that carry significant criminal penalties. One of the men arrested, this operation has previously been designated a sex offender after being caught in 2020 in the 2020 predator sting, which is Operational Social Bust. Zachary Stitz was designated a sexual offender from a conviction for use of a computer to lure a child to engage in sexual conduct out of Hillsborough County in 2021. Not only was Stitz caught during this operation engaging in the same predatory behavior.
Okay. That's Hillsborough. That's right next to me. That's Tampa, friends. I'm talking to you. This motherfucker was caught in 2021 doing the same shit. They don't change. They don't stop. They don't get better. These behaviors escalate and get worse. Ugh.
That rendered him a sex offender, but he was also arrested for a violation of sexual offender requirements. Jacob Futch, who was arrested for soliciting a girl for sexual activity during this operation, was previously arrested in 2019 during another JSO operation.
See, I mean, how would you feel if you were these guys and you arrested these guys not once, not twice, but 3 times, and they just, oh, there's not enough. There's not enough to keep them in long enough. They get, you know, a lewd and lascivious misdemeanor.
Activity during this operation was previously arrested in 2019 during another JSO operation, Operation Save Summers. As a result of that 2019 arrest, Futch pled to a
Look at him in 2019. In 2026, all he did was sit in a basement longer. Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. This is 2019 right here, all looking like Jeff Dahmer, as if that wasn't enough. Then you got him over here, looking like he ain't seen the light of day in fucking since 2019. Look how white he is. Look at his hair. He's unkempt. They get worse. Right? I mean, he looks like he's been sitting in a fucking basement. Blech.
Third-degree felony of unlawful use of a two-way communications device. He was placed on 3 years probation, and ultimately Futch violated that probation and served 12 months in jail. Also arrested in this predator sting was Michael DeToro. Notably, DeToro was, at the time of his arrest, a wrestling coach of a minor child.
Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. He was a wrestling coach to a minor child.
At a training facility in Clay County.
Oh, my God.
DeToro drove himself to a prearranged location with the intention of engaging in sex acts with a boy in his Jeep Wrangler.
Oh my God.
After DeToro's arrest, detectives discovered that his vehicle appeared equipped for child exploitation.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He came with his Jeep Wrangler prepared to sexually exploit a child. Right. You just have to give him lobotomies, criminal network, or just throw them all on an island. Fuck it. Hi, Blockbuster. Just put them all on an island. Let them be predators together.
The seats of the Wrangler had been folded down. The interior was carpeted with blankets. And disturbingly, the interior of DeToro's vehicle, or Wrangler, was outfitted with multiple cameras.
Nope. This shit, this shit don't happen overnight. He had cameras in there. It tells me he's done this shit before. That ain't his first time. Oh my God, dude. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Yeah, the gas chamber. That's true, Penny. Holy shit.
Investigators also discovered sexual paraphernalia in DeToro's vehicle. Currently, detectives are...
Oh my God. Ugh. This guy needs to go. I mean, death penalty, right? There's no fixing this.
Conducting forensic searches of the cameras and associated memory cards found in DeToro's vehicle. DeToro had previously been arrested in Clay County for contributing to the delinquency of a minor for an incident in which DeToro was found in a car at night with 2 minor boys in pornographic material.
Come on. Okay, this is where we fail, okay? Because he got a ticket in Clay County, Florida for contributing to the delinquency of a minor. He was found as an adult in a car with 2 young boys looking at pornography. I wonder what year that was. Oh my God, dude. What the fuck?
Vehicle. DeToro had previously been arrested in Clay County for contributing to the delinquency of a minor for an incident in which DeToro was found in a car at night with 2 minor boys in pornographic material. 5 of these arrested men are in our country illegally. Now detained from Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Jean August, a Haitian national. Jamie Castellanos Marin, a Guatemalan national. Samuel Pinero, a Brazilian national. And Javier Isidro Mendez, a Mexican national. All have ICE detainers. Elias Roberto Martinez Guerra, a Honduran national, not only has an ICE detainer, but he's all...
So they only got him for showing the porn to the kids. It's like contributing to the delinquency of a minor if you bought someone beer, right? Yeah. Can we not look at the bigger picture here? Thank you for subscribing, Tracy.
Also has an active deportation order that had been previously ordered by a judge before Martinez Guerrero's arrest in this operation. Also arrested in this operation was Terry Rivers. Rivers had just been released from Florida State Prison on October 17th of 2024 after having served 17 years in prison for armed robbery. John Mullins, who at the time of his arrest was a manager of a tour and events for a company who manages many of the events venues here in Jacksonville. When he was...
Oh my God. Tourist and events venue? Stop it. I bet you a lot of people in that area know John Mullins.
Arrested during this operation for soliciting a boy for sexual activity. So JSO puts the highest priority on the safety and security of our children. As the internet provides new and frightening opportunities for predators to victimize our children, our investigators, along with those of our partnering agencies, these amazing people I have standing with me, will continue to proactively identify and apprehend child predators before they have an opportunity to act upon their perversions. We are going to be proactive in finding these people. Our children deserve our protection, and JSO and our partner agencies will continue to conduct these sting operations to stop child predators from harming our children. We have more footage and details from Operation Checkmate immediately available on our social media platforms. Now I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Yes, ma'am.
I know you're not able to talk about the specific platforms, but what should parents be looking out for on their children's phones or devices?
You should just check what your kids are looking at, who they're communicating with, the times that they're communicating with them. Oftentimes, their kids go to bed with phones. You have to watch. You have to be careful. Of course, I'm not in the business of telling people how to parent, but if I can give any advice, pay very close attention to the people they're talking to on these platforms. Good joy.
Sure. Is it frustrating for you? You talked about 3 different people at least that were arrested before for similar things.
Yep.
And now you're arresting them again. Is that a frustration for you?
It's frustrating. I think you should put them all in prison forever. That's just my opinion.
See, you guys, I told you you'd love him. The sheriffs are frustrated. They're frustrated as hell.
Or we get rid of them completely. Because my experience tells me that they can't be cured. And if you get one, you interview them. If they're honest with you, they'll tell you they can't be cured. They're probably in the safest place that they can be. So the frustration is there. Of course, I don't control the judicial system. I'm not a state legislator. I'm a sheriff. So I'm going to continue to work hard to make sure we do what we can do to get these people off our streets.
I'm joking.
Yes, ma'am.
Father's Day's coming up. You're a dad. You can put on your father hat for a second and just, I'm sure a lot of them, people here are parents. When you look at people like this or arrests like this, tell us your own feelings as a dad.
As a parent, I think you maybe noticed I got a little frustrated when I'm reading about one of the guys who has a Jeep Wrangler. He's set up with cameras and blinkers to his car. That's a predator. These are all predators. They may not be legally designated predators, but they're predators. I don't want my kids or anyone else's kids. I have grandkids. I'm sure the men up here and women up here have kids and grandkids. Maybe not grandkids because they may not be old enough. But we don't want anyone's kids being victimized by these folks. So just be alert, be aware, pay attention to what's going on. My kids are adults, but my grandkids aren't. So it worries me. I want to make sure that we keep everyone that we can safe. Yes, sir.
Can you talk about the length of time this investigation went on? Months? Was it?
No, it wasn't.
He says, how long did this investigation go on? Be ready to be floored, you guys.
Months. It was a 5-day investigation.
5 days, 29 predators in 5 days. Can you imagine if they did this full time? He's one of the good ones, Laura Lee. He's one of the good ones.
And then we did some follow-up to make sure we had the right information to move forward with other warrants. We did, and then we had those warrants taken care of. And you see,
surprising to you that in only 5 days you got this many guys? Is that surprising to you?
No, I think there's more out there, and I know that the partners in Northeast Florida, we're going to continue to do this all over the place. And it should. It's a worthwhile effort. I think we save some children. I really do. I really believe so. And we only hope to be able to continue to do that. But I'm not surprised by 29. Maybe disappointed, because we have a total of 29 in custody. There's 3 more that we have outstanding, and possibly even more after that.
I know you said that you anticipate more arrests. Is there like a number that you anticipate? Do you anticipate just like a few more? Or?
Don't know that yet. We're working through the information that we have. Like I said, we collected information that we're still working through, and then that will help dictate what takes place from there with others.
And then another question. I don't know if you can answer this or not, but there's been a significant uptake in AI-generated CSAM. Do you know if any of these people had that?
So she's asking about AI generated CSAM, which is a whole nother like avenue of fucking predators on the internet. And he's like, I'm overwhelmed with the real ones. Don't even get me started on the AI.
That in their possession?
That I don't know. AI is a whole different world.
Yeah. But now I want to bring in Henry Duke.
AI is a whole different world, sure is. Now, check this out. This is their footage. So it says 29 men and counting are facing criminal charges after they chatted online with who they thought were young teens for sex. On the other end of the conversations were undercover detectives who were part of Operation Checkmate. Over the course of 5 days in late April, we know what happened. Okay, so I'm going to read their names. Billy East, 35, Clifford Skaggs, 72, Derek Wilcox, 22, Donald Seymour, 42, Dustin Hefner, 37, Elias Martinez Guerra, 30, Giuseppe Gilbert, 23, Jacob Futch, 29, Jamie Castellanos Marin, 42, Jason Gaines, 41, Javier Mendez, 31, Jay Kennedy, 28, Gene August, 45, Jeremy Johnson, 33, John Mullen, 61, Leon Hicks, 43, Mark Sullivan, 59, Michael DeToro, 44, Nasib Amin, 23, Nathan Ramirez, 29, Quentin Quarterman, 28, Radcliffe Wilson, 33, Samuel Pinheiro, 35, Sean Smith, 48, Stephen Sheehan, 34, Terry Rivers, 34, Zachary Bradley, 25, Zachary Stitz, 39, Chris Nanos, 70. What the fuck? Okay, so here is their footage. Here we go. Let's see if I can't make this.
They're gonna do it right here. Look, it's gonna be good. Boom. Boom.
Don't move, man. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir.
Dude, they have like their whole
Go to your knees.
The fuck? It's like a whole production.
We'll see you soon.
Wait, hold on. They have like a whole production company for the sheriff's department? Damn. Okay.
It's all about our kids. All about people that want to victimize our young people and even our adults in this community. We're not going to allow it.
Hands up! Hands up! Walk to me.
You'd be hard pressed to find a more worthwhile cause than one of these operations. So months of planning in this, a lot of logistics. There's a ton of units involved.
We have partner agencies that are a part of this. We have federal agencies. We have partner agencies from around Northeast Florida. And we need to do everything that we can to try to catch those that are doing these things in this type of operation.
Ugh. Look at this guy. His shirt says arm bars. Blit. Screaming like a little bitch.
So we have detectives who are working in an undercover capacity trying to lure in predators who are going after children. These folks that we have posing as underage children are incredibly good at what they do. It's incredibly difficult work, some of the content that these detectives have to look at. It all has to come together to make sure these individuals go to prison. 1, 2, 3. It's abundantly clear with the actions that these people are taking that they are coming to meet a child and know exactly what they're doing and that they are committing a crime in this process. I just ruined my life. With a successful conviction, there are
Look at this guy, little bitch. Look at him. Oh, you filming me?
just ruined my life. With a successful
Look at him. I wonder what will happen to these guys, though. I wonder what will happen, at the end of the day, once they reach the justice system,
conviction. They're a registered sex offender for the rest of their lives, and we're able to keep track of them and make sure the children stay safe. Operation Light Shine is a partner with us, and we partner with them through the Intercept Task Force. They're able to provide support, which is vital in the background to help keep these things going. They play a role in helping us to be successful in these.
I mean, are these the actual perpetrators, or is this just a film? I'm confused.
Bringing resources to the table.
Don't come to Jacksonville. Don't do it in Northeast Florida. Don't do it in Florida. Don't do it in our country. There's no place for you in our communities, and we're going to do everything we can to put you away and put you in prison for the rest of your life if we catch you.
Oh yeah, it was them. Yeah, this is all of them right here. All those motherfuckers I just read off. It was them. Look at, there's that old ass man. Ugh. Scary. Scary, scary stuff. I like that sheriff too. He's no nonsense, man. We've got some good sheriffs down here. Grady Judd is honestly one of them. I'm not against that production. I'm really not against it at all. Produce that shit. Did they bump that car? Get him. Look. Look at that. That's them getting one of the predators. I didn't see that in the beginning. Watch. He says boom. Listen. Watch.
They're going to do it right here. Look, it's going to be good. Boom.
He said they're going to do it right here. He's going to get him. Watch.
They're going to do it right here. Look, it's going to be good. Boom.
I fucking love that. I think this is when they actually got and the detectives were watching from over here.
They're going to do it right here. Look, it's going to be good. Boom.
Oh, man. What kind of deterrent is there other than death? Entrance. Do you know what I mean? Right, Harris? Harris, it's been good seeing you here. I mean, they caught them everywhere. There's the fucking Wrangler. Remember I said we need the body camera? Look, there's that Wrangler, this motherfucker. They need to put on blast like where they worked, what they did for livings. You know what I mean? If they had jobs. Yo-yo, Ausane. Yo-yo. It doesn't say me. I don't know why. Nat says castration. I'm not sure that would even work. Mary J. Blige wants Alex to say hi. A lot of them admit it's an internal struggle. Right. If you can get them to admit it. If you can get them to admit it. This is that motherfucker in the Jeep. That is just absolutely, I mean, it's appalling. Look at, they hit his car, and then look at, they hopped out at Whataburger and fucking got his ass. I know, but pretty hate. If you think about it, 29 guys in 5 days, where are we going to house all of them? Where are we going to lock them away to? Where are we going to put them? I mean, I absolutely love this for this fucker. I really do. Hey, Chloe. Yeah, we were watching perps get arrested in Jacksonville. It's pretty good footage. Look at this motherfucker. He got around his head. Weirdo. 2 words, death penalty. Boom. Boom. We have body cams here, facial recognition on your street. I agree, Penny. Penny's like gas chamber, 6 foot under. Penny ain't got no room for these creeps. Let out all the marijuana convicts. Yeah, that's fucking stupid too. But they keep, yeah, I mean, they get these, like that guy got contributing to the delinquency of a minor. How is that? You know? You give them a lesser charge. And that's why I'm worried that Florida is using that as a bargaining tool rather than enforcing it. Because I don't think any pedophile has gotten the death penalty yet. Because Stephen Stearns, I think, was the first one to be charged, and then they pled him down, you know. Deport them where, though? How many on death row? None in Florida. Because Stephen Stearns was supposed to be the first one. Yeah, and the sitting on death row for 30 years, we need to get rid of that shit as well. I agree. This is a video that I came across that I wanted to see if we had covered this because there's a trial starting. So let's watch this. We're switching gears. We're going to Indianapolis, Indiana.
This morning, the trial for a mother in Indianapolis charged in the death of her 5-year-old goes to court.
More than 2 years after her daughter died, Toni McClure will learn her fate in front of a jury.
I don't think I've ever heard of this one. I don't know what happened.
Anna Chalker joins us in studio this morning with what we can expect out of the first day of this trial. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies. We'll hear opening arguments from both sides, and we do know that 12 jurors were selected for this trial. And this is some of the evidence in the timeline that I want to walk you through that's going to be presented during this week. Kinsley Welting, she died in April of 2024 after police found her unresponsive and malnourished in her mother Toni's home.
Oh my God, poor baby.
Investigators say she suffered years of abuse. It was even confined to a closet in that home. Reports show Kinsley was in and out of foster care, but those cases were closed without a caseworker seeing the girl in person.
The day that DCS took her back was the hardest day I'd ever experienced in my life, knowing where she was going.
That was Kinsley's.
Oh my God. Had no idea this would kind of melt in to what we were discussing in a way.
Maternal grandfather. Now, there are 2 people that'll have major testimony in McClure's trial. That is her mother and her boyfriend. Both of them pleaded guilty to neglect of a dependent, resulting in death in this case. The trial set to begin at 8:30 this morning. we will have a camera in there as the trial gets underway.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I guess if you want to follow that, I had never heard of that case. It popped up in my algorithm. So I don't know if they have it on YouTube. It doesn't look like it. Probably on their website. But this is Indianapolis. I'll give you, it's WTHR News 13. So if you want to look that up. What's up, Ballet Flats? Oh, man. All right. Well, I think, let's see. Do we have anything for Elena? Let's check updates on Elena Moore. We were supposed to hear. Oh, fuck. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Shit. What does this mean for the case of Elena Moore? Breaking news. No cause of death found in Elena Moore case, coroner says. We have our update after the autopsy of Elena Moore, and the coroner has said no cause of death in her case. The Lexington County coroner has released the preliminary findings from the autopsy of Elena K. Moore, which was performed on Saturday. Officials say examination of her body revealed no evidence of traumatic injury, including no bruising, lacerations, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, blunt force trauma, strangulation, or other external injuries. Moore's cause of death remains pending at this time. The coroner says evaluation is required, including histological studies, review of medical records, and toxicology testing. What's histological studies? DNA? Oh, no. The study of tissues and organs through sectioning, staining, and examining those sections under a microscope. So they're going to look at her organs and tissues. The search for the missing Midlands woman came to a tragic end last week, and the body of 39-year-old Elena Moore was discovered in Lexington County. So I guess we await toxicology, which can take weeks. We know she had a heart problem. So what do you guys think? Tox screen. What if there's nothing in there? Right. She didn't stop breathing for no reason. And you would think if she fell down due to that drop, the 12-foot drop, you would think that she would have bruising. Did someone put her there? Hey, Tiff. Oh, we talked about you this morning. You're too damn old. But wait a minute. If she fell down that 12-foot drop, she would have markings. So what the fuck? Yes, the autopsy is back. No cause of death. I'll read that part again. It says, examination of her body revealed no evidence of traumatic injury, including no bruising, lacerations, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, blunt force trauma, strangulation, or other external injuries. How did she get down that embankment without external injuries? Hang on, I'm going to show you that drop again, because that's kind of weird. Let me pull that up.
These are for you, baby girl.
If she fell from this upper area, she would be bruised. She would have signs of a fall, external injuries. So if we go back into this video and we look when they're looking in the distance, watch. See the crime scene tape back here? There's a walking path around here. Penny says maybe she didn't fall from the road, but had been on the pathway a few yards away. Poisoned and put there. I don't know. We will wait, though, for the toxicology. It could take a long time, though, couldn't it? Is it true that you don't bruise when you're dead? Well, you would bruise from the fall. Like if you're alive, right, and you fall. Okay, let's say you're alive and you're up here. Let me mute this. You're alive and you're up here. I would think if you fell down to here, if you're alive, they're going to be able to tell if you were alive when you fell or if you were dropped down there dead, right? Because of the way the blood pools and the markings on the skin. So if she was alive, when she went over the edge, they would know that these bruises were from, falling. But if she was just placed there, that's effed up. Because if she fell from this, if someone wanted to make it appear that she accidentally fell here, they failed because there's no injuries on her. So that leaves more questions than answers. Yes, there should be. Yes, absolutely, Sparky. Scratches, anything. And they say in that article, no, there's no external injuries. I don't know if her heart condition, I don't know where she stood with that. But why in that spot? And this tells me that she didn't come from up here, right? She would have had to have come from over here, where that tape is. Huh. And she thought somebody was following her. It's so weird. I mean, if you're gonna kill yourself, what are you gonna kill yourself with down there? She doesn't have any marks from anything. She didn't, she's not shot. She's not stabbed. It'll be interesting to see if there's anything in her system. Yes, there is a trail down there. It would be a lot to carry someone down there. But if you were being followed, she was in a place called Three Rivers prior. No cause of death, Tiff. No cause of death at all. So, God, toxicology can take months. That's frustrating. Jerry thinks this is a weirdo thing that happened, but I don't think foul play. It kind of reminds me of Teleka Patrick in Michigan. Teleka Patrick. She kind of had an episode, and She was found. Her car was abandoned, and let me see. Here we go. I'll show you. And she was obsessed with this fucking gospel singer. Watch this. Watch this. This is Michigan.
The investigators are certain the body found in an Indiana lake is that of Teleka Patrick.
That's right. 24-hour News 8's Joe LaForgie is here now with how investigators were finally able to make this positive
I can't believe this is 12 years ago.
ID, Joe.
Yeah, car keys, cash, and a pager helped determine the body was that of Dr. Teleka Patrick. The answer to all the questions surrounding her disappearance may never be answered.
I do believe it's probably as solved as it's going to get.
With that, Kalamazoo County Sheriff Richard
I believe it's as solved as it's going to get.
Fuller calling the case of missing Dr. Teleka Patrick closed. Investigators are still awaiting final autopsy results, but the car keys, cash, and pager found in the pocket of the woman whose body was pulled from a small lake Sunday are tied to Patrick. A psychiatry resident assigned to Borges Hospital, Dr. Patrick went missing on December 5th. Coworkers.
So we had this surveillance of Teleka going into a hotel trying to get a room, and she was turned away, and we don't know why.
Others interviewed by investigators suggested Dr. Patrick was troubled that night, a pattern confirmed by others who knew her.
And in those cases, she would leave urgently. Whenever she had left, it would be for a day or so. And in each case, it turns out that she would check into a motel or a hotel.
Her car was found that same night abandoned with a flat tire along I-94 near Porter, Indiana. There was no signs of Dr. Patrick, so they treated the case as if she were still alive. Today, Fuller revealed information investigators had previously withheld. They believe Patrick was not headed to Chicago to see family.
We believe her true destination was the St. Louis area, where she appeared intent on meeting an old acquaintance.
Why withhold that information? Fuller said at the time investigators considered Patrick voluntary missing. They had an idea where she was, but they didn't want her to know that.
Had we disclosed that at that time, it would have shut the only door that we felt that was open to her at that time.
But the longer she was missing, the more hope faded. Investigators returned to the small lake near I-94, but the ice was too thick. Then on Sunday, a fisherman spotted the body.
Hopefully we will put some closure to the Teleka Patrick missing persons case.
Fuller says the coroner determined the cause of death is consistent with drowning and that there were no signs of foul play.
She was found in that water, and they said she drowned. Like, how do you drown yourself? I went to where she was. I actually went there. And me and my sister walked around here. And it was wild because it was right off of I-94, the expressway I-94. And there was no signs of foul play. She just got out of her car, right? Got out of her car and just fucking jumped in the pond. This is the mile marker she was found at. We got out. We went to there was a truck stop nearby. But yeah, she just got out and started walking, I guess, and ended up in that water. It's the most bizarre case. She was obsessed with this guy. Watch this.
We have new developments to report tonight in the case of missing Kalamazoo doctor Teleka Patrick. We have obtained a letter that famed gospel singer Marvin Sapp apparently.
So she was allegedly obsessed with him, he says. This is all his word. But there were tweets that she was tweeting him, but there were no responses from him. Now I know we can scrub our social media. I've always felt that he knew her, possibly made her think that he was interested in her.
Sent to her 3 months before she disappeared from Kalamazoo in December. The letter permanently boots Patrick from Sapp's church. Some have questioned whether or not it had anything to do with why she went missing. 24-hour News 8's Leon Hendricks has tracked this case since the beginning. He has a report tonight.
It is perhaps the part of the case that has garnered the most attention and speculation, this connection with Marvin Sapp. But police said unequivocally today that they do not suspect Sapp of any wrongdoing. It's a letter that, in nicer words, tells Teleka Patrick that she's not welcome. It appears to have come from Sapp's church on the southeast side of Grand Rapids in response to stalking allegations that have been made against the now missing doctor. The letter
He accused her of stalking him.
Was sent in mid-September. Patrick went missing on December 5th. The note, purportedly from Sapp and signed by his church's board of directors, has a clear message. Grace and peace, Miss Patrick, it reads. We greet you in the matchless name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It goes on to accuse Patrick of, quote-unquote, continuous interaction, inappropriate emails and pictures sent to Pastor Marvin L. Sapp, visiting Pastor Marvin L. Sapp's residence, and continuous attempts to talk and interact with Pastor Marvin L. Sapp's children. Today, sheriff's officials confirmed that Patrick appears to have come to West Michigan to be close to a love interest, a person she reportedly claimed was her fiancé. Police say Marvin Sapp had no connection to Patrick.
He has never corresponded back to her, is what we have indications. In fact, we believe he's probably never met her.
But private investigator Jim Carlin questions that notion.
There had to be some nexus up there in Grand Rapids with.
See, he spoke out. He was like, oh, no. Something's weird.
Sapp and her. The way it sounds as if he doesn't even know her, and I don't believe that for a minute.
He says he has reached out to Pastor Sapp to no avail.
Why he wouldn't want to reach out is baffling.
Today, investigators broke their weeks of silence and went on record with where their investigation stands. They revealed for the first time that they suspect Patrick was headed to a relative's home in Chicago when she disappeared. While they have gotten numerous calls about Patrick, none have helped find her, they say. That letter, signed with Marvin Sapp's name, closes saying, quote, we are praying for you and wishing you well in your endeavors to find a new church home. That letter was found by private investigator Jim Carlin when he searched Patrick's home. We reached out to Sapp and his church. A representative did call us back.
So the police didn't find that. Yeah, she's a doctor. Uh-huh. His wife had died of cancer or had cancer or something like that. Uh-huh. Weird, huh?
Back and said, quote, the church has no comment and our pastor doesn't either. The sheriff's department says that Marvin Sapp has cooperated fully with detectives. Back to you.
Tonight, Teleka's family sent us a statement saying, quoting here, we have fished for clues on Twitter, spoken to hordes of friends and associates, hung up signs on cold metal posts, and every step of the way we have prayed like we have never prayed before. We are past the point of desperation. We're running on fumes and running out of time. The family has raised $20,000 for information leading to finding Teleka.
Crazy, huh? This is my live. I'm pretty sure I put video up or something, but this I did.
Her family said at the time that this video was made, she wasn't in a relationship with any other man.
So we dived deep into this for 3 hours, but these are some of the tweets right here. Check this out. Watch.
Let's play that one. Gray, I'm surprised you're even still here.
Oh my God, I said, Gray, I'm surprised you're even still here. Oh my God, what year was this? 7 years ago, December 6th, 2018. We are in the J for Justice vault. Let's see how many people we still know in the J for Justice chat. Tato.
So let's play that one. Gray, I'm surprised you're even still here.
Over that shit show. I know. I almost wrecked my
Yet
peonies.
another twist in the mystery of the missing
For fuck's sake.
I almost
All
wrecked
right.
my peonies.
The last one I sent you, can you play that one real quick?
I farted and almost shit myself. It was a mess.
Oh my God.
Just play the goddamn video.
Oh my God.
Who's this lady now?
Oni, what a clown.
Our News 8's Coco McAvoy read through them.
Well,
and
she had a Lexus, but it was like a
spoke about a
1997
secret
Lexus,
world.
so I think it was not like...
Buried amid thousands
that
of tweets under the handle Teleka Patrick are references to an
Really,
unnamed
Cookie?
love
I am
interest
really
and
aggravated,
a world
and
underground.
I am apologizing
the
in
tweeter,
advance
presumably
for my
Patrick herself,
bitchiness,
wrote,
but I am
quote, I am
in the
excited
midst
to
of
spend time with you
smoking,
because we can
so
go
I have an
underground
excuse.
together. Continuing.
Look, this is one of her tweets. That's why I'm so excited to spend time with you, because we can go underground together. Tiff, here, I'll give you the link to this because we went deep. I'll find the other videos too. I watched you then under Harrison T. Rourke. You remember the Oni era? Oh, my God.
My nuts are people,
Today is day
and I take them underground into
7,
my
I
secret
think.
world.
I love you.
My nuts are people, and I take them underground into my secret world.
You need help.
The tweets are surfacing just days after Patrick's
This is Teleka's ex-husband.
ex-husband voiced his concerns about
Really
Patrick's
weird that she didn't
mental
have enough
health.
money.
The tweeter went on
Are
to
you
say,
playing the video?
I have no idea why I'm talking over the video. Listen, I'm going to go, are you playing the video?
I am like a
talking to myself?
squirrel.
Yeah, you're talking
Squirrels
over the
take
video.
their nuts underground.
I am like a squirrel. Squirrels take their nuts underground, and then they eat them when mostly no one is looking.
Oh, well, why didn't you tell me these
when
things?
mostly
I
no
can't
one
see the
is
video.
looking. People have been searching for the Kalamazoo doctor since December
God.
5th. She was dropped off at her car in the parking lot of Borges Medical Center, where she was a resident in psychiatry. Her car was...
Well, let me just tell you. You said play the video, I hit play, and then you keep yapping.
Shut up.
Okay, here we go.
later found in Indiana. At one point in the tweets, there's talk of Invega, an FDA-approved drug used to treat schizophrenia. One tweet
Whoa, I forgot about this part.
said, I guess Invega is not as powerful as they advertised. Later, the tweeter talked about wanting to hurt herself after receiving letters sent by certified mail.
Okay.
Last week, Target 8 uncovered that gospel music star Marvin.
So if we rewind here, okay, you're going to see, this is one of her handles. She replies to herself. See this handle right here? It says SW Munchkin. SW Munchkin was her. She was also SW Munchkin. We don't know if she was dealing with multiple personalities and each personality had its own fucking Twitter account.
Well, at the time, though, let's be honest. At the time, we thought that maybe Marvin Sapp was communicating with her.
Yes.
And, you know, they were kind of just tweeting to each other where it looked like a one-sided conversation. You know, like if I tweeted something on my Twitter and said, what a shit show that was. Okay, let's say I said
Ask
that.
Oni, and then I replied back and said, oh my God,
No,
I know we
but
couldn't
I
get the
didn't
video
even
to
say
play.
it to Ask Oni, that I just tweeted that. But you knew it was for you. So then you just tweeted on yours straight up, you know, your reply. You weren't necessarily putting at whoever. It was almost like it seemed like they were just tweeting regularly, but they knew it was for each other. That was what I originally thought.
And Southwest Munchkin, it looks very much like Southwest Michigan. So that's why.
Yeah, I don't know what SW Munchkin is, but yeah, she actually put that thing on her that program on her Twitter, which deleted all her tweets, but we found them in cache.
Yes.
Or cache, whatever.
I said cache. Oh my God, holy 2018.
In cache.
Yes.
Or cache, whatever.
Okay, we're going to keep playing.
Wanting to hurt herself after receiving letters sent by certified mail. Last week, Target 8 uncovered that gospel music star Marvin Sapp took out a personal protection order against Patrick, claiming she stalked him, tried to contact his children, and sent him hundreds of unwanted messages. On Twitter, the writer expressed love.
Tiff, can you at least say I've grown since these days? I may be too damn old for the drama, but have I grown since this 2018, Tiff?
Love for a musician.
Look at, she says, I pre-ordered a CD last week. Hope it gets here soon. Don't know. I'm a hard copy kind of girl. I know the pics on the insert will be worth it.
Saying she pre-ordered his CD and was anxious for the photos of him that would be inside. At another point, in a video link, I love you. The doctor delivered.
Oh my God, I forgot her singing videos. Woof.
Delivered a love song.
When love takes you,
and a message.
Come live in my heart and pay no rent.
We found those posts at a website that archives deleted tweets, so they are not easily accessible. The Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Department would not comment on any of the tweets. Live in studio control, I'm Coco McAvoy, 24 Hour News 8.
Claudio Claudia says in chat, I'd ban her too. Peace.
Who found those tweets?
Who found those tweets?
I'm sorry, again, come again, lady. Who found those tweets? Jay and I found those damn tweets.
We did. We did find the tweets. We were the original finders of the tweets. We were streaming on Zoom at this time, guys. We were like ahead of the game.
We did. We found those deleted tweets.
We worked our asses off on this case amongst many other accounts that were hers.
Yeah, I mean, I totally thought that she was communicating with Sap. And, you know, he's crooked. I mean, let's not make it, he's not some saint.
No, he may be a preacher, but that doesn't mean...
I got scared and I thought Marvin Sapp and his boys were coming to my house to kill me after we did this live. I got all freaked out.
You know, we know what Catholic priests are capable of.
Well, I mean, he's supposedly this, you know, gospel. He's all about the money. He's very much so into the money. So he's crooked in his own way. And his wife, I think, died of cancer. And there was just a lot going on with all of this. And she lived not too far, maybe a couple hours away.
I haven't changed much, guys. I mean, you can really tell when someone fucking December 6th of 2018 to today. I might have a better mic. Really, Kels?
So, you know, and she's a pretty girl. So, I mean, I understand, like, why the initial thought would be, you know, maybe they did have something going on.
Yeah.
So we uncovered all these tweets, and it just seemed, you know, Angela, we found them by searching, like, I don't even remember.
Her Twitter. So what we did is we went to her Twitter, and then we were seeing who she was talking to. So SW Munchkin, which the SW Munchkin led to another account, which that one led to another, and it was just like a snowball.
It was like a trail, yeah, and it was
accounts. But the weird part of it is that the reason that we knew that they were her accounts is because at the beginning, when she would create these accounts, she would in some way somehow say either one of her family members' names or tweet them or even herself.
Mm-hmm.
And so you found, but she didn't add it, so we couldn't find it from her account specifically. It was, so, okay, we see she's communicating with somebody, SW Munchkin, which she doesn't add that person. So then we went to, well, is there an account named SW Munchkin? So we looked that up. Well, sure, and lo and behold, there was. But if you scroll down to the bottom, it says something about either, you know, Matthias Patrick or Teleka Patrick, her brother, whomever. We were like, okay, this is strange.
Yeah, she had
what
a bunch
do you mean
of...
catfished?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. We found a bunch of accounts. She was tweeting her brother and shit like that. I like current uninhibited Jay better. Me too. God dang it. Why do I
She was catfish.
Hey, Sassy. So, you guys, it was a huge pain in the ass because when we did find and put all of these tweets together...
You know, hold on. I'm going to go into the Facebook group. We might still have them. Let me see.
They were put together with all of her accounts.
Oh, here they are. Here they are. Look.
And then we're going to go into...
That's right. She was Cali girl. Look at, she was literally, you guys, having a conversation. Watch. I'm going to speed this up. But this is crazy. She had Teleka right now. I mean, we really did do our homework on this one.
Thousands that we recovered of fucking tweets. This is all from Teleka right now.
These are all her accounts we found.
Okay, so stop. Let's read a couple of them because this is where I thought she was talking to, like, see how she's just straight up tweeting? Like, she's not putting at anybody. She's just tweeting, like, I'm laughing because I thought fear was whatever that says. Anyhow, God loves you so very much, and he wants you back safe and secure. I can't read all of it, but
yeah, in his arms, that all he wants to love you and take care of you, and he will guide you on how. And then,
so if you look at the times, like 7:42, and then 2 minutes later, she's like, at this time, you should probably get some rest.
Right.
And then 2 minutes later, yeah. So I always thought, I won't stop tweeting if you don't want me to stop.
Yeah.
See, I thought that maybe someone else was tweeting straight up on their Twitter.
And then she says,
see, I feel like she was reading something and responding. Oh, Mary J. Blige. Thank you for your super chat. I found you a few months back and never leaving. You are awesome and so smart. Thank you, Mary J. I like you too. But isn't that crazy? Did you like the video I sent you? I'll keep you company. When I come to you, I will take care of you.
Did you like the video I sent you? My baby, don't cry. Don't be sad. I love you. She's literally talking to somebody. So let's keep going. Okay, so now here's Cali Girl. So for instance, that one was
Thanks, Cal.
4/14 of 2013 at 2:41. 4/14 of 2013. Cali Girl says, refresh and view changes. Is that better?
Now she's switched to another name. Isn't that weird? Like on the same day, 4/14 of 2013, and then 4/14 of 2013, the same day she makes a new name.
Looks like everything's switching over. It just takes time. I'm going to take a nap. You're still looking great. I hope you get rest later. She literally had to have like 4 or 5 fucking phones. Or she would log out of one account.
But what is she saying? I mean, you're so intelligent.
So beautiful.
3 minutes later, you're so beautiful. I just don't feel like she was talking to herself. I still don't.
Yeah, and we've speculated that this was a catfish setup from the get-go. So this is Cali Girl 2013. This is also an account that was, she spoke
I mean, wait, go back up. Go back up to the married thing.
Hey, Lindsay.
Stop. Okay.
Look where she says, stop hiding. Look, how are you? I'm done with my shift. I was so proud of you. I'm really proud of you. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys think he could have met up with her? Do you think she's just going through it? It's weird that she just drowned, right?
I was so proud of you. Yes, it will take some time. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever will heal. I promise. And then 4 minutes later, stop hiding. But notice how some of her texts are in, or her tweets are in quotes.
Well, look at this. Dude, stop. Dude, relax. Stop freaking. I'm just having fun. And these are very cryptic. And then if you go down, so this is Cali Girl. So she stops at, on the 16th, on March 16th. April 16th. This is going, let's see what this ends. And then we're going to go into, I mean, we've got months and months. We're in.
I mean, it's just never ending.
Yeah, if you guys want to join the group, we have all of these files from 5 years ago that are still on there.
Yep,
I mean,
5 years ago the day she went missing.
See where she's asking questions? Like, stop.
Am I real to you?
Why are you crying? The honest truth is I'm devastatingly hurt. Dumb right now. Am I real to you? Well, if I'm not, then that is encouraging. I am honestly concerned that you are not safe.
Because if I'm not real now, then that gives me hope that things may be different once I am real.
What you're not taking seriously. So we have all of these. I mean, there is literally hundreds.
I mean, you guys can see I'm only a quarter of the way through, and I'm scrolling and scrolling. Hold on. That's not secret. Said retweet from Cali Girl. But in my heart, I really do love God. I was yearning for Him the entire time. Never stopped living secretly. I.e., who was that app? That's not secret.
See, she did retweet somebody. There was a lot, you guys. She's not adding anybody though. She's just tweeting that, like leaving a post. Thank you, Tits McGee. Thanks for giving me something interesting to listen to while I work. Thank you for your support, Tits. It's always a pleasure seeing you. Solved? No, it was determined she drowned. Accidental drowning.
That wasn't from her.
No, they retweeted her Cali Girl.
Right. That was weird. Oh, here's
Sorry, Megan. We kind of moved on from Watts, and we're kind of in the middle of this, but we'll be talking Watts tomorrow. You ain't going nowhere.
Love counter and ENG. Hi.
We'll be talking Watts tomorrow. You ain't going nowhere.
Oh my God. For people who said I was in love with him, can we play that for those fucking idiots in the back? Thank you. Let's play it again.
Girl.
Right. That was weird. Oh, here's another
Sorry, Megan. We kind of moved on from Watts, and we're kind of in the middle of this, but we'll be talking Watts tomorrow. You ain't going nowhere.
Love counter and ENG. Hi, how are you? I'm still working on things.
Yeah, that's me in love with Chris Watts. On December 6th, 2018. All of these people that lie about me can literally
fuck directly off.
Okay, so these are some of her tweets. So if you guys really want to kind of dig deep into this case, the Facebook group, what is it? Find Teleka Patrick?
Yeah, and then, here Teleka Patrick starts replying. Teleka Patrick, hi, Pastor Kelly, how are you? This is Teleka Patrick. I'm graduating from MD and PhD programs this weekend. This was on 5.
Yeah, hi, love. How are you? Been super busy. You know, it just seems, oh my.
She's talking to somebody named Pasta Kelly.
goodness, you were working. You know,
You want to hear it again? Okay.
Oh, here's another
sorry,
one.
Megan, we kind of moved on from Watts and we're kind of in the middle of this, but we'll be talking Watts tomorrow. You ain't going nowhere.
Love Counter and ENG. Hi, how are you? I'm still working on things.
See, but sadly, no one will clip that mess. There's no clip channels that will clip that mess. Harris, why am I not surprised? I get all these creators that want to tell lies about me and shit, and it's just like, if I spent my days responding to all of these assholes, I'd never do anything else. And quite frankly, I don't think they deserve the attention.
John from Watts, and we're kind of in the middle of this, but we'll be talking Watts tomorrow. You ain't going nowhere.
Love Counter and ENG. Hi, how are you? I'm still working.
Some of her tweets, Sophie Patrick.
Yeah, and then, here Teleka Patrick starts replying. Teleka Patrick. Hi, Pastor Kelly, how are you? This is Teleka Patrick. I'm graduating from MD and PhD programs this weekend. This was on 5.
Yeah, hi, love. How are you? Been super busy. You know, it just seems, oh my goodness, you were working. You know, it just seems like she's talking to somebody. And
yeah, and it's weird because so you have this Teleka Patrick who's talking to people. I'm coming over after Baccalaureate ends at 1, and I will be at Mount Rideau by 1:30 p.m. Now, that was at 5:25 p.m. on 5/23, or 5/25 of 2013, and then on 5/25 of 2013. So a little over an hour later, she's back on the Cali Girl account. Hi, love, how are you? Been super busy. About to start Baccalaureate service now. So that tells you that that's the same person.
then we thought at one point that maybe they were sharing a password and like an account and talking to each other on one account. You know, like if I was seeing somebody and I didn't want anybody to know, and I made a Twitter and I said, here's the password.
Okay, so we're going to, excuse me, we're going to skip forward a little bit. I wonder if I show where she was found. Yes, right here. Okay, here we go.
I said she borrowed $100 and got a ride from a fellow resident to the Radisson Hotel in Kalamazoo. The resident told police Teleka's voice was high-pitched as her eyes rapidly blinked. He says she told him she planned to meet a man at the Radisson, telling him not to attend the morning prayer group at Borgia's and asking him if he believed in demons. He said Patrick was acting strange and seemed confused. So this sheds a little light on the night that she went missing. After unsuccessfully getting a hotel room, the hotel shuttle driver gave her a ride back to her car, and she asked him, "Do not tell anyone we did this." The shuttle driver watched as she ran into the parking lot, and then he saw a car leave the lot moments later. The police report sheds new light on Patrick's life, showing that strange occurrences like this weren't uncommon. 7 months before she came to Kalamazoo to attend WMU medical school, while she was still living in Loma Linda, California, she began contacting pastor and gospel singer Marvin Sapp in Grand Rapids. The report shows questions of Patrick's mental state began as soon as she arrived in Kalamazoo, noting an incident on July 10th where she frantically flagged down a Kalamazoo public safety officer, telling him someone was after her.
Oh my God.
That prompted the officer to call the school.
Wow. She flagged down an officer and said someone was after her.
Shows questions of Patrick's mental state began as soon as she arrived in Kalamazoo, noting an incident on July 10th where she frantically flagged down a Kalamazoo public safety officer, telling him someone was after her. That prompted the officer to call the school because he felt she had mental issues. The school had Patrick drug tested and it came back clean. Police interviewed Marvin Sapp on December 9th. So she went missing on the 5th. On the 9th, they were talking to Sapp.
Wow. I forgot all of this. 4 days later, they're talking to Marvin Sapp, the gospel singer.
After learning he had a PPO against her. So Sapp had a fucking thumb drive with 490 pages of correspondence from her, none of which he ever responded to, so he says. When police searched Patrick's phone, they found strange messages, including an exchange where she says a large animal struck her car and that she believed Marvin Sapp possessed that animal, causing it to attack her car.
Okay, see that picture? I'm standing in, like, where the water is. That's where the pond where she was found, and her car was where that semi-truck is. So she was driving down the freeway after not being able to get a hotel room and pulled over, got out of her car, climbed this little fence. It's the squirrels. Climbed this little fence and then drowned in the pond. You're going to see in a second.
While interviewing Patrick's brother, Matthias, he told police no one in their family knew Patrick in depth and that she had told him Sapp was going to be her husband. An interview with Patrick's mother, Irene, turned up similar information. However, she made it clear that she thought Sapp had something to do with her daughter's disappearance. Patrick's sister, Tanisha, told police she didn't believe her sister's stories about her fiancé, Marvin Sapp, and wouldn't believe things she said unless she saw it for herself. So the documents reveal more about the time Patrick's body was found on April 6th. which was 4 months after she went missing.
That's the pond right there. So there's where her car was, up there, right?
So the documents reveal more about the time Patrick's body was found on April 6th.
That's the pond right there. We don't know why she couldn't get a room. She went in, she spoke to the people at the front desk, kind of like how we see Elena talking to the girls at the Planet Fitness. She went in there. Apparently, she didn't have money or something. And it was like weird because you're a resident at the hospital, which is right next to the hospital. The Radisson and Bronson Medical Center, their parking lots are like, I don't know if they connect, but they're close. She went in, spoke with them. We never got audio. No, it wasn't full. She was in there for quite a while. And then she left, took the shuttle back to her car at the hospital, told the shuttle driver, don't tell anyone this happened. Got in her car, drove down I-94, ended up on the side of the road, and then ultimately, when this pond thawed, they found her.
Which was 4 months after she went missing. A receipt from a collision shop was found in her car, which Patrick had just signed, saying her car was unsafe to drive and had a nail in the tire. When her body was pulled from the Indiana lake, not far from where her gold Lexus was found, the key was still in her pocket. Police say there were no signs of foul play, and they ruled the death an accidental drowning.
An accidental drowning, no signs of foul play. Isn't that wild, huh? What's up, Cash? I hope you had a good Father's Day yesterday.
The Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Department concluded Patrick left on her own free will, and they requested the missing persons case be closed. So the Indiana State Police were handling the death investigation, and they were awaiting, at this time of this article, the toxicology reports before closing the case. So she went missing on December the 5th, and she came up. They found her in the Lake Charles. When was it? 4 months later.
In April.
April. But they did sonar. They were searching the area because, like, where her car went off the road, like, the lake was literally like behind this fence. Like, she would have had to hop this fence.
Yep.
Now, Shibby, you got to remember, this is when I still lived in Michigan. I've been in Florida since 2019. So a year after this video, I moved from the north to the south. That could be why I sound. Did you say I sounded like a Valley girl? Hey, Purple.
And they went over by that water. And it wasn't like a lake. I mean, it's called Lake Charles, but it was more like a freaking pond. Like, it wasn't even that big.
If you can see right here, this is if you were on the side of the road, the view, and if you were to go down into the ditch, up, and then jump over the fence.
There's the water.
And run.
Yep, if you went over that fence, there's that pond right there. I think she left everything at the hospital in her locker. She didn't take anything with her.
Run into the lake, and said that she didn't know how to swim, or
like, she could have ran around the lake. I just don't understand, like, why someone in the middle of winter runs into a lake. Like,
into the woods.
Did she think she? I mean, I get why she maybe ran into the woods if she was scared. Like, what if someone was following her on 94?
Yeah, because she was swerving. There were 911 calls saying she was swerving back and forth. Or we thought, well, what if someone was hiding in the back of her car?
That's right. There were people calling 911 saying that she was recklessly driving, and they didn't get to her in time, you guys.
The crazy part of this all is, you guys, this is not the first person to come up missing or have something weird like this happen from that fucking hospital. There's also a girl who was leaving the hospital. They found her body, 10 miles away, wrapped in a sheet, like years later.
Okay, we're not going to get into that, but that was, obviously that was someone who was in there for mental. But yeah, what a flashback. Crazy. I'm glad you were here for that, Tiff. I'm glad you were here for that, because a lot of people don't even know, who he is. So I'm glad you were here for that today. Thank you guys for being here. It is already 5 o'clock. This was a long Monday weekend update, I must say. I have a fun video for us to go out to. Hold on. Ooh, not that one. Not that one. Okay. Here we go. Here's our final video of the day. Mental break. But could it be Elena? Do you guys think Elena might have had a mental break? Watch this, you guys.
A paternity dispute on a local farm has social media buzzing over a rare birth. So rare that there aren't even statistics to count how many are born each year. In Olmsted Falls, a 5-year-old adopted sheep named Ramona got pregnant by a goat, producing what is known as a geep.
A geep? Who wants a fucking geep? I want a geep. I want a geep. Thank you, Flobo. It was so wonderful to see you too. Glad you were off today. Me too, Cal. That's so wild. You saw this? I want a geep.
Clara was born on Memorial Day. Geeps usually don't survive birth, making her exceptionally rare.
But when you take into account all of the factors, like she looked more like a goat, she acts more like a goat, she sounds more like a goat, the sheep shearer came out and said it's crossed with something, and then you look at a side-by-side, it's hard to ignore.
Owners of the farm did a DNA test to see if Clara really is a geep, but learned that only an expensive chromosome test can confirm Clara's paternity.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. We have more breaking news. Don't go anywhere. IAG coming in with the breaking news. Dun, 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 dun. Second note sent to media outlets said she had died. Breaking news. Whoa. Nancy Guthrie case. Second note sent to media outlets said she had died. No, we're finding out what was in it. The second note sent to media outlets following the disappearance of Nancy indicated she had died, but contained no apology or request for payment for the release of her body. 3 people familiar with the matter told NBC News. OMG. Let's start at the top. Nancy Guthrie case. This just came in 2 hours ago. Second note sent to media outlets said she had died. The second note sent to media outlets following the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie indicated that she had died but contained no apology or request for payment for the release of her body. 3 people familiar with the matter told NBC News, which is Savannah's network. The existence of the note was known, but the content specifically that it said Guthrie had died had not been previously disclosed. Why are we just now finding out that Nancy Guthrie, that they told the family she was deceased? When did the second note come in? Hold on. I need to get these. I need to get these dates. What date did they get that? God, it's all this new stuff. February wait, hold on. The first note was on Monday, which was the second. The second note, do you guys know when the second note came through? I mean, we found out about it later. Hold on. Google Docs. Let me pull up my handy dandy timeline. Well, the first one came in on Monday, right? The day after. They're saying no apology. So let me see if I can get my... Damn, I don't see it. What account was that made under, Kels? Because I know we shared it with one another. all that work and I can't find it. Is Kel still here? Hey, Robat. I'm trying to find the damn Nancy Guthrie timeline, but I can't find it. 2 deadlines, one for 6 million. I can probably Google it. Hold on. What date did Nancy Guthrie ransom notes come in? The second note was February the 6th. Yep. Wait a second. This was already reported. Right? Oh, no. I thought they did apologize. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Look. There's something going on here. Look. A second note was then sent February 6th, which shockingly apologized for her death and demanded a fee to return her body. Hang on. So what? Why are they switching it? They're switching it now to say that they didn't ask for payment and they didn't apologize. But here it's saying they apologized. And why won't this load? What's going on? We know that it said she died. The Guthrie family received 2 notes that were sent to Tucson media, and those are the 2 that they said were credible. The first note demanded cryptocurrency for Nancy's return. The second note said she died shortly after she was taken and was buried in nature? What? Who the fuck said that? Dude, I never heard that. Okay, so after the second note, Savannah posted a statement in a February 7th Instagram post. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us. This is very valuable to us and we will pay. Okay, he's live right now? Okay, I guess we're going to have to watch that. Because that's pretty wild. Buried in nature? Okay, let's go to another one. That's Yahoo News. Here's News Nation 7 minutes ago. A ransom note reportedly apologized for killing her. Something media outlet TMZ, one of the organizations that received the note, disputes. A report from Airmail stated the email sent in February from the same IP as an earlier note included details of the night Guthrie disappeared. This is coming from Airmail. It included an apology for accidentally killing the 84-year-old. ABC News also reported an email sent to a local Tucson station, which was reported to be the same as the one sent to TMZ, contained an apology for Guthrie's death. TMZ, one of the media outlets that received both, has disputed the account, saying there was no such apology. Oh my God. Who are we to believe? Many of the ransom notes in the Guthrie case were fake, according to authorities, but the Guthrie family did respond to the 2 notes they believed were legitimate. According to the Airmail report, the February 6th note included an apology for Guthrie's accidental death and the suggestion her body could be returned for a ransom, which TMZ denies was said. 2 ransom deadlines passed in the case with no exchange. And Guthrie remains missing months later. In the post denying any mention of Guthrie's death in a ransom note, TMZ brought up a separate series of emails. The outlet noted that those emails were from someone who claimed to have information on the case, but who was not the kidnapper. One of those notes included the phrase, "Time is no longer of the essence." Oh my goodness. TMZ said it reached out to the FBI regarding those emails, which it believes are legitimate. The company said it was hoping to do a documentary and asked the FBI how the agency would feel if TMZ paid the Bitcoin ransom to see where it led. The FBI said the email was interesting, according to TMZ, but did not follow up on the ransom requests. So TMZ was automatically thinking of a documentary to pay the ransom and be able to document everything. Wow. Thank you, Robat, for 43 months. The day before Derek's court hearing. Interesting. Actually, his court hearing was moved. He's now taking a deal. He will be pleading with the feds. TMZ released a short. Okay, let's watch that really quick. Because right here it says, the note contained no apology or a request for payment. 3 people familiar with the matter told NBC, which is her freaking network. This is so weird. This is so strange. All right, let's go to YouTube and go to TMZ. It's on YouTube, right? The short. I mean, we're totally getting conflicting information. TMZ saying, no, that's not what it said. Is it this? Hold on. What the
I want to
FBI
talk
told me.
about Nancy Guthrie and some communications I've had with the FBI that I haven't talked about until now. But I want to start with these reports that this ransom letter that we received kind of apologizes to Savannah Guthrie and her family for the kidnapping, and that Nancy was no longer alive. That was not in the ransom note that we.
So he's saying no. Oh my gosh, what is going on?
Received. It is not in that ransom note at all. It does say that she's scared, but okay. But the ransom note makes no reference to Nancy Guthrie either dying or the kidnappers apologizing. Now, there is a reference to Nancy Guthrie not being alive anymore, but that is from the person who sent us multiple emails saying that he knows or knew where Nancy Guthrie was and where the kidnappers were, and he wanted money in return for information. We passed that along to the FBI as we did the ransom note, but this person kept sending us emails. And early on, he said, time is of the essence. And then a few days after the kidnapping, he said, time is no longer of the essence.
Now, I think that's the only thing we heard, was that time was no longer of the essence. And we all were like, okay, maybe they're saying, she's deceased. Cash, thank you for becoming a true seeker today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your support.
But did they say she was dead? Or did they just say time is no longer of the essence?
Meaning she wasn't alive. So that's where that came from. Not the people who kidnapped her, but from the person who was sending us these notes. Now, that person.
So we have 2 ransom notes that the Guthries said were legit. But he's saying the death part came from random emails.
Wanted effectively $100,000. He actually reduced it at some point, but that's what he wanted in return for giving information about the whereabouts of Nancy Guthrie or her remains and the kidnapper. This person also said that he was afraid that he might be implicated. He had a burglary on his record from, I think he said, 11 years before. And apparently he knew these kidnappers well enough that he was afraid he might be implicated. He also said he wanted to go underground, which is why he needed the money, because he was afraid that they would exact revenge on him for blowing the whistle on the kidnappers.
So again, yeah, Nick Stan, Harvey is saying the notes that are thought not to be genuine are the ones who said she was no longer here. NBC is saying it was the second note. NBC is saying the second ransom note, which why would it be a ransom note? Wait a minute. Why are they even saying that this is a ransom note if there was no request for payment? Why is the Guthrie family saying there's two legit ransom notes? A note saying she died and not asking for payment isn't a ransom. You see what I'm saying? There'd only be one ransom note. But they're saying there were two that were legit. This isn't a ransom note. Saying she died and there's no apology or request for payment. How is that a ransom note? That would just be communication, right? Not a ransom. They still wanted payment, but NBC is saying there was no request for payment. You see what I'm saying? Savannah's network is saying there was no request for payment. Exactly. It's a death notice. This is a cluster if I've ever seen one.
So the FBI never paid that money, or never got the Guthrie family to pay the money to the person who was sending us these letters, these emails.
So the guy only wanted $100,000 to tell the location of her body, but they won't take the $1.2 million and say where her body is?
I will tell you that the FBI did put around $270 in the Bitcoin account of the kidnappers. And we knew that. We were asked not to talk about that while all of this was going on, but they wanted to see if they could trace that person. They couldn't. As for this other person, the FBI took it seriously. They felt, at least in my communications with them, and I had numerous communications, they felt that this person might indeed know. For some reason, they never paid or never asked the Guthrie family to pay that person for information leading to the identity of the kidnappers and Nancy Guthrie's remains. I was always confused about that because I'm a skeptical guy, but there's something about those emails that made me believe that this guy may well have known who the kidnappers were. And the reason I say that is that initially he said, in the first letter, he said, time is of the essence, meaning you better hurry up, I can tell you where she is. But then the next day he wrote, time is no longer of the essence. If somebody is scamming and wants to get money, why would they say time is no longer of the essence? You want to say, no, time is still of the essence, so you can get the money and make people feel that it's urgent to pay it. For him to say it's no longer of the essence, to me it felt more truthful because he was taking away the urgency to pay the money. So I always had this gnawing sense that he might be indeed legit. But for some reason, the FBI never pulled the trigger to pay the money. So around 3 weeks ago, I called the FBI back. I hadn't heard from them in a while. And I said, look, it's been gnawing at me for a long time that there's something about this guy that felt legit. And I said, look, what if TMZ does a documentary and that we try and get in touch with this guy and even pay the money? And if he takes us to the location, then you get resolution. The Guthrie family gets resolution. And if he scams us, he scams us. But I just had this real feeling that it might be real. But we didn't want to interfere with the investigation. So the contact I had at the FBI said, look, that's interesting. Let us get back to you. And I talked to him a few days later, and he said, well, it's something they're looking into. And I thought, okay, fine. And then a week passed, and I called back and left a message. And usually my messages were responsive, where they would call back. And I got nothing back. And I've called a half a dozen times since over the last couple of weeks. And I've gotten nothing back. For some reason, the FBI has gone radio silent on me. And we have had ongoing discussions because we've tried to be helpful over the many months now that this has been going on. But they've ghosted me. And I don't know what that's about. But I've kind of not talked about it. But at some point...
Do you guys think that they could have ghosted him because he talked about wanting to make a documentary out of it? Maybe that's why they're not talking to him?
I just want to put it out there that, this felt like maybe we could do some good. And for some reason, the FBI has gone radio silent. I don't understand it. I'm not suggesting that the FBI is doing anything wrong because they've really tried to solve this. But it's just curious to me that this one guy who has sent us, I think, around a dozen emails, it's just somebody that I felt knew something. But for whatever reason, this is all kind of evaporated into thin air.
It's evaporated into thin air, but we have Derek Kalila, who was arrested pretty much right after he did it. Look at this article. This one, okay, we're going to read this. Ransom notes, this is from In Style, okay? Ransom notes in Nancy Guthrie case may have led to early investigative misstep. The gist, investigators in the ongoing Nancy case may have made a critical misstep. Rather than sending the alleged kidnappers the money they demanded, officials decided to tickle the wire and send a much lower amount, which was $270, according to Harvey. They later received an apology for her alleged death. Airmail published a piece that dove into the ransom notes that were received following Nancy's disappearance. In the first note, the 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie was described as being safe but scared. The message went on to demand $4 million be paid by Bitcoin by February the 5th. If they received that sum by the 9th, remember they took it to Monday, she would be returned. If not, the new fee would be $6 million. The note added that these terms were non-negotiable and concluded with the message or else. However, the task force decided to tickle the wire, according to the outlet, and only sent the alleged kidnappers, this one says 152, and the money remained untouched. Airmail noted that either the amount of the money simply wasn't enough or that the kidnappers correctly suspected it was a trap. Come on, $152 is not going to tickle anyone out of the fucking woodwork. Then, on February 6th, another note was sent, which led the task force to believe that Nancy's case wasn't just a kidnapping, it was also a potential homicide. Sources close to the case summarized the letter to Airmail. It reportedly began with an apology for Nancy's alleged death. The message said that her body could be delivered for a fee, but it was unclear whether they wanted the original $4 million or a different amount. The next day, on February 7th, Savannah posted on Instagram alongside her siblings. We'll watch that now.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Okay, so that was in response to that on the 7th. But then we have over here NBC stating Nancy Guthrie case. Second note sent to media outlets said she had died. The note contained no apology or request for payment for the release of her body. And this is being reported by NBC News. So make of it what you will. It's very confusing to me still. The Buried in Nature came from Yahoo. I don't know where that one came from either. Your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine. It's crazy, right? Here's ABC. Let's see what they say. Right here, again, ABC News. The first note demanded cryptocurrency. The second note, according to sources, said she had died shortly after and was taken and buried in nature. That's from ABC News. It was, I mean, what? It said she was in nature, but they didn't pay to find out where. So we've got Harvey over here saying, this person that was emailing me wanted $100,000 to find out where the body, to say where the body is. And they never paid it, I guess is what the point is of that. I don't know. This is for Harvey.
People laugh, say that shit. I said, do the people laugh when you say what you say? I said, yes. He said, do you get paid? I said, yes. He said, well, tell Bill I said have a coke and a smile and shut the fuck up.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird. I guess we'll wait to see what... But we have ABC, we have NBC saying... There definitely was no apology or a request for payment. So I don't know what that means. This just came out, White Lotus. It's brand new. It's brand new. Shibby. All right. Anyways, I'm going to get on out of here, you guys. I'll put all the links to everything we covered today in the description of this video. I will also clip some of this and put it up for your viewing pleasure. If you are replaying, please hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed and notifications are for all. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me this Monday. We will be here again on Friday at high noon Eastern Standard Time. Until then, you guys stay safe, lock your doors, take care of one another. Thanks again, guys, for all your support.
You and your problems, I don't give a damn. You talk way too much, I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, 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 damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. I don't give a damn, I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much, I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. your problems. I don't give a damn.